This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Sending data over an encrypted internet connection is like sending a postcard that everybody can see. When you're connected to an unencrypted network, whether that's your phone, your computer, your tablet, your TV, etc., you're sending countless of pieces of really precious data that can be seen or intercepted by all sort of parties before it reaches its intended destination. But a VPN or a virtual private network creates a secure tunnel between your device and the internet. In other words, it puts an envelope around your postcard so they can't sneak a peek at your private correspondence. The ExpressVPN protects you from spies who use your data for their own nefarious purposes. ExpressVPN prevents your ISP from seeing your private browsing activity. It also stops governments and large corporations and websites that constantly surveil you and harvest your data for their own agendas. ExpressVPN gives you unrestricted access to all parts of the internet, so you can watch shows in other countries and even get certain discounts. So to get ExpressVPN, just click the link below. When you use the Pelican Post-Scan Report, you get 3 months free of ExpressVPN. Hit the link now and get connected.
Thank you for making Saint Central your black and gold home for the New Orleans Saints.
Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that? Who that? Who that say they gonna beat them Saints? Who that?
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Long as I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a who that. I'm a who that. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a Falcon. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your chain for the championship. Bucking on town, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Yeah, probably like this and I'm a who that. Every day I'm living, I'm a who that. Lose or winning, I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like this and I'm a who that. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the
Welcome. You're now rocking with the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys, where we have intense, entertaining, educating, and enlightening sport talk from your favorite sports fan. We up in this thing, man. It is Saturday morning, day 3, rounds 4 through 7. We up in this thing. Shout out to the fam and the black and gold are up on the clock. They're the first ones on the clock. They made a trade, and they get with the Bears, make a trade. And, of course, they had something, and Dennis Allen talked about it the other day where the Saints tried to trade up yesterday. And now today is the day that they trade up, and, of course, they're sitting perched, ready to pounce on the first pick of the 4th round. Black and gold in the building. Here's Rappaport. His tweet early saying a rare early trade, but the Bears general manager Ryan Poles has conviction. He fires. New Orleans will make the first pick of the round, and you can see the Saints and Bears have traded. New Orleans is on the clock. So we start off here, man, in the black and gold building. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in this one, man. Much love to the family. I know it's a little early, man, but we got a lot of work to do for this day. So y'all, welcome on in. All right, so shout out to the fam. Appreciate Big Bull Hoffa for being a new member to the channel, to the platform. Much love to you, my friend. Thank you, sir. Pelicans Nola is in this thing. Good to see you. Much love. Phillips, shout out to your fam. Phillips fam is in this thing. Shout out to Shreveport. Much love. Appreciate you. All right, Josh is in the thing. Mr. Fire D as well. Tramal, I see you, fam. All right, much love to y'all, man. All right, thank you, Mr. Keep. Appreciate you, sir. Much love. Thank you for your support. Shout out to BC Lewis in this thing. Yeah, he says he traded a 4 for the 5 and 7. I think I don't know. I think I have. I think you want Jones. Yeah, I was looking at that, bro. I don't know. I don't think Jones is. I mean, he's the highest rated guy there, right? And the Saints do have, according to what they're saying up here, they have a need for an offensive lineman, and Big DeWine Jones is up there. So that's one of the things we talk about as we get closer and closer into draft time, as we notice that if you take a look at the best people available on the board currently, you know, you got to take a look at it and say, okay, it's cornerback. You see Kylie Rango up there from Georgia, the big cornerback. Double A is available. Wouldn't it be cool for the Saints to go to the top of the board to go and grab Double A out of Northwestern? Say, well, Q, we already got 2 defensive linemen. What more do you need? I want another one. Let's get another one. And Double A is a beast, man. You're talking about a guy who is what is he? He runs a 4.49. This is a defensive lineman at what? 4.49. That's ridiculous. That's utterly preposterous to have a guy that fast and he just stack power. So I don't know if slim chance for that, but it's a good call on the DeWine Johnson thing, man. 6'8", 374, huge human there. And perhaps that's one of the things the Saints do reach at and get is DeWine. So what the rest of the family think? Who do you think the player is? Who do you guys think it is? So the Saints definitely got somebody on that board that they're looking at snatching, and it's only a matter of time before we figure it out. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate everybody for being in this thing. Pam and Whammy, shout out to you, Queen. Appreciate you. Random account and a few other family members. Big Aunt Keldrick, I see you, fam. OG Jerry Poor, much love to brother Jerry. Is in this thing. Waits and Shorty, shout out to you. Ringo needs to be the pick. Well, I like it anyway. Yeah, okay, Ringo. You want a defensive back there? OG to the 3rd degree. Shout out to you, fam. Appreciate you as well. Good to see y'all up in this thing. Nola Goon, shout out to you. Snake Bites in the building. All right, Pelicans Nola. Quavadius is in this thing. T, shout out. Salute to you, fam. Appreciate you. All right, Who Dat Daddy's in this thing. Saints for life. Shout out to all y'all, man. Much love to you guys. Appreciate y'all. Grand rising to all the people in this thing. All right, Josh, shout out to you, fam. All right, who else we got chiming down on? What's up, Elite? Shout out to you, fam. Tay Doc is in this thing. All right, Double A. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you on Double A, bro. All right. Okay, Double A or Jones. Okay, yeah, either one. And that's one of the things we kind of talked about. Okay, the Saints could still use some help there along the defensive line. It's the weakest position. Right now, I would say probably the linebacker position is like on the defense. You're like, well, Q, we have DeMario. We got, we have, got some help there. But at the end of the day, I'm looking and I'm saying to myself, Pete Werner's there. And then behind Pete Werner, if somebody gets hurt, who you have? You got a lot of untested people there. Zach Barnes there. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. What's up, Keith? Shout out to you, fam. Pat, shout out to you. All right. Farouk, much love. Brother Phillips in this thing. Yeah, Double A. That's why I said, bro, I don't want to screw the man up. Y'all, family members be giving me a hard time saying, man, Q always screwing always screwing people's name up. I can hear Tasha right now getting up in here. She getting ready to comment on it. I said, well, sometimes. And Pam and Whammy got me the other day. She said, like, Q, you always scoring. I was like, what the hell, man? How you pronounce this guy's name? Y'all pronounce this damn guy name. I'm not gonna take a stab at it, It ain't gonna make fun of me today, You pronounce this goddamn guy. I'm just gonna say Double A, man. You can't go wrong when you drop the initials, yeah. Yeah. I'm saying, man, hey, man, I know when I'm whipped. You got to know when to fold them, baby. Let me tell you something. And I had to fold it on that one. But anyway, okay, Seth, shout out to you, Seth. Okay, Coons the tight end. All right. Yeah, Double A. That's right there. I'm not going to try. I was going to try. I was like, man, listen. Okay, the first name, I was like, damn. Maybe I kind of rolled through that, and then with the rhythm and the rhythm and the harmony just flow right through to the last name, and I was like, I'm not gonna do it. Y'all ain't gonna make fun of me today. All right, anyway. All right, so here we go, man. And the Falcons, what the hell just happened here, man? All right, so let's see what's going on here. The Saints, let's see. The Saints is moving on in this thing, man. And then here we go, unprecedented move. All right, another trade has occurred. Yep, with the Saints on the clock and not picking the trade. The Texans trade 104 and 203 to the Raiders for 109 and 174. Another trade, the Eagles now have 105. And repeat, no one has picked up, but now the Saints, he says, but now goes the Saints, then Raiders, then Eagles. So they're stackpiling and getting together on this pick, and they piling up. So let's see right here. They saying, hold on here, let me get it freshed up. The Saints are on the clock. They got several trades that's lining up because people starting to get involved here because everybody, they watching the black and gold. So Ian Rappaport's reporting that another trade at the top when no one having made any picks. The Eagles are now at 105. Another trade at the top at 105, and they're saying that the Saints go, then Raiders, then Eagles. All right, so there it is. I thought I seen someone that was showing Atlanta on the clock. I'm like, man, you a damn lie. We on the clock right now. But anyway, fam, yeah, this is what it is right now. So we wait for the Saints to make the pick, and the pick is in according to what's going on. So who's going to be the pick? Who do y'all guys think it is? I'm thinking it could be an offensive lineman. It could be Big DeWine Jones. I'm hoping it is Double A. That's what I'm hoping it is Double A. Now the Saints do need a linebacker, and it's none of those guys. It's Nick Selvaderi. So the Saints get an offensive lineman, Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion. Now that is totally, that was a surprise right there. So the Saints move up. They trade up to go and get an offensive tackle. That don't make any sense to me. And the Saints were so motivated to move up. But let's see what Saldiveri. They did need some depth on the offensive line. So let's see exactly who Nick Saldiveri is. Let's get it as the Saints make the move at the top of the fourth. Saldiveri is let me put it on the big screen for the family, is an effective wall-off blocker who gets into position, plays with wide base, and blocks to the sound of the whistle. He is smooth, getting in set, and flashes a powerful punch and pass protection. He can do a better job of keeping inside-out leverage, but he has the foot speed to mirror. He has shorter arms for an offensive tackle prospect and may need to kick inside in the NFL. That's what the scouts saying, that he would probably be suited better as a guard. So anyway, here's a draft, some video. Let me put that on. Let me take a good look at Nick Saldiveri, the Saints' new guy. So let's take a look at Nick Saldiveri, 6'6", 318 there. And this is who the Saints pick up. They trade up to get. And I'm not mad at the pick, man, for the Saints to do this, because the reality is the Saints definitely need some help on the offensive line from the backup standpoint. I'm not mad at the pick. The Saints give up 2 picks to go and get it. They gave up a fourth and one of their 5s to go and get Saldiveri. So as you can see right here, playing the outside position, and they're doing a good job here. And of course, we're gonna have to. There go Kuntz right there. A lot of people like him. But yeah, there it is. Nick Saldiveri, fam. How do y'all feel about the pick? Let's hear from the Black and Gold Nation right here. So Nick Saldiveri, let's get another. Let me see if I can pull up some more. I want to pronounce the kid name Nick Saldiveri. Okay, yeah, Nick Saldiveri. Let me see if I can pull up a scouting report from him and then share that with you guys as well. Here it is right here for the family. All right, here's Nick Saldiveri, Old Dominion. All right, you can see some of his information right there. His 20-yard shuttle time, bench press, 24 reps. Started 11 games at right tackle as a redshirt freshman. The Monarchs did not play due to C-19 in 2020, but he came back to garner honorable mention, all-conference USA accolades. 13 games started at right tackle in 21. Saldiveri started all 12 games in 22, 1 at right guard and 11 at tackle to earn second-team All Sun Belt Conference. So there you go. overview. They say that he was a 4th round guy, and that's exactly where he fell. 3-year starter with good overall size, length, and potential to play multiple spots along the offensive line. Saldiveri is naturally athletic and should fit best as a zone blocker or pulling guard who can get into space and find work. Hand skill and placement are consistent issues on tape and could prevent him from neutralizing NFL opposition at a functional level. He proves that he can snap the ball and make a move to center. That should improve his draft stock and give him a better chance at the pro level. Now, the strengths is football IQ, helps him sort through movement and alter assignments if necessary. Agility, redirection to catch moving targets on second level. Accelerates and changes through down blocks with choppy feet. Makes himself longer by effectively countering punching in pass sets. Easy lateral slides versus rush counters. Keeps pads squared as long as possible versus edge rushers. Athletic tools to be active participant in the screen game. That's positive. If you got good feet, that's the bottom line. That definitely helps that. Weaknesses: fails to engage and command the rep through the whistle. Hands land outside opponents' pads and slide over the mark. Slow hand resets to battle for leverage. Average core strength diminishes drive blocking agility. Needs to squeeze inside gaps more consistently and pass protection. Not much punch and separation in protection. And a lot of this stuff could be coached out of him. We got a really good offensive line coach in Doug Marrone that can help. We got Jari Evans now. So, with Zach Strief out of there, Jari Evans to help this kid. So the Saints pick up Nick Saldiveri, 6'6", 318-pound offensive line prospect out of Old Dominion. They got him listed as a guard here, and he plays tackle. And the NFL scouting site has him listed as a guard, and he even played a little center, according to his bio here. So this is an interesting pick. What do you guys think about the move so far to get Nick Saldiveri? Y'all comment on it. Let me know how you feel about it. So very interesting. And then, of course, the Raiders made a move to get Jacorian Bennett, the cornerback from Maryland. And then Philly gets another Georgia guy. Man, Philly is so transparent, man, with this Georgia stuff, man. They get another Georgia guy, man. But you know what? It's crazy how all these Georgia people keep falling to them, man. It's like, but get Kylie Ringo, he's 6'2", 200-something pound cornerback, and they just pick nothing but Georgia people. It's just like, it's really annoying at this point. I get it, okay? I get it, Philly people. It's just really freaking annoying that y'all just keep picking Georgia people. But they're doing a good job. Shout out to Philly, man. They really are, man. They're going to be a factor for a while. All right, shout out. Look, what's up, Brother Randolph? Shout out to my brother Randolph, man. Says Landon Young is on the bubble. Hopefully him and Calvin Throckmorton, bro. You know I really don't like Calvin Throckmorton. Ferg 318, shout out to you. Says he will replace Andrews Pete. Okay. All right, Pete on his last leg. Yeah, this is a proven year for Andrews Pete. It's actually it's his final year of his contract. They restructured his deal. They line up a guy in the 4th round, and we'll see what goes on with that, man. So, yeah. Well, Andrews Pete's days are numbered. I mean, this is the last year of his contract. The Saints restructured him, and it's 1 year left. So it's no doubt Saints will move past Andrews Pete at some point, after this season. Because it's just, you got to be available, to justify the situation. So I get it. I get it. So still in all, let me ask the Who Dat Nation that how y'all guys feel about the pick. Y'all put it in the comment section. Right now, so far, this is what it looks like for the family members and the Saints people out there. This is what it looks like right now. You see the black and gold with the first Brian Barisi, number 1. Number 2, you had Isaiah Foskey. Kendra Miller is in round 3, and round 4 they get an offensive lineman. So the Saints go 2 defensive, 2 offensive. So they help build up the line. Cannot be upset when they're picking players to improve the lines, whether it's offensive or defense. You need better line play to dominate. It's all we can talk about quarterbacks all day. If you don't have an offensive line to protect your quarterback, just like what happened to the Cincinnati Bengals when they went to the bowl that year, And then they couldn't keep Aaron Donald them off of him. Couldn't keep him off of him because the offensive line, the guy's firing through. It don't matter if you got superstar talent there. At the end of the day, what happens is the lines, you got to have a good line to protect your quarterback. So your fantastic wide receivers are not going to get the ball because the quarterback is always going to be under duress. And they can't. And if your line can't open up lanes for your guys to run, then there's going to be pressure all over the place. So offensive line is important. Defensive line is super important as well. So there you go. All right. So anyway, Brian Barisi, Isaiah Foskey, Kendra Miller, and Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion are the moves. So, man, I'm not mad at it. The Saints have 2 picks. They gave up 1 of the 5s and a 4 to move up to the number first, the fourth round position in the draft. So they have 1 4, a 5, and 2 7s remaining. There you go. So people were thinking about the Saints making moves, and they finally did one. So I don't know if you felt like that. I guess they felt like it. The Saints were what, number 8 in the 4th round, and they felt like they had to move several spots to number 1 to go get Nick Saldiveri. You know, I don't know if you needed to move up to go and get him, but it's all right. It's afterthought now. All right, so good call, man. I like anytime you're building a line, man. I am not upset. Shout out to Alpha Sports, man. How you doing, fam? Appreciate you being in here. All right, got big ups to the fam. Gator says need to get cheaper on the O-line. Indeed. All right. Shout out to the fam. Sir Roger says can't go wrong with getting help on the. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right, bro. We need help on the O-line, man. Kelvin Throckmorton, I don't like him too much. The kid, what's his face? What's the guy name? Lewis Kidd. He had showed some flashes. I'm not really impressed with him, so I'm still happy that the Saints are reaching to improve there. So not bad. This solid draft so far for the Saints. They are hitting needs, man. They're not taking players or positions that are not of need. So that's pretty cool. All right, cool. Eternal says Colts were going to get him. Okay, shout out to you, bro. All right, so the Saints jumped ahead because the Colts was going to go at him. Okay, thank you for that. Got to say Blake Freeman, Carl Brooks is still out there. Ivan Pace from Cincinnati, yeah. Man, I want those 3 players. Left tackles, Nephew Hodge Tomlinson. Okay, KJ Henry. Those are my top 5. BPA aren't. Okay, right now. Okay, thank you for that, bro. Shout out to you. Scout without clout dropping the science. Thank you, sir. Yeah, and that's true. Carl Brooks is still out there, man. I don't know if he makes it all the way to the 5th round where the Saints pick up at, man. But, oh, man, yeah, that'd be pretty good. Shout out to Michael. Good to see y'all in the chat, man. Yeah, this is good, man. Solid draft for the Saints currently, man. Hitting on all the needs. New England's pick is in. Is it double-A? Sooner or later, double-A going to come off the board. New England would be a good spot for him, too. You know, a fierce pass rusher with that speed, man. All right, let's keep it going here. Pelicans Nola says a good pickup. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Troll, what's up, bro? Says we need all offensive line help. We had 3rd stringers and people coming off the corner block for us last. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, there you go. All right. All right. Terrence says Philly is in love with Georgia. You see, they got a pipeline, man. But you know, ain't it getting a little annoying at this point, man? It's getting a little annoying at this point, you know, for to see Philadelphia. All they doing is just picking Georgia players. It's ridiculous, man. Do something else, why don't you? You know. All right. Shout out to the fam. Travis, shout out, says, man, the Saints doing good. Yes. Baraka, shout out to you. Who that to you, fam? Appreciate you. All right. Okay, Quaveda says they might trade Pete, move Hurst to guard. I don't know if they trade Andrews Pete. There's no need for you to do that because you've restructured him. He's from a financial standpoint, he's good where he is. So there's no need for us to do any more movement on Andrews Pete because his contract is up. He's out of here after this year anyway. So, you know, you got Saldiveri sitting there who is listed as a tackle on his scout on his college with profile, and then of course they're saying more of a guard. He plays better in guard. Well, it's good to have a guy that can play tackle or guard, and didn't even play the game or so at the center position. So yeah, he's this interesting, versatile offensive lineman there. So you know we can always use those, man. So I'm happy for that, man. Improve those lines. All right, Maul says Thornton Throckmorton be on the ground more. Throckmorton is 6'7", 300 something pounds. I never thought maybe a Jari Evans can get him to do right, you know. But they brought him back for one more year. He got one more year, Kelvin Throckmorton, man. I just thought Kelvin Throckmorton to be a hell of a lot better than what he is. MS Fifth says, who that Q? I'm loving what the Saints is doing. Defensive tackle, defensive end, running back. We like to see offensive line or offensive guard, tight end, wide receiver taking today. Solid draft so far. Yeah, the Saints still got that fifth, and then they got the 2 7s remaining, you know, so we'll see what they can do here, man. But I'm thinking it is very solid draft for the Saints. Not a spectacular, but they're hitting on all needs, and it's good. All right, so and remember, whatever they don't get in the draft, remember the Saints are one of the best undrafted teams in getting undrafted talent. So as soon as the draft over with, the Saints already got a list. That's when Jeff Ireland goes to work. Jeff Ireland, when the draft is over with, he got the list and he already going to work to find out what people they need to get to bring on the team. And the Saints always get the best undrafted talent. And that's probably, to be honest with you, one of my favorite moments of covering like the draft coverage is the undrafted situation, because those guys, we get all that fantastic talent. And then that's when you find guys. We found guys like Deontay Harris-Hardy. We find guys like Rashid Shaheed. We find guys like Shai Tuttle. We find guys like JT Gray. We find guys like Dwayne Washington. We find guys like, you pick them all, you know, some of the better players like Jawan Johnson. We find guys like that there. And that's what's, to me, that's like, man, that's some of the greatest time for me watching the undrafted guys fall. We found Smoke Monday. Got to see what he's going to do. So a lot of good talent that we find in the undrafted ranks, and like Malcolm Roach and those type of guys we get in the undrafted ranks. So even though the Saints kind of restricted their draft and they got like 3 draft picks, they got the 5. They don't have a 6, but they got the 5 and 2 7s remaining. They probably packaged the 2 7s to move up to get one player and then fill out the rest of the needs via the undrafted college free agents after the draft. So that's pretty good. All right, so the Patriots go with a center, Jake Andrews from Troy, 6'3", 305, and they move forward. The Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. Double A is still up there. And they got quarterbacks. Should see some more of the running backs come off the board. Wide receivers, start seeing them come off the board a little bit more. And maybe this is the area between the 4th and the 5th round where you start seeing quarterbacks come off the board. So you'll say Jake Haener come off the board. You see the BYU quarterback and a few others that's there. Clayton Tune from Houston, he might come off the board. So, you know, with the last few picks that we have there, we're looking at the Saints perhaps to take a wide receiver. I want Bryce Ford Wheaton. Perhaps we can get him as well. So, I mean, we'll see. All right. Yeah, Jason, I agree, bro. Pete is going after this year. They brung his money down. He's not, and yeah, he's gone. The Saints will line it up. Thank you, Kenneth. Shout out to you, brother Kenneth, for becoming a supporter of the platform. Much love to you, brother Kenneth Mitchell. Thank you, brother. Appreciate ya. Thank you so much. All right, fam. Please hit the like button, fam. Well over 200 of us in this thing. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, hit the share button and share the show on your social media feed, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you socialize. Take the coma with you. And the Seattle Sea Chickens, they pick up Anthony Bradford from LSU. We got an LSU guy off the books, and I think he's the first LSU player drafted. Am I right here? Am I right, family? Am I right here? Is Anthony Bradford the first LSU player drafted here? Was there another LSU person that I missed? No, B.J. Ojulari. I'm sorry. I think B.J. Ojulari. Is he still there? I think somebody else got B.J. Hold on. Let me check this out. I want to say, y'all remind me, man. Is he the first LSU guy? No, it can't be. It got B.J.'s going. Yeah, it got to be. Yeah, I think B.J. Ojulari was the guy that, yeah. I think Ojulari was the first one going. Yeah. Yeah, it got to be Ojulari. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably the second guy. I think Ojulari was the first one that went. All right, so yeah. All right, so anyway, all right, let's keep it going. Scout without Klaus says there's no tape available. Dude was totally off the radar. Then all of a sudden, the day of the draft, PFF had him ranked 91st overall or something. There's one highlight, and he look athletic. He's our left guard. Okay, thank you, bro. Shout out. Well, you know what? You know who you can credit that to? That's right. Jeff Ireland for president. It's Jeff Ireland, man. Jeff Ireland is the dude. Him and his staff, and they turn up and they go up to the highest mountain, and to Mount Everest. They look up top there, see if they got somebody down there. Then they go all the way to the depths of Shambhala, and they get up in there, talk to a few people. They come back, go to each edge of the earth, and that's what they do. They turn over stones and look. Anybody under here? They do all of this, and that's how they're able to find these type of players. And that's just what Jeff Ireland does. So he's so important to what the Saints do, because the Saints can screw up in the draft and still be able to cover and find guys in the undrafted side of things. That's why our drafts are not as, they don't, of course, if you miss out on the first round pick, you got a pass rusher, and his main job is the pass rush, and he's not pass rushing. That's quite obvious. But if you got a guy like Jeff Ireland, who would then find players, and like we get the most out of most of our draft picks, it's like the Saints get a lot of value out of guys toward the back of the draft than sometimes to the front of it, for real. When you look at guys like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Elvin Kamara and all these guys, and even Caden Ellis, who's with Atlanta right now. Caden was a 7th-round draft pick. Elvin was a 3rd-round draft pick. And from 3 on out, the Saints really shine. And then when you hit the undrafted ranks, they be getting a lot of cheap talent and getting high production from cheap talent. I'm not mean cheap talent like bad, but they don't pay these guys that much. And you see like a Shy Tuttle come off the undrafted ranks, and then Shy Tuttle up in there starting. You see? So they have look at Carl Granderson. Carl Granderson was a guy that was undrafted. They brought him in here, and look what he's doing. So, it's interesting, man, to see how it was. It's pretty cool, man, to see how they do it. But Jeff Ireland is really the dude, man. He really helps us out. So instrumental. All right. Yeah, I think BJ. Yeah, it was BJ Ojolari. That's who it was. He was the first LSU guy taken. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Thank y'all. All right. So anyway, all right, Brother Pat Rich, how you doing, sir? He said, well, the Saints picked up an offensive lineman. Let me see if I can run it back, put that up there for you. Nick Saldiveri, who was 6'6", 318 out of Old Dominion. And, of course, you can see his senior. He was in his playing for in the bowl. And the Saints had an opportunity to look at the guy. They liked what they seen. They picked him up. And what I like about what the Saints are doing is they're filling needs, man. They're filling the needs. Defensive line, you have the D tackle, the defensive end, the running back for Kamara. When he gets his little issue, you got to have Kendra Miller there, and then Saldiveri will help out as a backup guard there. And you're right, Landon Young is on the clock. Not on the clock, but he's on the bubble. Landon Young has to step up and show up too, and that was one of the things the Saints O-line needed last year. They needed some help, man. They really did. So we got some in the form of Nick Saldiveri or DeVeri. Yeah, I got it right that time. How about that? All right, so anyway, as we keep it moving, fam. All right, Cleveland's on the clock. We see Double A goes off the board to the Colts. Good pickup by the Colts. 6'2", 282. He goes to the Colts there, and that's weird because his game is his ferocity, how he played the game, kind of remind me of your boy, man. Remember Dwight Freeney? Dwight Freeney was the undersized defensive end. And then Dwight Freeney will hit you with that spin move. And, boy, they don't talk nothing about Dwight Freeney, man. Dwight Freeney was great. They don't talk about Dwight Freeney, man. They really don't. They don't talk about old Freeney. But Dwight Freeney was one of the best pass rushers we've seen down there, and he was handling this business. And now they got this Double A going there to kind of help with the pass rush. And the Colts are kind of building the team with Anthony Richardson there. Eventually he'll take over. He's going to be a phenomenal player in terms of his athletic ability taking off. It's like a linebacker playing quarterback. You got to work on his game, but they feel like they can get him ready to contribute. But once he does get it, he's going to be something special for the Colts up there in Indianapolis. And they got a pass rusher in the 4th round with Double A. That's big. This guy is 6'2", 280 with a 4.49 speed. This is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. That's what I thought the Saints might go and do. They might double dip on the defensive end position. You most certainly couldn't do any wrong, but I'm not mad at the pick. All right, the Browns on the clock. Big DeJuan Jones is sitting up there. I thought he might go. I thought he would go in day 2. He's still sitting there. But do the Cleveland Browns, who do need some help from an offensive standpoint, do they pick him up? But the pick is in. We'll see. All right, and then the Colts bounce back to the board with pick 10 after the Browns do. So we'll see. All right, so shout out to the fam, man. Thank y'all. Yeah, I see him. AAA is gone. Yeah, I mean double A. Double A is gone. AAA. All right, so anyway, this is let me put the Saints depth chart up here so far, fam. As you can see, Kendra Miller is right where he is. You see Alvin Kamara, Jamal Williams, Kendra Miller, the running back the Saints drafted there. And as you can see, they're filling them in. And then, of course, they didn't put in, I guess they got updated yet, but they ain't put him in yet. But he'll be in the guard position. You see Kelvin Throckmorton here. I guess he would slide right behind here on that depth chart behind Cesar Ruiz there is where Nick Saldiveri would go. Then, of course, you go on down here and you can see Big Nate Shepard and Kalen Saunders and Barisi sitting right there with Malcolm Roach. And you can see it's starting to feel like you're starting to see it materialize and manifest into something, right? And right now, that's what it is right here. So those are the 4 players that we have. And, of course, it'll continue to grow. So you can look at the depth chart and see the Saints still need a few pieces. So we still have a couple of picks made. We got 3 picks remaining. We got 1 in the 5 for next round and 2 7s. I don't think they probably will keep all these picks. Probably they'll trade the 2 7s and move up, Maybe. We'll see how it all goes, and then the Saints will fill out the rest of the draft through undrafted ranks if they see somebody. But you got to think wide receiver in there. You got to think, wide receiver. You got to think, do they take a quarterback with the remaining picks? And they probably will find one in the 7th at the top of the 7 if they're looking, And with the 2 offensive picks, you got to feel like the Saints eventually going to go back to the defensive side. Be pretty cool if they go and get another defensive tackle. To add to the game. So we'll see. All right, so there you go. Brown, he going to the Browns. You think he going to? Yep, Browns got DeWine Jones. He set up there for a while. And they needed some offensive help if you got Deshaun Watson there, so you got to protect him. So not a bad pick by the Brownies. You can see them. And then, of course, the Pats back on there. I bet you they get Henry. Yeah, I bet you he's a Patriot, no doubt about it. You look at Henry and that connection between Nick Saban and Bill Belichick for him to land Henry, that would probably be, a move. So we'll see where they go with that. But anyway, Alpha says tight end, perhaps. I don't know, bro. You look at let me put the depth chart up. We did this yesterday, right? When you look at the depth chart of the tight end position, and what I got highlighted is the tight ends: Juwan Johnson, Adam Fishman Troutman, Taysom Hill, and Lucas Krull. Like, well, Q, we can use another young tight end. Do we really now? I like Josh Wiley from Cincinnati. I don't know if he'll be available. I think he'll probably end up going somewhere in this draft. But, this round, I like him. But do the Saints really need a tight end? Like, remember the Saints tried out Foster Monroe, and then he found out he got cancer. And then it went away, then a few, like a month later, Foster Monroe came back to finish his physical, right? And then nothing happened. You heard it go away again. So what's going on with Foster Monroe? But if you take a tight end there, then, that means you're giving up on Fishman, right? You're giving up on Troutman. The problem I have is I don't think the Saints are giving up on Troutman. That's the thing. That's why I kind of look at the tight end position. I say to myself, no, the Pats get a kicker. They get the kicker from Maryland. Okay, go ahead, Patriots. And that's Atlanta on the clock. They make a move quick and they get undersized cornerback Clark Phillips III from Utah. They get an undersized cornerback, 5'9" there with their pick. So, and then of course the Panthers are on the clock after this. So, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Taysom Hill is in that room. You got Lucas Krull as a potential young tight end that we like a lot. When we talk about undrafted guys that showed up that have potential in the second year, you won't talk about guys like Lucas Krull, who's what, 6'5", 6'6", somewhere in there, and 6'6", something like that, and he can catch the ball really well. The Saints got him in the undrafted ranks, and this could be a year when you see him. So I'm not totally sure on the tight end call right now. People saying it. I see they got it as a need up there, but I'm not buying what they got right there. I'm sorry, because you look at what I mean, the Saints are done with Adam Troutman. Troutman is a 3rd-round pick, and the Saints don't give up on anybody. I mean, Troutman, they still like Adam Troutman as the guy, behind Juwan Johnson. They still had their 2 tight end sets. Troutman has got to show up. They haven't given up on Zach Bond, and they damn sure ain't give up on Traquan Smith, who they don't give up on anybody. So I'm not thinking that, okay, they're going to get another young tight end, and then they're looking at Foster Monroe, and this is the 2nd time around Foster Monroe was here. So Chandler Zavala is gone. He's going to the Carolina Panthers. This is a solid pick for them to get him in the move. He's rated as the 3rd best offensive guard in the draft, and he fell all the way to them at 4. And the Panthers are continuing to kind of build up their offensive line to protect Bryce Young. Another solid draft pick by the Carolina Panthers. Not bad. You get Zavala out of North Carolina State, which they know him because he's right there, Bears on the clock as they keep doing their thing as well, and then we'll see. All right. So, yeah, Alpha says, you're right, Q. It depends on who's playing. QB, yes, sir. Tedra says, we need another linebacker. You absolutely right. We talked about this as well. All right, good slot guy. Okay, thank you, that K1. A little undersized there, but they must like him. But anyway, what do you guys think about the tight end position? Do you think are you with me on that? You thinking that's something that they do? I don't know. I don't know about the tight end position. I mean, I agree with Tedra that a linebacker fits. What do you guys think? I think linebacker fits a little bit better than going and get some tight end that's just going to sit behind all these rest of these guys. No, we need a linebacker to help out in case Zach Bond, and we don't know what DeMarco Jackson is. We expected him to be good, but he's basically a rookie. He got hurt last year and was done for the whole season. Now he's healthy, but he got to learn it all over again. Or it's like his rookie year, even though it's in his 2nd year. And Zach Bond, we don't know, what Zach Bond knows. Hopefully Zach Bond has a Caden Ellis type of year where he steps up and do what he do. But the Saints, I can't totally blame Zach Bond for where he is. He's a big part of why he's not successful. But the Saints haven't done a fair enough job to find a role for him in the system. And that's what happened when you take guys that don't fit your system. You don't know how to use their skill set. So that's why you pick up guys that you're familiar with, that that can have an easy bridge to figure out what you want them to do. Okay, that go Roshan Johnson, the backup for Bijan Robinson for the Texans, end up going to Chicago. North-South power runner guy. Not a bad pickup for the Bears to help our young Justin Fields in the running game. I'm going to love to see how these teams having pretty stellar drafts, how Chicago, can they finally get it together? They've had a pretty solid signing, a pretty solid offseason. Can it translate in the end season? That's the biggest part. You could do all this stuff in the offseason, have a solid draft, pick up people, but can you make the jump from the off to the on and make it count? Like the last year, and I'm speaking from experience because that's what happened to us last year. Saints had a good free agency period. They had a solid draft period. They picked up good people in the undrafted ranks after the draft. And then when the season come on, you got 7 wins. You sitting there thinking to yourself, how you counting on your fingers and, man, hold on here. And you saying, how does all that equal to 7 wins? It's not supposed to. Supposed to be 10 wins or more. But it didn't translate. He didn't translate it, and that's the part about it where you got to make it. You got to bring it from there to here. And that's something that he just didn't do. And that's the big question I got for he being Dennis Allen. What did he learn? You expect something. Hopefully, you don't just stay the same. You don't have the same intelligence level, or you just decrease. Hopefully, you can pick up something, or at least bring someone in or rely on them to help you. So he do have some experience around him, some of the guys that he's comfortable with that he did bring on the defensive side of the ball. Even Coach Payton did that. Coach Payton knew that he had the big head, and that he needed people that he can trust. So he'll bring in advisors around him to take a look at the team. He would say that all the time. It's like he's another pair of eyes. When he brought in what's the guy name? I forgot the guy named Chainsey, or whatever his name was. When he brought him in here, he was like, and they asked him, well, what's this about, Coach Payton? Well, he's another set of eyes for me. And it was like, set of eyes, yeah, because sometimes as a head coach, you're too close to the picture. You need somebody else that might see some stuff and can help you out. So he was really good at doing that, and maybe that's what this guy needs to do. So we'll see. All right, Saints for Life says nose tackle needed. All right. Hemisphere says, I think Troutman needs to push to perform, Q. It's time for Traquan to get it too. Bringing in a young tight end for depth isn't a bad idea, besides because Carr loves to throw to his tight ends. We got a bunch of tight ends. We got tons of tight ends. We got tight ends everywhere. We're not missing for a tight. And then, like I said, Foster Monroe, who's what? He's a young veteran tight end that Derek Carr knows. The Saints brought him back. The story went dark, and I'm thinking it's because they like what they've seen from him. They haven't announced anything. That probably won't happen till later on. But I'm thinking that's a possibility, Foster Monroe. Also, can see the Saints doing something undrafted. But then if a Josh Wiley's there, I wouldn't be upset if they got him. I'm going to just be honest with you. So I don't see tight end as a position, a need position over your linebacker. You see what I'm saying? Over linebacker, they got more pressing. We talking about more pressing needs. We need more pressing. What's the more pressing need? Is it the tight end? Because whoever you pick up right now, they ain't gonna crack the top 3. You see them getting past Taysom Hill. You say, well, perhaps Troutman. They're not giving up on Troutman yet. They're not yet. They went up to get Troutman's a 3rd round pick, so I don't think they're done with Troutman. So whoever you draft here ain't gonna crack the top 3. We talking about Juwan, Troutman, and Taysom Hill. He won't crack the 3. So I don't know if I'll pick up a tight end here. I would go linebacker because it's a better need for me now that the Saints have added some talent there. But you still need another defensive tackle too. You can use another defensive tackle. You can use another linebacker first. You can use another wide receiver. You can definitely use another wide receiver in the room. So I would put linebacker and wide receiver above tight end. I'm just be honest with you. That's how I look at it anyway, but thank you. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all. Hemisphere says, could Zach Bond be better off playing defensive end? No, he wouldn't. And that was the idea when Coach Payton picked him. See, we go back, we covered it during the draft. I remember we had put up the tape because people were asking him, what's the idea with you taking a 34 linebacker? Well, we see him as a guy that can put his hand in there, whatever. And that never happened. Why? Because Zach Bond, they would see Zach Bond standing over there over there, and the quarterback would look over there and see Bond over there. And then they will run at Bond because Bond is not good at the rush. He gets swallowed up by the rush and pushed on out of there. So they'll see Zach Bond over there. They say, uh-oh, that's barbecue chicken. Let's turn on. That's audible out. Let me adjust to the run, and we're going to run right on at him. That's why they don't see Zach Bond in those situations because he gets swallowed up by the run. That's the problem. He's not big enough to hold that edge over there. He gets pushed around. So that was a miscalculation by the Saints. He has the talent, but he has to be able to develop the drop into coverage. He got to stand up and make plays, and then and let's see what happens. So that's when he first came in. You have to make the adjustment, but that was years ago. We're in the final year of his contract as a 3rd round pick. He has to have made the adjustment to figure out, coming out of college, I was a 34 linebacker, but I'm pro now. I could do whatever the hell I want to do. Well, prove it to me. Don't make me put the Glenn Jones on, man. You got to show me, bro. There's a lot of show me players on here, man. Don't make me put that Glenn Jones on their ass, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me put Glenn Jones on you. All right, Pelicans Nola says, Q, Mickey Loomis to answer that question. Which question is that, Pelicans Nola? Which question? Which question was that, my friend? Yeah, Mickey, we'll get Mickey in here in a little bit. Scott without class, maybe we go defensive back, defensive line, linebacker. We need that might rank like wide receiver, tight end, QB. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. We need a linebacker. Now, if Saints could not take, they can go with a veteran to help out the room like we did last year with Eric Martin. Not Eric Martin. What was his name? Y'all remind me what the brother name is, man. All right, Alpha says Kirk Merritt. Yes, could be a surprise they were going to use him at running back And he was tearing it up for him last year, you know. All right, Patriots take offensive lineman Sidney Sowell from Eastern Michigan, 6'5", 323. Got big guys in the draft. Patriots beefing up the offensive line. The Washington Commanders are on the clock and the pick is in. They have cornerback as a need. And you see a few guys there. We haven't seen a run on the quarterbacks yet. We should see some of that going on as we keep it moving. And then behind them are the Vikings with the 17th pick in the 4th round. All right. Yeah, Kirk Merritt was balling last year in preseason and in training camp and in the preseason. What happened? The Dennis Allen practice squatted the guy. I'm like, hold on. He was the most effective guy there. He was the most effective guy there, right? He was doing, it was like, let's see if he can play wide receiver. Then he was playing wide receiver. Let's see if he can play running back. And then he played running back. He was doing it all. And then they practice squatted the guy. And I'm like, what? What's the point? The point of training camp is if I show up and show out, I earn a spot ahead of this other guy that wasn't, right? Now, Eric, the linebacker that came on last year from the Vikings, he was the best. He probably was the best player in training camp and and during the preseason. He was showing up, stepping out, making plays. He was a natural. What happened when the regular season came in? They practice squatted the man, put him on practice squad, and then put Zach Bourne in the act. I was like, what? What is this? But that's what they did. That's Dennis Allen's decisions. You see? Braden Daniels is the offensive guard, and they can't be mad at them for helping, trying to beef up that offensive line. You got to get that line together, and the Commanders make the pick. The Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes boys squad is on the clock, followed by Aaron Rodgers Jets. Very interesting year coming up, man. Very interesting year. All right, so that's the whole formula. Is like you see Eric out there balling, doing this thing. He was playing next to Demario Davis. They look like mirror images of each other. Season started. He on the practice squad. Kirk Merritt on the practice squad. And guys like Traquan Smith and Zach Bourne, who didn't do nothing. I mean, I did more than I did more for the Saints than what Zach Bourne did for him that year. I did it. I did more for the Saints in preseason and training camp than what Zach Bourne did, and he was ahead of that man. Decision making by Dennis Allen, bad decision making, dumb decision making, and that's why the team ended up 7-10. You can miss me with that injury crap because I sit up here and watch every moment of the day from them people. And I was like, man, this dude making bad decisions after bad decisions after bad decisions. Then they ended up 7 wins, and then they come out, oh, hell on. Well, we're gonna Q. Listen, it was all about injuries. You know, it was injuries. Injuries was the problem. You know. That's why we had 7 wins. You know. So, hey, can I ask a question, Mickey? Yeah, you right there. All right, so Mickey, listen. You said injuries, right? Oh hell yeah. It was all injuries. And injuries. What's the top 3 reasons why the Saints didn't win more than 7 games? Mickey, can you tell me? Oh, well, that's an easy one. Number 1 was injuries. And number 2 was injuries. And number 3 was injuries. Okay, so it's injury, huh? So it had nothing to do with these bad decisions Dennis Allen was making, right? Had nothing to do with this and that and the third and how he couldn't bring all that talent and all the energy of the offseason into the end season. It was all about the injuries. Oh, hell yeah, you know. Jameis Winston went down, you know. Yeah, he did go. Let's stay right there. Jameis Winston did go down. Then he came back, right? Oh, well, yeah, he did. Okay, so he came back. Why, when they were struggling offensively speaking, when Andy Dalton in the mixture between him and Taysom Hill, did they put Jameis Winston in? Well, injuries. You know, he was injured. No, he wasn't, Mickey. At that point in time, he was off the injured list and was listed as a 3rd quarterback on the team. You got to come better than that. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know about that. You know, Yeah, I know you don't know about it. This is all about protection and covering their own butts, man. But I don't play like that, man. I'm real and I'm serious about what I do and what I say. And when I watch it, I calls it as I see it, and I don't kiss no tail like a lot of them other folks do. I calls it like it is, and that's why people respect the Sports Coma, because we keep it a thorough 110%. I call it a $1.15 because we going 110. We got 110, we going 115, baby. That's what I do. And I don't play no games with these people. I calls it like I see it. And it was not exclusively injuries. It was Dennis Allen at the top of the team making very bad, horrible decisions that ultimately crippled the team at the end. In the offseason, they always have good off seasons, coming in, bringing talent in. They have solid drafts, but it's a process to move that from where it is to the start of the season. So the biggest question I keep asking these people is, what did Dennis Allen learn from what he did from 7? Because people say, Q, well, he went from 4 wins to 7 wins. That's progression. No, it's not. Not when you coming from an organization or a team that's used to winning. You don't go 9-7, miss the playoff by 1 game, then come back the next year and go in reverse and go 7-10 and blame it on injuries when the year before the injuries was worse than the injuries the year before. When you were littered down with injuries the year before, you still won 9 games. See, they don't count you to have a memory. That's what it come down to. All right, so yeah. Tyler, shout out, say I agree about the tight end. Johnson looked great last year. Carr has shown he loves to use the tight end throughout his career. If we're going offense, wide receivers is a bigger need. Okay, thank you. Yeah, with Thomas, it's injury history. Thank you, Tyler. Well said, man. Well said. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That is exactly what it is. Yeah, Eric Wilson, yeah, Tedrick, that was one of the biggest things. And like I said, I would look at this and cover this, and you can go back and listen to it in the Wayback Machine when it was going on. I was like, the way it's set up is, as an organization, if the guy shows out in training camp and in preseason, he earns him a spot on the team. That's how it's traditionally done. You cause problems throughout the whole matrix when you mess with the programming and you start funking up the algorithm of how things are supposed to go. And that's something that I noticed that he does. Like, he does real untraditional things, and sitting up here wondering why he can't get more than 4 wins prior to coming here. He got 7 because this was a 10-win team last year. It's him with these non-traditional boneheaded moves, you know? And you just hope that the dude learns something, because you don't want to just sit here year after year and watch the team regress and look terrible before we finally say, okay, enough is enough. Let's get this guy out of here and get somebody that know what they're doing. You know, and it's a charisma thing too. As a head coach, you got to have some degree of charisma. I mean, DC came up here the other day talking about the guy has the personality or whatever he said of a mosquito, and I'm like, what? What the hell? What does that mean? You know, how do you have I don't get that. I don't understand that even close. But he gets up there, man, and he doesn't have any personality. It's like, I would rather listen to a math teacher talk about fractions all damn day than listen to Dennis Allen. You know, you are the head coach. You got to have some degree of charisma. That's something you got to have. And this was a homie hookup deal. This is what it was. You know, this is like Oprah. And she got a best friend, and the best friend ain't that great of an anchor. But this is Oprah Winfrey's friend here. You know, and Oprah said, hey, listen, my reference is Oprah Winfrey. And people gonna be like bucking their eyes, or, oh my goodness, you know Oprah Winfrey. And then Oprah calls up there and says, hey, yeah, you know, such and such is my people. You know what I'm saying? And I'm vouching for her. You think you ain't gonna hire that lady? What I'm saying is, some people be getting jobs not because strictly off their talent, it's about who they know. And that's the thing that happened with the Saints. This was a homie hookup deal. That's all it was. You know? That's what it is. Nobody beating that man down to hire him as a head coach. Not even colleges was doing that. You know, how you think you'll go to the college and do it? No, man. Hell no, man. Hell no. Yeah, that was a homie hookup deal. All right, so anyway, Yeah, every team had injuries, right? Yeah, it's always is a weird dynamic that they play. It's very weird. Like during the season, it's like we're not going to use injuries as an excuse. That's always the spiel. Always the spiel. Then all of a sudden, at the end of the year, here they come with the listen. I hate to tell you guys this, and then it was weird this year because the man disappeared. Mickey disappeared. The Saints didn't do press conferences or nothing. No press conferences, nothing. Remember I was saying that? I was like, man, where's the press conference when they traded Sean Payton? They just was scared. They were scared. And then, I had to wait down. I had to wait till the heat went down. I'm like, Mickey, what are you talking about, bro? You're not mad. You're not mad at all. If you were mad, you would have done something at the time when people was yelling at you, telling you to force him to make a move at the quarterback position. Now, Mickey Loomis sat up there like Victor from the Titanic and watched the whole damn thing go in the water. He sat up there, Then at the end of the season, he spent the excuse to the media. Well, it was excuses. I mean injuries. Thank you. Thank you, Mickey Loomis. All right, the Jets pick up offensive lineman Carter Warren from the Pittsburgh Panthers with their 18 pick as we get ever so close to the 5th round. We got the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. Let's see what they do, and then followed by the Arizona Cardinals. So there you go. All right, so shout out to fam. Reginald says, who that family Saints doing good with the draft, like the guard, big, he says the guard, big like, that's who that. Okay, thank you, fam, appreciate you. H-Town, shout out to you. Tedrick Covington, slow. He says 8, 9, 7 to 10 is ceiling when you stop being, okay, y'all talking to each other here. All right, so H-Town talking to y'all, just kicking it at each other. Quavada says Charger decline, Keith Murray, 5th-year option. Hopefully Chargers can let him walk. All right, let's see. Shout out to the fam. Alpha says, dang, Q, them all the coaches did hire is who he knows. Doesn't mean the Saints will have a bunch of. No, I don't think so, because some of these guys, like Ty Grantham, is a loudmouth. If you go and watch his film, that's a good pickup by the Jags. They got Ventrell Miller from Florida. That's a good pickup for the Jags. Shout out to the Jags getting Ventrell. That's a good player right there for him. He's going to help him out. Arizona Cardinals on the clock. The Sea Chickens are next. No, I think Ty Grantham he's a loudmouth. He's a really animated dude, man. He be talking, his mouth be all open. I mean, loud. He be, hey, you did, hey, that's a great move. Stuff like that. He's an old school loudmouth coach, Ty Grantham. So he makes a lot of noise when he's out there coaching. He's very animated, flapping and flailing his arms while he's yelling. So he's interesting. Now, it's different than the defensive coordinator that he got and the special teams coaches. Total new room. So there's definitely going to be some level of, it's definitely a learning process because you got a whole new secondary room in terms of the coaches that they're bringing in here in a new defensive coordinator, even though the philosophy is still Dennis Allen, the method, the technique, the teaching is different. So it'll take the Saints, it's some acclimation that has to go on there. So it'll be a process. It always is when you talk about bringing new coaches into a system. The coaches got to learn the players and vice versa, All right, there it is. The Cardinals take John Gaines II, offensive guard from UCLA, 6'4", 303. They improved their offensive line and helps to keeping Kyler Murray fresh. Just don't feed him to the defense on design run plays. Just eliminate. If you're the Baltimore Ravens and the Arizona Cardinals and your new coaches there, do not feed your quarterbacks to the opposing defense. If you got design run plays that involve the quarterback, throw them out. They're dumb. They're dumb. Now, if he scrambles off on his own to create plays, that's one thing if it's improvisation. But if it's a design run play, and if it's not like something like a QB sneak on the 1 yard line to get a touchdown, that's a little different. But when you got design run plays, throw them out. Throw them the hell out. Seattle on the clock, man. We'll see what they're doing. And Seattle's been having a pretty solid draft too behind Geno. So they gave him his bucks and they're working with him. So Okay, Cameron Young, the big offensive tackle from Mississippi State, lands there. They building their offensive line. So a lot of line work happening. As you can see, a run on the offensive lineman family. It's happening during the fourth round. It's run on lineman time. So you see a lot of the linemen. The Saints started it off in the top pick of the fourth round. They got the lineman. Now you're starting to see several teams starting to go at all the offensive linemen and pull them up off the board. So there you go. Baltimore is on the clock. All right, so anyway, yeah, I don't think it'll be passive coaches. You might have one or two of them, but it's a lot of new coaches there on the defensive side of the ball. And this should look different, and Dennis Allen should look different as a head coach insofar as like the guys that he had here before were Coach Payton's guys. This year, he brought in his guys. Now, that's a good and bad thing. The last time he had his guys, he wasn't shit. So, so you would hope with the high talent level the Saints have that it'll be the reverse effect of what he had when he had all of his coaches in Oakland. So we'll just have to see how it all works. All right, so shout out to the fam as the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. We'll see exactly how that goes on. It's Baltimore. Let's see if they add a few more things. All right, what's up, Brother Black? Shout out to you. Salute to you, my friend. If the Saints start slow, Allen needs to be fired before the end of the season. Just look forward to this, fam, and I'm going to say this because a lot of pressure's on them to win from the nation for Dennis Allen to not produce another subpar year or 9-playoff year for the black and gold. But the competition, like, and I hate to say this because I'm not, I'm just a realist. I give you both sides. Sometimes three sides to the story. It's always, it's three sides, your side, my side, and the truth. You know how they go. But the truth is you're going to have a way more competitive NFC South that he has to contend with. Last year, if, we had to deal with Tom Brady, but that Tampa Bay Buccaneer team with Tom Brady last year wasn't all that. It wasn't all that. The Saints gave up the game because of Dennis Allen's decision-making and how they played the Tampa Bay game. They gave up that game. They had that game. Gave it up, the last one. The Carolina game, they gave it up. Now, we did get past. We got swept by Carolina last year. Both of those games should have been wins. Both of them. You're losing the teams that you should have beat. And those teams were suffering. Their identity with losses. They had backup head coaches running them, and you still couldn't beat them. So now you got a focused, determined Carolina team that's riding a very high wave of talent. They know where they're like before you have these teams, and they'll have these junky ass head coaches, and junky, I mean not like drug, but like these disorganized coaches. And they have these teams, and they don't have a philosophy fit. They have players that didn't fit what they were doing. They were confused. They were doing all this craziness. And now you got a really driven, focused Carolina team and a very focused, driven Atlanta team. How you going to beat them, Mr. Dennis Allen? How you going to do that? Well, you couldn't beat them last year, and they were junky. Well, you swept Atlanta, but they on a mission to take you up out of here. You couldn't do nothing with Carolina, and they were a team that fired their coach. And the guy that they fired was barely winning, but he beat you before he got out the door. So my thing is the NFC South, they talked about it last year as a junkie or a very disorganized division. Not this year. Not with what they're doing. So if you couldn't do that last year, how you going to do it this year? That's the question. How you going to do it? So it's not magically going to appear. You're going to have to, it comes with answers, and it's more math than magic. There's a solution that he has to improve as a head coach. That's the only way. That is the only way. That's that real deal. That's that real deal. Shout out to Randolph, says Nick Herbig, the linebacker, Dorian Williams. I think Dorian's gone, bro. Didn't Dorian Williams gone? Yeah, Dorian's gone, bro. Tyler Scott, Xavier Hutchinson. I do like Xavier Hutchinson. Ojomo. Yeah, Alvin Pace from Cincinnati. And Higgins, wide receiver. Thank you, Brother Randolph. Appreciate you. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, I don't think I think Dorian is gone, man, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a peek at it again. But I think Dorian Williams is gone. Yeah, he going to Buffalo. Yeah, I want to say, Dorian Williams, they picked him up. He going to Buffalo. Let me see. Let me make sure here. If my memory serves correctly, Yeah, there he is right there. Buffalo got him in the third round. You had both Tulane players went in the third round. You had Tajay Spears and Dorian Williams. Tajay went to Tennessee. Dorian went to Buffalo. Interesting, huh? And then Osiris Torrance, who's from Hammond area, I want to say is from Louisiana. He goes there. So they just last couple of picks shopped in Louisiana for their food. But man, yeah, but that was a tough one there coming up off the board. So yeah. Anyway, as we keep it moving, Darius Davis, the wide receiver from TCU, is off the board. The Chargers get him. And Cleveland is on the clock. Yeah, the Alabama linebacker is still at 2. I'm surprised to see him still sitting up there, but he has some injury concerns, I want to say. Yeah. Yeah, that's all of them good, Randolph, though. All them other ones is good, bro. Yeah, I like all those. Yeah, I like all those, bro. Yeah, and Carl Brooks is still out. And Ivan Pace is, and I talked about Ivan Pace, I mocked him. Carl Brooks was a guy that I mocked as well, and I don't know if Carl surprised, but that would be a really good pick by the Saints. If Carl Brooks is there, he could play either way. Yeah, I think so, Randolph. I think Carl Brooks is available, bro. I don't remember anybody picking up Carl Brooks. Let me pull him up here. Yeah, here you go right here. Yeah, he's still out there. See? He's still out. Nobody got Carl Brooks yet. Yeah, Ollie Gay too out there, man. How about Ollie? 6'6", 260. Ollie Gay could ball, man. So they got a few guys there, just depending on where the Saints go. I know Keandre Colburn's a good defensive tackle too. I like him a lot too. Jacqueline Roy from LSU is another good, solid guy. I don't know, man, but they got some people out here, man. Isaiah McGuire, 6'4", 226 from Missouri, a defensive end, is who they pick up. The Browns get a little defensive help there in the 4th round. So we're at pick 25. The Jags back up on the clock after Cleveland gets the offensive lineman, and we just keep it moving. Let me check with Ian Rappaport to see if there's any other movement coming up from him. He's good at reporting on that. And nothing right now so far. So everything just kind of sliding and moving. We got movement here. The Saints back up on the clock, man. I just said, hold on, we got movement here. All right, Saints back up on the clock. All right, all right, Saints back up on the clock here. They're moving and shaking here. All right, the Saints jump back to 25 right here. They still got their 5th, and they gave up one of the 7-round picks to move back up into the 4th round, and the Saints are on the clock again. All right, Saints. All right, now the Saints are on the clock, fam. So who we looking at if we the black and gold here? All right, old Dennis Allen making some move. I mean, Mickey Loomis.
Hold on now, CQ. Yeah, I heard you. I heard you over there, man. I'm gonna hold you over there talking that shit, man. I don't tell you. I'll move around on you, man. I'll move around on you, man. I'll make some plays on you.
All right, so Mickey and the Saints doing their thing, man, and they jump back up now. Who could they be looking at? Could Henry be the guy? Is it linebacker Henry from Alabama? Because I know it's gonna be a defensive pick. He had 2 offensive picks. It's got to be that. You know, is it a quarterback? What do you guys think? Who is it?
Oh yeah, I heard you. I heard your ass, man. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm not playing no games. I heard you talking.
All right, so who y'all think is gonna be, fam? Throw it out there. Another wide receiver, Derek? Well, I mean, could it be? Hey, bro, I would love if the Saints get him. Now, listen, I would love if the Saints land a wide receiver like a big guy. Now, I see A.T. Perry. You know, he's tall. He's a little lean there. But who I really, really like, and I know they got him way down here, is Bryce Ford Wheaton. If the Saints get Bryce Ford Wheaton, 6'4", 220, he runs 4.4. I think he's in the 440s. Me and KT had this discussion about Bryce Ford Wheaton. Physical wide receiver with speed and size, can go outside, inside, and he adds another big guy there. So, is it? They got the quarterback. It's a QB. It's a QB. All right. Well, there it is. The pick is in. The Saints with a 4th round selection get a quarterback. Hold on. Let me see. Is it a QB? Is it Jake? Is it Jake from State Farm?
You got a red shirt on like him. All right, so at the official, the family member saying is Jake Haener. Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, I wish it was Tune, bro. Yeah, Wheaton would be awesome, but yeah, quarterback. Saints get if that is indeed the pick. So if it's Haener, it could very well be Haener. But this is what it is. If it is about Jake Haener, 6 feet tall, 207 from Fresno State. If it is indeed the pick, okay. Yeah, they hadn't dropped it yet. So anyway, but if it is this guy right here, most underrated quarterback in the 2023 class, stacks up physically, doesn't stack up physically, and didn't play in the Power 5 conference, but he's a baller who built an outstanding college career by winning the Senior Bowl MVP award. He has good anticipatory accuracy and throws receivers open, almost like Drew Brees. Haener has an excellent touch, timing, placement on short, intermediate throws, though he can be a little erratic on deep shots. So if that is indeed the guy. All right, so we'll see, man. If he is indeed the guy here, the pick is in, and it is Jake Haener. Haener's the pick. All right, so anyway, what do you guys think, man? Yeah, Scout says, damn, man. Yeah, it's a QB. So the Saints riding the train, man. They get a quarterback. In the fourth, they trade back up into the 4th round to get Jake Haener from Fresno State. And of course, the ties that bind. You know, you look at it and you say, okay, what's looking at Haener, the Saints had an experience where they met Haener out at the Senior Bowl. And it's not such a bad pick. It's not a pick, and you can see right here, Doc saying a stupid pick. Stupid pick. I know in Jalen Hall, yeah, from out of BYU. But, you know, they like who they like. They think that some of these guys can help them. But the guy is good, man. The guy is good. He wouldn't have been my choice there. I think I would have went further down and I would have took either a wide receiver here or a linebacker here. And then later on, I would have moved because they got a couple other guys that would have been available. If that's your guy, like Max Duggan would have been there. But this definitely eradicates anything about him. So give me a second, fam. Let me go ahead on and pull up the draft information about Haener and see where we can go with that. But the Saints they make a move and get this guy here. They get the Haener from Fresno State as the Saints continue to fill out the rest of the draft there. So we still got a couple of picks remaining for the black and gold as they are maneuvering themselves. So give me a second, fam. Let me get the big report on Mr. Jake Haener. Just a second here. Wow, man. The Saints making some moves, man. I ain't mad at them, bro. I'm not mad at them. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something, man. I heard that. I heard what you were saying there, kid. Let me tell you something. You're not going to get away with that. You know, I heard you were saying that. I was making excuses. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something. I wasn't making excuses. I was telling the truth. No, you was making some excuses, bro. Cut it out. All right. So anyway, this is Mr. Haener right here. All right, Fresno State's very own, 6 feet tall. You know, we got 6 feet tall quarterbacks. You know what that mean? Are they looking at him like I ain't gonna say the name, but 207 right there, 4th round pick. Saints moved up to go and get the guy, and you can see some of his measurables. Haener signed with Washington out of Monte Vista High School in California, but decided to transfer back home to FSU after earning the Scout Team Most Valuable Player Award during his 2017 redshirt season and playing in just 4 games as a backup the following fall. He went 9 for 13 for 69.2. He had 107 yards, 1 touchdown in the pick. Haener was required to sit out 2019 season due to NCAA regulations, became strong in his first year on the field in 2020. The honorable mention All Mountain West Conference selection ranked 5th in the FBS with averaging almost 337 passing yards per game. He was 6th with 25 completions per game and 6th in total offense, averaging almost 340 yards per game and 6 starts, right? As you can see, his numbers, 150 out of 232, almost a 65% completion rate, and threw for over 2,000 yards with 14 touchdowns against 5 picks. 3 rushing touchdowns. Haener was expected to head to the NFL after his second all-team, all-league effort in 21 when he ranked 9th in the FBS with over 4,000 passing yards. He completed 329 of 490 attempts for a 67.1 completion percentage and threw 33 touchdowns against just 9 picks and 13 starts. He returned to play for Fresno in 2022, garnering first-team All-Mountain West accolades, 252 out of 350 for 72%, almost 2,900 yards passing, 20 touchdowns against 3 picks and 10 starts despite missing 4 games with an ankle injury. There you go. His projection was a 6th-round pick. The Saints moved back up in the back of the 4th round to go get this kid. Team captain, leadership ability with below average arm and talent, size and arm talent. Who that sound like? But above average football IQ. Who the hell that sound like? Haener plays with a pre-snap plan and does a nice job of getting the ball out quickly against the blitz. He senses edge pressure and slides to find new location to throw. He got pocket awareness, high IQ, pocket awareness. He doesn't have the ability or the drive to velocity to successfully window shop and might require a timing-based scheme or a spread attack where he can quickly or make quick throws in rhythm. That's what the Saints got for you. A spread offense, which means wide receivers over here and a lot of room for him to operate to throw the ball. He's saying he don't have the velocity, which means he don't have the big arm or the arm strength to force the ball up the field. But he's super accurate. He fills the pocket. He makes the throws. Who does that sound like? I'm not going to say it because you know who I'm talking about, but I ain't going to put that pressure on that kid. All right, so Haener's lack of traits coupled with his limited mobility outside of the pocket creating a challenging road to NFL success. Like hell, the Saints say we got him. Strengths, reads routes, combinations effectively. Scans across the field while working through progressions. Love that. Slides away from trouble into safer territory. He can slide, move. Oh, I don't like how I feel over here. Let me slide on over here and make this throw. In order to do that, he keeping his eyes down the field. I'm going to play the footage in a second. Willing to deliver throws in the face of incoming threats, meaning his eyes are staying downfield to make the throws, unlike somebody that went to Philadelphia we drafted. Remember that dude? Posted a TD interception ratio of 53-12 over the past 2 seasons. 53 touchdowns against 12 interceptions. That is good production, even though he comes out of where Fresno State plays. And his weaknesses, below average size and release quickness. Gazes at target too long against zone coverages. Gets the zone. Knows that the ball will dive on some drive throws. You got to strengthen up that arm. But still in all, regardless of his lack of arm strength, you know, they'll say that because they got to say something to the contrary about his strengths. You got to have weaknesses. They got to say stuff. So, but when they say that, my common sense gene kicks in and it says, okay, this guy, you're saying that he has below average size and release quicknesses, but he got 53 touchdowns against only 12 interceptions. He gazes at targets for too long against zone coverages, but he has 53 touchdowns against 12 interceptions. Knows that the ball will dive on some throws, but he got 53 touchdowns against 12 interceptions. You see how this is good? It's just, you know, it's just like, okay, needs to be much more consistent with ball placement, but he has 53 touchdowns against 12 interceptions. Unable to elude sacks once pressure hits the pocket, but he has 53 touchdowns against 12 interceptions. Very productive. This is your new quarterback, family. That's right. Mr. Jack Haener is your new quarterback. So we welcome Jack Haener to the Who Dat Nation as we keep the thing going. So the Saints making moves, fam. The Saints, and this is the draft as it stands. Saints have 2 picks remaining. They have a 5th round selection and then a 7th round selection. And you got to think the Saints might move again. I don't know. They feel like they got the rhythm. They might very well move early in the draft. They might very well move a little earlier. We'll see if they stand pat, be patient, and work from where they are. So 2 trades for the Saints in day number 3 to move up to get Dominion Saldiveri, the big offensive lineman from Old Dominion with the first pick in the 4th round. And then the Saints making moves in the back of the 4th round again, going up to get Jack Haener. So The Saints have 2 defensive players at the top of the draft, and then they run off 3 straight offensive players to the team. So the Saints get a running back for Alvin Kamara. They get Nick Saldiveri for a backup situation, which I'm always for that. And then Jake Haener as a quarterback, a 4th-round prospect who can learn behind Derek Carr, Jameis Winston, and there's Haener, who got leadership abilities and all that. So Haener, man, this is our guy, and we're picking up. So how do family members feel about him? Let me put his tape on here right quick. This is Haener playing here when he was with Washington. And, of course, you remember he trained. You can see he threw him open. That wasn't a bad play. It was ahead of him right there. And you can see moving on to Fresno State. Look at him moving, sliding around in the pocket. Eyes downfield, makes the throw toward the sideline. Pressure coming. Busy feet, throws the ball to the corner of the end zone, touchdown. Looking right, throws the ball. Oh, that's a nice throw right there. Left, right, dancing feet. Throws it up the center of the field to the wide receiver. Looking left, gets out of trouble, makes a move, stand downfield, eyes downfield, makes the throw. And you can see upfield. See, I mean, this is good film to watch of him because he's going across, he's scanning the field, and he's making all type of throws out there. So he taking hit, and you can see he's a tough kid, and he playing with some heart. You can see right here. Right here is showing a little heart right there. So, yeah, not bad at all, man. That little footage, I'm going to have to look at some more stuff, but not bad. He made several different throws. You see him dancing around. He got the happy feet and everything, keeping his feet moving while his eyes are downfield. So Mickey Loomis and the Saints and Dennis Allen like this kid, and there you go. Not bad at all for the black and gold. Not solid draft for the Saints. Solid draft so far. What y'all think? All right. So anyway, let's keep it going here, fam. All right. Anyway, KT, what's up? What's up, bro? Says that Antoine Winfield Jr. owns Fresno State QBs. He had 2 game-win INTs against them in the last couple of years. Dwayne says he was a Senior Bowl MVP, and the Saints do get the quarterback. So let's hear from the fam, man. What y'all think? Thomas says it's a great pick, man. Great pick. Thank you, Thomas. All right. Let's see. He says won't see the field for 3 years, and that's assuming we don't get a top round guy over the same time. Huge head scratcher. I don't think it's a head scratcher, bro. Although I'll tell you one thing, I thought that we could have did something else. I don't know where Haener would have went, but maybe the Saints got the ramblings like they liked the guy. Perhaps they thought he would fall to them a little later in the 5th round. But they got the move. They got the antsy feet to go and grab the kid right away. Although I do like other quarterbacks that's in there. You know, I like the kid out of BYU. I like the kid from UCLA. I like the kid from TCU, and a lot of those guys are still on the board, and a lot of people anticipate them to be there. So, like, if you take a look at some of the guys that's left, you at some point you start seeing some of these guys come off the board. But you got Jaron Hall there, Thompson, Thompson Robinson, Clayton Tune is there, Aiden O'Connell. The Saints looked at them. It's still McKee, Max Dugan, and then there is Stetson Bennett. I don't think Bennett got drafted yet. But there's still a lot of developmental quarterback prospects is there, but I can't be mad at the pick. For them going after and getting a quarterback they like that that fits their system. I thought that it'd probably, for me, I would have went and see if I can get a linebacker to kind of help out, because I think that's probably a wide receiver, like another wide receiver to the fold right there to help out, and linebacker to help out. I think that's some of the stuff, and maybe perhaps even another defensive tackle if one was still up on the board for me. So, Carl Brooks is there. So I can understand what the Saints are doing. I'm not mad at the pick. Okay, Bennett's gone. He went to the Rams. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, cool. All right, Barrett says, Q, the Saints pick up ain't bad, Q. You think they're reaching? I don't think they're reaching for him, but it probably would happen when they went up to get Saldiveri, that offensive lineman. Like, the ramblings was people were looking at drafting the kid, and the Saints they wasn't taking any chances. They liked the guy. He was on their board, and they moved up to go and get him. You can't be mad at that, And besides, me personally, I think that I would have went in a different position group. I would have went for a linebacker. You got several really good linebackers that's available that can help us right now, several of them. And then also a wide receiver. That's several really good, talented wide receivers that's there that can help out the Saints. Because I I'm not looking at the small, speedy guy. I'm looking for a guy with size because we got a lot of small, speedy wide receivers that the Saints have. Well, I'm looking for more of the 6 feet, 2, 3, 4, up in that type of range. And I thought, Bryce Ford Wheaton would be a good addition, there to help with the wide receiver room. Did the guy from Princeton go? Let me check right here and see, did the guy from Princeton go at wide receiver? Because sooner or later, he's going to come off the board. So you see, you got Tyler Scott. They just picked up a wide receiver, Charlie Jones from Purdue, 5'11", 175 to Cincinnati. You got Tyler Scott on the board, a speedster. You got A.T. Perry's a big, tall wide receiver, 6'4", less than 200 pounds. He got to gain some weight. He's there. Xavier Hutchinson's there. You got Higgins from Stanford is there. Who else you got? The guy Keyshawn Boutte is still there. How about that? How fast he's going to go? I think probably in the 5th round somewhere. And then you got Bryce Ford Wheaton, which is my other favorite wide receiver. And here he is. He right here, the guy from Princeton. I can't even pronounce the man's name. I forgot. I can't pronounce his name. Andre Lasavo. I'm not going to even try. But, yeah, he's a really good wide receiver here. This guy is really talented. Really talented. Love his tape. And then Dante Demas out of Maryland's another dude that the Saints could look at wide receiver. If that's indeed a position. So, I mean, they do have quite a few really good wide receivers still remaining. Do some of these guys remain in the 5th round? The Saints just wheeled off 3 straight offensive picks. Do they at some point go back to defense, get them a linebacker? So we'll see. They got to wait to the 5th round for it anyway, so we'll see as we keep it moving. All right, Steelers on the clock. We'll see what's going on with the Steelers. They're on the clock right now. And round number 4 behind them at the 31st pick is the Chicago Bears. So anyway, yeah, linebacker, then wide receiver. Thank you, bro. Traquan loading this band. Okay. Yeah, well, like I said, fam, I like the pick. I like the pick because, Haener, and I've heard of Haener before, but he wasn't one of my favorite quarterbacks. I like Dugan, Max Dugan, a little bit more than him. I like the kid from BYU. Even when I was watching the kid from UCLA, I liked him. How he played, and the Saints really looked at him. They looked at him and Zach Charbonnet at the same time, and they were looking at him because of his versatility and what he does. So, for them to go to him, this kid is a pretty decent quarterback there. So I'm not mad at the pick. So I knew eventually they were going to reach at it at some point. So yeah, Saint for Life says Haener's accurate and moves well. He's a developmental guy. So in the 4th round, developmental guy for the black and gold. You can't get mad at that, man. I knew eventually they were going to grab at him. All right, Brother Randolph says needed is in. What do you got there? Okay, interior defensive line. Barisi needed edge rusher. Foskey needed backup running back. Miller needed outside line. What is that? Inside out? Inside offense, but you mean the guard or something. Saldiveri needed young QB to develop. Haener. So, yeah, Brother Randolph is laying it out. And then, of course, we have a few other needs like linebacker because I'm not sold on what happens behind Pete Werner. If something happens with him, he gets banged up so often. And Zach Barnes, the next guy. We got DeMarco behind him. We could use some more help there. And there's another linebacker off the board that we just talked about, Nick Herbig. He's going to the Steelers out of Wisconsin, 6'2", 240. So the Steelers add another linebacker to their defense to kind of help them out there. So that's a good linebacker off the board to the Steelers there. So, yeah, we're going to be all right. Yeah, Chris said, we're going to be all right. Yeah, we good, bro. We good. At some point, Jermaine, I think we're going to get a linebacker. I think the Saints went 3 straight offensive picks. They're going to bounce back with a line. They do need a linebacker. I ain't going to lie, man. We really do need a linebacker. I don't know how they feel about these other guys that we have, but at the end of the day, I don't know. All right, so anyway, this is what it looks like for the Saints right now. We still got 2 picks remaining. The 5th round pick, which is pick 12 inside of the 5th round, and then a 7th round selection for the black and gold, unless they decide to move up. 2 picks remaining for the squad. So it's filling out. Not an exciting thing, but this is a smart draft. Smart draft. Very smart draft for the Saints. It's not no flashy draft, but it's a smart, thorough draft for the Saints because they're hitting at needs. At some point, you do need a developmental quarterback because Taysom Hill is not a quarterback. He's not a quarterback. So you help out there. So it's good movements here. So the Saints are doing it. So my thing is wide receiver and linebacker. We'll see. We'll see where they go in there. So we'll see. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam. Please feel free to hit the like button, family, up in this thing, man. We doing it. As we keep it moving, we've been live since 11 o'clock, man. We're an hour and a half up in this thing. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you hadn't already, hit the subscribe button. And by all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. This is pretty good stuff for the Saints are doing right now, man. I'm not mad at the black and gold. They're handling the business, man. They're handling, not the business, but the business. They're handling the business. All right, so anyway, Chi-Town's on the clock. We've seen the Steelers take Nick Herbig with the pick, and they get Tyler Scott. We just talked about Tyler being one of the top wide receivers, smaller wide receiver with explosiveness, can catch the ball, and the Chicago Bears getting Justin Fields some help in the 4th round, and they get Tyler Scott out of Cincinnati. Solid move by Chi-Town. A lot of pressure should be on Chicago to win this year, man. They're getting a lot of players, and they did some good stuff in free agency. It's time for Chicago to win, man. I know them people tired of it up there. I mean, I couldn't see myself being a Chicago Bear person, man, because I'll be a red hot fire all. I'll be, you know how I be tearing them up when we losing this year. Could you imagine? It's just years and years of fire, just spitting out fire. How Chicago would just be screwing up everything. Yes, right, Reginald. We got 2 picks remaining, man. All right, shout out to Demi. How you doing, baby? Shout out to Demi. Much love. Kenneth says, couldn't agree more, Q. Linebacker, wide receivers, next pick. Indeed, bro. We got to. We need another guy in that wide receiver room to run Traquan Smith out of here. Let's get him up out of here, Saints. Help me, baby. Baby, help run Traquan Smith the hell up out of here. All right, Scout without Clout says, Q, do we have access to any Nick Saldiveri highlights? I've been looking, bro, and I have seen Nathan. I'm looking, bro, on the side when I'm talking and I'm popping and I'm looking, man, and I don't see too much nothing. But mysteriously, something's going to pop up here, man. Somebody go put something out on the kid, man. Yeah, because we want to learn. We want to see. That's one thing about us is that we're going to look and find to see if we can find something on the man. But anyway, he does have, he has some combine footage. So maybe we can, well, they do got a few highlights of him out here. They got some stuff on the combine. Give me a second, fam. I'm going to see about if I can kind of show some of his combine footage here. Nick Saldiveri here. Give me a second. Let's put this up right here. Here you go. It is some stuff from Nick Saldiveri right here. And you can see him kind of holding up against the lineman right there. He stayed with him, though. He was marching them back, but he stayed with him, though. All right, this is some footage from this is what some type of pro day foot. No, this is senior day against the Alabama. Here he is again. Look where he's lined up at, fam. He jumped a little earlier that time. But he's lined up at right guard. And here he's lined up where is he? At left guard here. Look at him. He just mauls the guy, pushes him up out of there. He is again. He lined up at center. That sucker playing center, man. He playing center, man. He just snapped the ball. I thought that was left guard. Now he playing center. He just snapped the ball. He is right here. Yeah, that sucker, he playing center. Yeah. Yeah, if anything, he is. Yeah, he playing center, man. You can see Tajay Spears hit the hole. Not much shaking on that one for Tajay. Yeah, so it's a little something right here. Here he is again. He right guard on that play. But what they showing him, he playing all over the field, man. He has center there. And they showing him playing at right guard. They showing him playing at center. They see him playing at left guard. Here he is at right guard. So yeah, he all over the place, man. And look at him though. I mean, he got great feet though, man, for an offensive lineman, man. Look at him get to the second level on this play and block the guy out. It's pretty good, man. He's at right guard here. He stays in front of the guy. He got great feet, man. At right guard here. Yeah, the guy got past him. He still was able to stay on his shoulder, though. Seen that, fam? That's not bad, man. Not bad footage right there by him, man. Not bad at all, man. What y'all think, man? Y'all seen that? Yeah, great feet. You know, he got great feet, and he could probably work on the strength a bit, but yeah. He plays guard. He could play guard or tackle, and that sucker was even line. They had him snapping the ball at center. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, that ain't bad, man. Not bad at all for the black and gold, man. All right, Jay Ward, man, from LSU's off the board to the Vikings, man. So there you go. Another LSU guy's off the board, fam. Going to the Vikings with that 32nd pick. And now the 33rd pick with the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock, followed by the first pick of the fifth round, the Jacksonville Jaguars. So we getting ready to march on into the second round. Let me see how far our black and gold down. 12 spots in the first round. So we got about 11 picks after that Jaguars pick coming up soon. So we'll be back on there. Absolutely. Pete gone after this year anyway. He's on a 1-year deal this year, and they restructured his contract. After this year, Pete's gone, and Saldiveri could be the guy that steps in here. That's what you see, Michael? I don't see Calamente there. I think he's a little bit more athletic than Co Calamente. I don't know. I like him though, bro. I like you put that tape on. All right, KT says Kendre Miller runs with intensity. He might actually care about football. Unlike Kamara. Damn, bro. All right. Shout out for the fam, man. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. I appreciate y'all being in the stream. Like I said, give me your thoughts on what you're thinking this is, fam. How you thinking? Youngblood says, Big Q, do you think Jahri Jenkins will get drafted? It'd be a nice pickup late. Does Jahri Jenkins get drafted? Could very well be. Yeah, I don't think, but you know what? The crazy part about it is Kayshon Boutte hadn't been drafted yet. So you would think sometimes, and it hasn't been like a real run on wide receivers quite yet, you know? It hadn't been a real run on wide receivers yet. Like we seen it like it was a little run on offensive linemen that were just coming up off the board, you know? So it hadn't been a run on. Let me see if I can get that, show the rounds. Here it is. This is the one right here. So, but yeah, the Saints started to run on offensive linemen in the 4th round. They got Nick Saldiveri first, and then you start seeing the guys come off the board. You're seeing Brad from LSU come off the board to Seattle. Then you seen DeJuan Johnson to Cleveland. Then you seen Chandler Zavala to Carolina. Then you seen Sidney Sowell from Eastern Michigan. He left to the Patriots. Braden Daniels from Utah went to the Commanders. You seen Carter Warren to Pittsburgh, the offensive tackle. John Gaines, the second from UCLA to Arizona. You start seeing those offensive linemen come up off the board, man, in that round. So, and then Hayden O'Connell is headed to the Raiders from Purdue. So there you go. They close out the 4th round with O'Connell, the Purdue quarterback, and we get ready to start the 5th round here with the Jags at top of that thing. You see the black and gold, down at 12th on this board right here as we move on. We don't have a 6th round pick currently unless the Saints make a move. So they go all the way down to 177 with the Rams finishing out accordingly. So Jags on the clock as we start off round number 5. So we went through rounds 4 and now we into 5, and then we got 6 and 7 remaining. So, okay. He said, well, Jahri Jenkins, I don't know. I think Jahri, if he does get picked, it'll probably be in the 7th round, something right there. Cause he's a decent guys. So I'm expecting Kayshon Boutte to go between 5 and 6. I don't think he goes below that because he's still, even though he's a head case, he cost himself a lot of money this year. So yeah, if anything, Jare is gonna go late. Yeah, late if he gets drafted. He says he'd be a nice late round pickup receiver for the Saints. Could be, bro. Could be. Does he get undrafted? I don't know. He's good enough to go in the 7th round, but we'll see. All right, Scout Without Clock said, looks like Cole Strange from Chattanooga last year. Okay, all right. Yeah, shout out to the fam, man. We looking good. Cedric says, I said it should have been, he says, I said he should have just stayed at LSU this year and waited another. Bro, remember, that was the goal was for him to stay because we do the Tough Tiger Talk. Tough Tiger Talk. You do LSU Talk on Tough Tiger Talk. That's one of our other several platforms that we have. And Tough Tiger Talk, we cover LSU. And it was some type of scandal that happened because he was staying. He made a decision to stay because it would have helped him based on what happened last year. He had a really good year the year prior. Then this year he was going to be the featured guy. And every year it gets difficult because LSU are bringing in talented wide receivers to the room. So there was some kind of situation that happened at LSU. And the next thing you know, he was like, it just hit. The call was made like, no, I'm going to the league. And it was some kind of wild party or something like that he made a decision. But it was just dumb. He really cost himself some money. And when he gets drafted, he gonna start low, but he gonna have to work his tail off to get that money back. And that's the thing. Do he really want it? He got all the talent in the world, man. He just makes some bad decisions, man. But he not dead yet. He gets in the league, he'll be all right. All right, Scout says Boutte might not get picked. He measures so bad. Yeah, I don't know. I think his talent is there. I think somebody gonna get him before the draft. All right, keeping it real says Q. My dark horse is Demario Douglas from Liberty. Slot, kick, and punt return also be a nice in our slot. JT, your thoughts? Okay, yeah, I like Demas, but that's not a bad choice for the kid from Liberty. Douglas, I seen some footage on him. He got some talent, but at some point you expect them to make a run. There should be a run on wide receivers at some point, right? You thinking that might be the case this round? We'll see. Yasir Abdullah, the linebacker from Louisville, pretty solid linebacker, is now off the board, and then Washington is coming up next. So there you go. They get their pick. Yasir Abdullah, 6'1", 230, almost 240 from Louisville, goes to the Jags. They trying to beef up the defense. Linebackers help out. And then here come the Commanders back on the clock looking for some help there. Now, Henry is still sitting up there, man. I thought Henry would went in the 4th round. You see Will Mallory, the tight end there. There's also Josh Wiley, the Cincinnati tight end that I like. He's still available. Yep, Xavier Hutchinson is still out there as well. So, yeah, I'm thinking, Tyler, these guys definitely going to go in this round, bro. I agree with you on that. All right. He should have stayed, but, man, he couldn't have stayed. They had something that went on, man, that happened down there that made him just – it was like it happened fast. Like something happened. It was some type of wild party and I'm not saying it is exactly this, but, allegedly it was some type of like an orgy or something that happened that was bad news. And then when that broke out, then like before that came out, it was a knee-jerk reaction. Like he said he was going to stay. And then, a few days later, just all of a sudden, like I'm going to the draft. And I was like, what? What? That's really weird type of behaviors. And then allegedly rumors started to come out about some type of orgy that happened that they kind of tamped down. The man that he making the leap to the draft, there's no need for that to happen. If he would have stayed there, that would have been a bad situation. And LSU trying to get away from all that crap, all that junk that happened under Ed Orgeron. They flying high. They don't want none of that stuff. So, hey, man, something happened down there, man, allegedly. But something spurred him to jump because he said he made the call. He was supposed to stay because they wanted him. And then something happened and he was gone. He made it. So it's just, if he gets drafted, if he gets fortunate to be drafted, he should be all right. And he just have to build himself up. But a lot of bad decision making, man. Let the young family members out there that see Kayshon Boutte understand you can learn several different ways in this world. You don't have to go through a bad experience yourself. Like you put yourself in a bad situation where you have to learn it that way. You can learn from other people's experiences. You could watch other people and say, my goodness, I won't do that. That was dumb. Yes, you can learn that way and really That is a smart way to learn from other people's experiences, whether they're good or what you would consider bad. It's an experience, it's a key, it's a jewel. So anyway, KJ Henry from Clemson is the Commanders pick. Got the Colts up next with pick 4, and this stuff is going to roll really fast. Yep. Let's see. Josh says he went to a sex party and got slammed for that. Who cares? I know, bro, but they don't want none of that. They don't want none of that around them, bro. They don't want that. After all that stuff that happened with Ogeron, what he was doing, they don't want none of that. None of that. Them people trying to fly way above that. They're not playing no games after having all that, the harassment stuff that went on under Ogeron, and they got him out of there. The players, that stuff that was happening, and the security guard with what's his face, and it was a lot of really rampant crap that was going on that Ogeron wasn't checking on, and Brian Kelly don't play none of that. He don't play none of that. He is the exact opposite of what Ogeron is. A high character, high integrity guy that's a winner, that know how to talk to people, know how to recruit. Yeah, Brian Kelly he's way up there with that, man. They ain't having none of that. I know, but it's still optics. It's still optics. It looks bad. And when that happened, man, they was like, "No, you got to go." Now, it's not nothing saying that, but he had to make the charge. But you ain't hear nobody say nothing about that, though. And that was the point. All right, Barry says, if the Saints get a linebacker, I'll be impressed by them. So far, I like the draft pick. So far, DA has to show me that he is a better decision maker than last season. Exactly. Don't make me put the music on, Brother Barry. Don't make me put the music on, man. Don't make me put the music on, bro, because I'm with you on that, brother. I'm with you on that. I'm from the show me side of things, man. That's how I go, bro. You got to put the Glenn. I like, you know what, man? I'm not gonna be sitting up here playing no games with Dennis Allen this year, man. All I know is that I said it and I'm gonna say it again, man. It's just one of them things where you can't be out here playing no games. You got to handle the business. And like I said, man, I'm not going to talk about it. Just every time people says, Q, you got to have faith in Dennis Allen, I'm going to just bust out and say it. I ain't going to say nothing. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bust that out on them. I'm going to just walk up in the upper room. Man, that's what I'm going to bust out on them, man. I'm not going to even fuss with them no more. I'm going to just start playing music on their ass and just start clapping. Dennis Allen ain't going to make me upset, man. I'm going to just go. Yes. Yes. Yes, you got to show me. Yes, my peoples. Hey man, we got a heart of gold, we got a soul of gold, baby. Let me tell you something. Soul of gold. All right, bust them out. Yeah, I'm gonna bust that. Ooh, oh yeah, all that included with it. That all comes together. That's what we doing.
You're gonna have to prove, make that move, and let it show.
That's cold because that song fits everything we talking about. I'm serious, man. It really do. All right, Clayton Tune goes to the Arizona Cardinals. How about that? So you got in the fifth pick in the fifth round, Clayton Tune won a lot of games with them, a lot of stats with them. He going to Arizona, you got a banged up Kyler Murray there, so that's a smart move by them to get a quarterback. And Kyler doesn't have to feel threatened by a fifth round quarterback, so that's a plus as well. Cleveland's back on the clock. Cleveland got more picks than anybody, but they're always on the damn clock. But anyway, that song work out so many levels, don't it? Because he get on there and says, you gotta have to, make that move, because the thing is, you got to prove it to me. You got to show, because I'm on my game. That's basically what it is. And it's so smooth and done. It's like, listen, it ain't on me. It's on you. So you got to show me. That's what it's about. And it's done so smoothly. It's like, you don't think at it like, okay, he ego tripping, man. Nah, man, it was done so smooth that you got to show me, because I'm on my game, baby. It's all about what you do.
I know it's getting
late.
And you gotta go home.
You gonna go home. I promise you gonna win, Dennis Allen.
But before you go, baby, just show me what I gotta do.
All right. So Dennis Allen's got to show us. He got to win some games, man, because that's what it's about to me. You got to show. You got to show me. All right. All right, Bang Brother says, you think we'll be able to keep up with the third running back set when AK come back? I hope so, bro. Only it takes some discipline. But, we didn't actually have, it's been a while since we effectively ran 3 running backs. You know what I'm saying? But it can be done, and the way you do it is, it's like I was saying when Coach Payton had the running backs and he had Adrian Peterson in as a third running back, and Adrian Peterson, he couldn't find a reason to get him on the field. And I was saying it's simple. Like if you got a third running back that's a power back, and you got Jamal Williams and Elvin Kamara doing it, Elvin Kamara could fit with anybody. Like if you take Elvin Kamara and put him in the game, right, and you can split Elvin out and decoy him. The Saints don't do enough of decoying with Elvin Kamara. You can run packages with AK-41 and Jamal Williams on the field at the same time. You really could. All it takes is imagination, right? And to run a third running back with that to keep those front 2 running backs fresh, you just have to stipulate certain aspects of the game or to this running back. Like maybe he gets a few carries in the second, and then in the, at the top of the third, and then toward the back end of the fourth if you need him to. It's just all about keeping things twisting and turning, keeping the guys involved. Is Pete Carmichael organized enough to do that? And I remember last year he severely underutilized Elvin Kamara because they'll be doing stuff, the offense will be flowing, and the next thing you know, you see Taysom Hill, Elvin Kamara, all them dudes sitting on the sideline. I'm like, what are you doing? So he got a bit disorganized last year. You would think that the more weapons we give him, that the better the offense would flow. So that's the hope that the Saints use going forward. So if they're disciplined enough, they can effectively run a 3 running back situation. But it's possible. But this is my thought process, though. Kendra Miller is simply a guy the Saints will kind of work with Jamal Williams early because they're anticipating Elvin being suspended. Could be 6 to 8 weeks. We don't know. Could be the whole year. We don't know. Elvin could actually win the case. We don't know. So if Elvin's not there, Kendra is a 3rd-round draft pick. They put him there because they anticipate Elvin being out. And the fact that he could be insurance for Elvin Kamara in the future when Elvin hits that 30 wall. So when Elvin Kamara and come back eventually, if he does get suspended and come back, and with him and Jamal Williams, you see that 1-2 combination with Kendra in the back. But it'll be good experience for him to have with him being out of there, for the Saints to get used to his running style. So it's pretty cool, man. Dorian Thompson-Robinson going to the Cleveland Browns, the backup. Deshaun Watson, solid pick, athletic quarterback, had a very positive year with UCLA. Good statistics from him. He's going to the Browns. The Vikings on the clock be getting close and close to the Saints, picking at either 11 or 12, I forget. All right, Country Rail, 5 picks away. Thank you, bro. Shout out. All right, so yeah, remember my dog bringing it up. We had Mike Bell, Pierre, and Reggie. And Mike was the power back. Pierre was the screen guy. Reggie was all-purpose and receiver type back. You could do that. You could go back to that. You bring in a guy like Kendra Miller in certain plays, like it was crazy. Like you don't run Elvin Kamara on 3rd and 1 in the naked backfield, and I mean naked meaning no fullback or blocker in front of him. What's wrong with you? And then he gets banged up. I don't know why Elvin Kamara getting hurt. Well, maybe if you give him a blocker to run in front of him to absorb that linebacker shooting there, maybe that'll help. You give him the blocker to push through so he can get to the 2nd level and into the 3rd level. And once he get to the 3rd level, he'll shake the shoes out of the safety. to get to the house. But far too often I've seen over the last several years, and this was even with Peyton, that they would run Alvin Kamara naked. They would run him out there without a blocker. Oh, Kamara, here, go get it. And you got Latavius Murray, who is 6'3", 230-something odd pounds, who falls forward and gets you 4 yards, and you mean to tell me he's sitting on the bench on the 3rd and 2? Why? It's just bad calling, bad, non-imaginative play calling, just dumbness. That just rattles my cage, man, when I see something like that. Just bad. You don't have a power back that was made by God. He's 6'3", 230-plus pounds, and he's sitting up on the sideline with his helmet in his hand, while Alvin Kamara is out there in the naked backfield saying, Kamara, go give me them 2 yards. What? I tell you what, dummy. Let's put Kamara out there and split him and decoy him over here, bring Latavius Murray in here, and let Latavius go get them 2 yards, as opposed to running Kamara out there. That type of stuff just tears me up. You sitting up there looking at them like, man, dude, don't do that. You know, and that happened far too much over the last couple of years. As you can see, we watch a lot of same balls. So I'm like, man, that don't make any sense. You know, put the guy that's designed by God to be in there to do it. And we know that Alvin Kamara does have a power element to his game, but you want to try to save him. I would rather decoy Kamara. We got to learn to decoy Alvin Kamara a lot more than what we've been doing, especially last year. You got to decoy him. Even if he don't get the ball, they're going to pay attention to him. Let's send him over here, split him over here, and then if we need to, we run in the opposite direction. The defense is going to pay attention to him when you put Alvin Kamara over there. Oh, he over him in the slot. They got something going on, and then bam, you hit him with it. You got to use your personnel correctly, and we didn't do that last year. All right, what's up, Kev? Says they haven't used tree bar. Well, they could. Well, this is the thing with Kendra Miller. Kendra Miller's here just in case Alvin Kamara loses time. That's what it is. And you got a capable back that you can combo with Jamal Williams. That's what that is. When Kamara comes back, Kendra will have more of a reserve role. You know, he'll fall back into reserve role because remember, even though we bring Kendra Miller in here, Taysom Hill is really the third running back. You know, remember, don't forget Taysom. The Saints use Taysom as a running back, sometimes as a wide receiver, but mostly he's a running back in there. We got another LSU guy off the board, man. Jacqueline Roy goes to the Minnesota Vikings. So shout out to him. He up there with Hunter. He follows a homeboy Hunter up there to Minnesota. Okay, so there you go. So Roy's up there. Good pickup for them. He'll help out in the interior defensive line. Marcus Davenport's up there as well as we keep it moving. Got three more picks, family. Browns back on the clock. That's why I keep saying the Browns got to have 1 million picks this draft. They always on the clock. I'm like, dog, didn't you just come up off the clock? How you back on the clock? How many picks are you people allowed to have? They back on the clock again with the 8th pick in the 5th round. All right, so good players. Antonio Johnson, man, the safety from Alabama, man, that guy's pretty good. Boy, you got to look at some point that somebody going to grab him and bring him into the fold. Henry been sitting up there from Alabama for I don't know how long. It's probably him because they do need an inside linebacker, but he does have injury issues. So I wouldn't be surprised it would be either one of the guys that they recommended. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, though. No, you damn wrong that he damn sure ain't no quarterback. I don't know what games you watching, partner. That's all Taysom Hill is a damn running back. When he get the ball, he turns into a running back every play. He don't throw no ball. Taysom running back all the time. They give him the ball, he snaps to it, he turns into a running back and run from behind the line of scrimmage. He's 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage when they snap him. He goes through no progressions. He takes off and turns into a running back the majority of the time. What game you watching, partner? You explain me. You talking to me here. Taysom Hill ain't no running back. You had all these Saints people in here. Tell them that shit, that he ain't no running back. That's all Taysom Hill do is be a running back. He catches it a kind of times. He'll turn into a wide receiver, or they got him listed as a tight end. He'll catch it sometimes, but the majority of the time he is in running back mode out of the shotgun. Out of the shotgun, he's running the damn ball. That's how the Saints use him. That's why you see a Kendra Miller here for Alvin Kamara for time that he will do. because of whatever suspension, if there's suspension, and then it's a future component to this. He'll be 30 in a couple years, and he'll be run. It's what it is. Taysom Hill doesn't throw the ball. That's why the Saints taking the prospect. He doesn't. Even when they give him the chance to throw the ball, and I covered these games, I talk about this stuff all the damn time. Taysom Hill has an op, and I'm like, dude, that looked like a passing play. But Taysom will get the ball and don't even go through any progressions, and the guys are one-on-one. The safety is single high. He got room to throw the ball to people, and that dude will pull that damn ball down and run it every time. That's what he does. He don't look to set up no throw. He ain't interested in throwing no ball. He ain't used to throwing no damn ball. He don't want to. And I'll be looking. You can go back and look at the plays, because when they snap it to him, I'm like, dude, who snaps the ball to a guy as a quarterback who's 5 to 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and Taysom don't go through any progressions? He'll take it, he'll get the snap and go in a QB stance like he's about to look, and then just tuck it down and start running. I'm like, bro, you got single coverage. The safety's down at the line of scrimmage because they know you don't want to throw the ball. They say Taysom Hill is in the game, and they clutter up the line of scrimmage. They did that all last year with the Saints because they wanted the Saints. They was not going to let the Saints beat them running the ball. They said, you're going to beat us throwing the ball. And Taysom Hill will have single coverage. He'll have one-on-one matchups. He'll have a safety that's in the box and one that's playing high, and that boy did not want to throw that ball. He'll look like he's going to throw it, don't go through no progressions, and just take the hell off. Now, the majority of the time it worked because he'll run into a stack box and just, I don't know how he do it, but he'll run into a stack box, break through arm tackles, and I don't know how to do it, but he'll turn it into a play, and it's just Taysom. He'll take off with the ball. That is what he does. He is a running back. That's what he does. So at the end of the day, Taysom, that's how the Saints use him. They use him in that way, and whether it's designed that way or not, the majority of the time, the dude getting his yardage by running. He turns into a running back. I'm sorry, fam. No, dude, man, come on, bro. Who are you, man? Just because he carried, he's on the depth chart. You going by labels, brother Mark? I'm not trying to disparage you, Mark. I'm not, bro. We're just having a difference. We having a little friendly banter going back and forth. All right, see, and we got a couple of people off the board right there. Running back to Pittsburgh, from out of Pitt goes to the Jets. But no, if we want to talk about what he is, okay, his labels. You calling him a quarterback. Well, the Saints don't even agree with you on that. I could pull up the depth chart right here. The Saints got Taysom Hill listed as a tight end. You see where I'm going here? He's considered a utility player, but his actual position on the team is a tight end. He's listed as a tight end. But does he play more tight end, or does he operate as a running back? Meaning, like, they might have him situated back there in the backfield, but he is like a direct snap. So don't get caught up on where he is what I'm saying, because he's listed as a tight end on the depth chart. He doesn't throw the ball very much, and when he gets behind the center, it's a direct snap type thing. It is. He pretends like he's going to throw the ball, and then he does it. He's listed as a tight end. Dennis Allen said that he is a tight end. So did Pete Carmichael. And they play him back there because he's a spark. But but the play is set up, and he never throws the ball. Well, I ain't gonna say never, but he has opportunities where he can throw the ball, and he doesn't throw the ball nearly enough. And I'm thinking, is that scheme or is it just him? I think it's a combination, because at some times when he's out there, it's like it's the perfect time to throw the ball, but his accuracy is bad. He be overthrowing people, underthrowing people. And it's like to the point where it's like, he'll put too much too much zip on the ball when he's supposed to put a little touch on it. It's like, it's weird. It's like, okay, and then he considers himself a quarterback, but you're not really throwing the ball. You can't be a quarterback unless you're throwing the ball. So just looking at what he does, because he gets lined up, he does more running of the ball like a running back and like a direct snap type situation. Well, he'll just take the hell off. They'll hike it to him and he'll just take off. I'm like, this dude's a running back, man. They use him like they say he's a tight end and they got him lined up like a quarterback, but Taysom Hill has more yardage as a tight end than he does. I mean, as a running back than he does with any other thing. As a wide receiver, as a quarterback, whatever you want to call him, the bulk of his yards come because he's running the ball like a running back, like from a direct snap from behind the Saints offensive line. It's what it is. All right, so anyway, Quaveda says they reported Carr advocated for the Saints to draft QB from Fresno State, same school he went to. That is right. He did come from Fresno State. Thanks for that little giblet there, bro. All right. Yeah, that's cool, man. I don't know, my dog. I don't know if he's the fastest. I don't think he's faster than Rashid Shaheed, man. I'm gonna just keep it right. I think the fastest dude on the team, y'all is, who do y'all guys think it would be? The fastest guy there. You know, who do you think it'll be? Who's the fastest guy on the team? I say Rashid Shaheed. I think Rashid Shaheed's faster than anybody. All right, so anyway, with that being said, shout out to the fam. We up in this thing. We're handling the business. We up in this thing. Yeah, Rashid Shaheed is the fastest guy on the team. Ain't no doubt about it to me. Alontae Taylor's fast, but nah, I would go with Rashid Shaheed. It's all right, Mark, man. We just having a conversation, bro. Keep things fresh and going, man. It's all good. All right, so anyway, black and gold coming up soon. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The Patriots just made their pick prior to them. Antonio Mafi, another offensive lineman, leaves off the board from UCLA to the Pats. And Carolina's on the board, and they've been having a pretty solid draft of their own. So Carolina, man, you take a look. Let me pull up Carolina's draft here, fam, if you don't mind. Y'all put in the chat who y'all guys think the Saints pick with this upcoming pick. The black and gold is on the clock right here. Who do we get? I say we go back to defense, linebacker. What do you guys think? Carolina's pick is already in. A family member saying they still got up here tight end is a need, wide receivers a need. We got an offensive lineman already. So who do you guys think the pick will be? Who do you guys like? All right, talk to me, Who Dat Nation. Who's the pick for you guys? And you can see this is Carolina's pick right now, and you can see they got solid move. They got Jamie Robinson from Florida State, the safety. Very good pickup. Carolina's not playing, man. This is their draft right now, fam. You can see Bryce Young started it off. Jonathan Mingo out of Ole Miss. They got a linebacker and DJ Johnson. Chandler Zavala is a really good pickup for them in the 4th round. In the 5th round, they get Jamie Robinson, really good safety out of Florida State. Pretty good moves by this team. You got to watch out for these damn Carolina Panthers and Atlanta Falcon people. Saints on the clock, fam. Who we got? Wide receivers, A.T. Perry's up. How about A.T. Perry? Who y'all like? Carl Brooks. How about that, bro? Brooks or Henry. Okay, shout out to you for that, brother Devin. Who do y'all like, fam? Linebacker? Which one? Put a linebacker in it. All right, Jarrell says Hutchinson. All right, Keith, who you like, bro? You got wide receiver. Which one, bro? A.T. Perry is up there. It's a big wide receiver. You need to gain some weight. He like less than 200 pounds. If we talking wide receiver, I'm gonna tell y'all once again, man, it's Bryce Ford Wheaton out of West Virginia. That's who I would pick. If it's a linebacker, your boy's gone, so I don't know exactly who. Let me put up on there who the linebackers are available. The Saints looking for him. Henry would be a good pickup for the Saints, but he's a leader. He's very productive, but he has some injury issues. Ivan Pace Jr., I mocked him before. I think he would be a terrific addition to the team as well. D. Winters from TCU is another interesting option for the team at inside linebacker. They got quite a few people that we can look at. But if we talking wide receivers and we looking at wide, I don't think it's going to be an offense, fam. I mean, that's like 4 straight. That's 3 picks that the Saints went with offensive players, right? We had 2 defensive, 3 offensive. It's got to be a defensive player. So is it I love, but you know what? I love the Carl Brooks commentary, fam. Mauro Jama, the defensive end from Texas, they got him as a DE here. Carl Brooks would be phenomenal. Love to have Carl Brooks here. That would be a nice addition to the team. Do we get another defensive tackle as well? Keandre Coburn would be a good spot for him to come off the board. Dante Stills, man, they got quite a few people, man, that I would absolutely love, man, for the Saints to pick up. But is it this? I don't think it'll be offensive, man. I'll be surprised if it's another offensive pick. The pick is in. All right, linebacker or wide receiver, the family member saying. All right, so D tackle, another D tackle, perhaps. We'll see. Saints making moves in the third day, man. A.T. Perry would be a good pick. Henry, we'll see, man. We'll see what the pick would be, man. Be intriguing. Yeah, yeah. So we'll see momentarily what the Saints do here. But yeah, right now the Saints are doing a fantastic job with a solid draft, man. Right now, the Black and Gold having a really solid draft right now. Can't be mad at them for what they're doing. They're building this thing the right way, man. To be honest with you, defensive tackle. If we talking wide receiver, I don't know if we do it. So we'll see. Okay, King of South Cobb says he hoping it's Ali Gay of LSU. I don't. That would be cool, man. To get Ali Gay, man. That would definitely be cool. From LSU, I don't know. We're waiting to see what the call is going to be, but we'll see momentarily. Saints doing a lot of good work, man. I got to give them to them. The first 3 days they're hitting on needs. It's a safety, Jordan Howden from Minnesota. Okay, the Saints get a safety there. Okay, all right. It's the safety, Jordan Howden. All right, how about that, fam? Hold on here. Let me see if I can pull some stuff up here on Jordan Howden. So the Saints add another safety to the room. And I guess that's not considered a need, but this must be a guy that can not only just play safety, he might be able to play some corner too because they like him like that. So let me see if I can pull some up on Mr. Jordan Howden, the safety. All right, Saints make the pick, fam. They got 1 pick left, and it's Jordan Howden. So Dennis Allen goes back to the defensive side of the ball. Pre-draft analysis, Howden is an instinctive and fast free safety who diagnoses plays quickly and shows good range and deep coverage. He has flashed the ability to high point the ball but struggles to locate it when forced to turn and run. Howden is a willing run supporter and will aggressively run the alley. So there you go. The Saints add another player to the secondary room. Boy, the safeties this year is going to be off the chain, man. We are littered and loaded with safeties, man. We really are, man. We got a very deep safety room, and we just keep piling on. All right, so the Saints add Nick Saldiveri right there behind Andrews Pete. They push Kelvin Throckmorton back, so there you go. They put him right there. You can say Isaiah Foskey behind Carl Granderson and Brian Barisi behind Nate Shepard. You see the Saints they added them there. And, of course, look at the safety room, man. The safety room is ridiculous. And Lonnie Johnson Jr. is listed as a cornerback here. And they push Bradley Roby back to the 3rd position. But really, Lonnie Johnson could play the safety too. So Jonathan Abram was added. You still have Smoke Monday there. Hugo Amadi's most of the special team guy, J.T. Gray. And now another player to the mix that the Saints are adding in the Jordan Howden. Let me give up Jordan Howden and give you his little draft report right here. According to NFL.com. 6 feet tall guy, good size for a safety, 203 pounds. 5th round selection by the Black and Gold right there. Now we're going to go kind of quiet for the next pick because we don't have any draft picks. We got to look out. This brother got hanging earrings here, man. Jordan Howden, we talk about hanging earrings and hanging cross earrings on top of that, man. The brother got 2 hanging cross earrings, man. You know what we say about that, man. The power of the hanging cross earrings, bro. You got to watch out for them. We are, some of the greatest people on the planet have worn the hanging cross earrings. We talking about Aaron Neville. We talking about Lawrence Taylor. But then again, who really messed it up was Marcus Davenport, because he had the hanging cross earrings, and it worked in the opposite for him. His garbage ass. All right, but anyway, 40-yard dash, 449 for the 6 feet tall, 203-pound safety out of Minnesota. There you go. You see a 33.5-inch vertical, not bad. You see his broad jump there, 14 reps on the bench press. Bio shapes out Howden was a football and track star as a senior at Desert Pines High School in California before heading to Minnesota. He started 5 of 13 appearances as a true freshman, 45 tackles, 1 pick, 3 pass breakups. Howden started 12 times in 2019, 57 tackles and a pick, 6 pass breakups. All 7 games in 2020, 37 tackles, 1 pass breakup, 12 times in 21, 43 tackles, and a sack and a half for or a loss, 5 pass breakups. Finished his career with an excellent 5th year, intercepting 2 passes, breaking up 5 others while making a career high in tackles, 58 tackles, 3.5 for a loss, and 13 starts. Listed as a 7th round projection or a free agent, undrafted free agent. Howden is a football savvy free safety with good instincts, play recognition, but lack of acceleration. How could that be when he was a track star? Which could create a plethora of problems for him on the pro level. He's quick to diagnose the run, but will need to improve his tackle technique. Lack of recovery juice could get him mismatched on the pro game, but he sees route combinations well when allowed to play the 2 deep safety. He could be able to see the field a lot better. Has played a lot of football and can help on special teams, but needs to prove himself as a tester at the NFL Combine. Don't mean nothing. He's a 5th round draft pick now. Strengths for Mr. Howden. Team captain. Once again, team captain. That seems to be what the Saints are doing. Remember, that's the same thing with Hayden, the QB. He's a team captain. So this is like what happened with Alontae Taylor. You know, these are high caliber, high quality guys with leadership capabilities. Team captain with 49 career starts. Key blocking scheme immediately attacks run play. Adequate patience while scrapping with run play development. Smith got smooth hip flip to match route breaks with timing. Intelligent and instinctive on the back end as deep safety. Digests route combination and flows with quarterback's eyes. Plus, he has track star in his background. Weakness. Back pedals a little tight and upright. I just thought you said he had a smooth hip flip. Lacks length and speed to stay with vertical targets downfield. Allow blocking receivers to get into his frame. Has tendency to overrun pursuit leverage at times. Feet show stall and lateral change of direction. Unable to recover from a bad pursuit angle. So, I mean, you're not going to get a perfect safety in the 5th round, but this guy has a lot of upside in Mr. Jordan Howden. Not bad. And plus, he got the power of the hanging cross earrings working with him. So we looking all right. That's right. Lawrence Taylor style. That's right, baby. The hanging cross, the power of the hanging cross earrings, baby. All right, so there you go. How y'all feel about that, man? Scout with Klaus says Troy Pride Jr. from Notre Dame is good. He was good. Lonnie is intriguing, too. Saints are deep. Eternal says that don't match this tape. You talking about the report, bro? Yeah, it could be, bro. PJ, could this be the end of PJ Williams? I know all day, man. Yeah, Carl Brooks would have been a good pickup there, man. That would have been a good place for him to fall there because he can help you out interior or on the edge as well. The only question I have about the Saints is with the moves that are making, like, is Tanu Passanio going to be an interior defensive line for the Saints? Like, okay, well, we add Isaiah Foskey along with Peyton Turner. We got Carl Granderson. So obvious Tanu would be behind them, right? So he would be like a 4th edge rusher. Where does he fit in terms? Okay, he would be number 4 in terms of the edge rushers, like, right? Because you got Cam obviously starting. Whoever starts next to Cam, that's 2 guys. And then you got 2 guys behind the 2 starters. So there, that, you know, Cam, that says Peyton Turner, Carl Granderson, Isaiah Foskey. That's 4 guys. That's 2 for 2. Passing yo, where does he fit behind those 4 guys? Is he the 4th of the defensive ends? What do you guys think about that? If that is indeed the case, that could be the reason why the move wasn't made on Carl Brooks, because the Saints feel like they got the 4 guys, the 2 starters and the 2 backups for those guys. And Passanio, who's getting up in age, he's the 5th defensive lineman. Do y'all agree with me on that? About Passanio, that he's 5th in the rotation behind those guys? What do you guys think? Let me know, because that could mean a lot why the Saints feel like, okay, we don't need to get another edge guy since we got Passanio as the 5th defensive lineman. Where does he fit in terms of, okay, Ransom says he thinks Turner would be fast. So you think, okay, David says he thinks Turner it'll be Grander. So you think there, okay, however it fit. But what I'm saying is, where does Passanio fall in the rotation between the 2 starters and the 2 backups? That's the question. All right, okay, last. Okay, you think, okay, so Passanio would be last. So out of the 4 guys I mentioned, Passanio would be the 5th guy, correct? All right, let me know how y'all feel. Because this could be the answer why the Saints feel like they might not be getting that guy. You see what I'm saying? Y'all let me know how y'all feel about that. Because that can explain a lot. Because if what my point is, if Tanu Passanio is the 5th guy, right, in the defensive end rotation, where does he fit in terms of the interior defensive tackle position? Where does he go in the rotation in the interior guy? So the Saints from time to time use him in the inside. So where does he fit in the D-tackle rotation versus the defensive end rotation? Let's put our thinking caps on right quick. All right. Jamal says Passanio is like a swing defensive tackle. Yeah, but what part? So is he the first one off of the bench? So is he over Peyton? Because Peyton Turner, and I know people feel like Peyton Turner ain't playing much, and he's not because he's been banged up. But by the time the season starts, he's going to be healthy. He still carries a first-round grade. So you still going to have to give him an opportunity to see what he can do because he carries the first-round grade. Just like a guy like Adam Troutman carries a third-round grade. They're not going to get rid of these guys. So same thing with Zach Bowen. He's a 3rd-round drafted linebacker. Troutman's a 3rd-round drafted tight end. Peyton Turner's a 1st-round drafted defensive end. Now, he hadn't seen the field, but still, that doesn't mean that that's the mentality the Saints are working with. That's the stuff that we working with. We common sense. They seem to think a little different at times when they talk about these players. So my question is this to you guys. Help me get this straight. Where does Passanio fit as a defensive end? Give me a number. Rank him versus everybody else that I said. You added Foskey. You got Peyton Turner last year, and you still got Carl Granderson and Cam's number 1. So where does Passanio fit as a defensive end rank-wise, and where does he fit in the defensive tackle rotation? Because I think he'll probably end up being there. Okay. All right. Just throwing that out to the fam. Okay, Ransom says last. Okay, thank you, bro. All right, Tay-Doc says he can't even get on the field. But, bro, besides that, eventually he will get on the field. But once he does, where does he go? Booker says, what part of Mississippi are your people from, Q? From the Picayune, Columbia, and Tylertown area. They from all up in there. That's from my mother's side of the family. They all from that. And from my father's side of the family, they from the Bay St. Louis area. That was years ago. And like I realized that's like the common thread. It's like with everybody, it's like most people are from Mississippi, like Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg's from Mississippi before he went out there to California. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people come from out of Mississippi. They just don't say it. I'm just real enough to say, hey, man, my people came from Mississippi. They were from the Mississippi area, up in Tylertown, Columbia, and the Picayune area. That's where they come from. Before they moved from the country to create a better life for themselves in the city. So, that's how it is. Years ago, man. That's old. That's family history there. All right. So anyway, all right, let's keep it rolling here. Let me jump back to the screen right here, the regular screen right here. As you can see, some of the family members is still on the clock right here. We seeing the Saints making some moves, fam. Right now, handling the business. The Saints are doing their thing, man. Now, 2 picks you agree upon picks were situations of need. The quarterback pick in the 4th round, Saints went up to get a Haener, bring him in. You got Nick Saldiveri. That's also there. That was a need pick. A prospect quarterback, productive quarterback, and kind of, I won't say the Drew Brees mode, but he is alive. You watch the footage on him, a lot of stuff. Like he's one of these quarterbacks that wasn't blessed with a big arm, but some kind of way he's productive. You know, he's got a big heart. He's looking around the field. He's very fundamental, and he has that Drew Brees size, that 6 feet height. So, you know, that's the thing. Can he play? And he keeps his eyes downfield. We gonna see. He's a developmental guy. We're not looking at him right now to do nothing anyway. But Jordan Howden is another guy that gets to the safety room. That's an intriguing pick for me to see them go safety there, man, with everything been going on. But anyway, let me flash back to the chat to see if some of the family members answer these damn questions I'm throwing out here. All right, brother Yakub says Smoke Monday is going to get a couple of these safeties cut. All right. All right, Pelicans Notice says, Q, where do the Saints have to get better at immediately? Special teams. Indeed, I agree with you. And I don't know how Jordan Howden fits into the special teams thing. They mentioned that in the scouting report that he can help out there. And we most certainly, definitely, at this point, when you're in the 5th and the 6th and the 7th round, you're looking at guys that can come on and help you in the special teams room. Well, what's been my spiel over the last several years is the Saints special teams stink. And then when I'm talking about that, not Will Lutz missing all these field goals last year, where he dropped 8 percentage points in terms of his accuracy. He was an 84% kicker that became 70 or 83 or 82%. 82% that became like a 74. Probably like, what? That, you know, he got to clean all that up. And Blake Gillikin is a star in his own right, you know, with those corner punts, backing everybody up. But the issue with the Saints special teams was the fact that we can't seem to ever get kick return or punt returns for touchdowns, despite the fact that we have phenomenal kick returners, Deontay Harris, Hardy, and now Rashid Shaheed, guys like that that have speed, that can make stuff happen. The Saints can't block for them. And I'm maybe one of several people that I'm sitting up there watching the special teams year after year. I'm like, it'd be so nice for the Saints to turn in at least 4 or 5 2 or 3 or 4 punt returns or kick returns for a touchdown. That would really help out, you know, for us to flip the field. And the reason why they don't do that is because they are garbage, trash at blocking for their kick returners and punt returners. I've seen last year and the year before that, when the opposing teams running down to go and tackle the Saints kick returners and punt returners, and them people will get the kick returner will make one dude miss, and then make another dude miss, and then 2 more people there. I'm like, what the hell? How do you make 2 guys miss, and then you get tackled by 2 people unless them guys up there are not handling their damn business? They are not blocking to help the kick returners or punt returners. Guys are just running down the field and making a play against the kick returner or the punt returner. And I'm like, this dude, we got to get Darren Rizzi up out of here. You supposed to know how to fix that. You can't. That is not acceptable for guys to just be streaming down the field and hitting our kick returners and punt returners. The guys shake another dude and to get tackled by 3 people. How? And it's like, okay, you outrunning his coverage. No, he's not. Most of the times you go back and look at it, it's the fact that they're not blocking to save their life. So the Saints have to fix that. And it's been 2 years now, at least 2 years, that it hadn't changed. They need to fix that. They need to get that fixed. They have to fix that. You got to get guys that know how to block to get room for your kick returner and punt returner to set up so they can flip the field for you. If the special teams coordinator, Darren Rizzi, does his job, then we can flip the field and give the offense a lot shorter field to operate on. That makes it so much easier for them to get scores. They don't have to march all the way down from the other side of the field. It's different. It helps. But maybe this is the point of the draft when you start looking at guys that can perhaps help you in that regard. The Saints stink at that, man. And I'm sick of seeing it. I'm sick of seeing it. Anyway, all right, we need the Auburn linebacker. Shout out to Saints 2010 DB. Turner should be last. Why? How you saying Turner should be last? There's no way Turner going to be last, bro. That don't make no sense. Turner, bro, it's an order to this, man. The first round draft picks mean a lot of money. You pay him money. You're paying a first round draft pick money. Like, yeah, more than the undrafted guy. So you know that the guy you paying more money traditionally is the guy that you're going to give an opportunity to justify the money I'm paying you. I mean, there's an order to this. Turner, if he's healthy, he's not going to be last. I'm a first round draft pick and you're paying me like a first round draft pick. And you're going to put me all the way to the back of the line? Well, good spending of your money. Thank you. I don't think that's how it's supposed to go. My dog says scouting report doesn't match his tape because someone swapped out his real scouting report. There's a safety that went in the second round that's a straight scrub. All right, Tay-Doc says Turner can't even get – oh, I already covered that. All right. Cut it out, man. Boy, y'all are brutal, man. Calling the quarterback Ian Book 2.0, bro. What's up, Trevan? Shout out to you, brother. All right. All right. King of South Cobb said those ancestral DNA kits will show you a lot of info. Dad's side of the family is from Liberty. Okay. Mom's people from Vacherie. Okay. Good country. Good country. Just says Q. Do you think was going to get Voorhees? Do you think we were going to get Voorhees out of USC, but the injury's bad? That's why they drafted Saldiveri. They moved up to go and get him. I don't hear any smoke about Voorhees, him going there. But you got to look at it with Saldiveri. You look at if you look at the scouting report, because the Saints really did their homework on this dude, man. And I think they were like, I showed the footage of him from the Senior Bowl, this past Senior Bowl. And that's how the Saints pretty much probably got a beeline on him from scouting him at the Senior Bowl. The guy was out there playing center. He was snapping the ball. He was playing guard, and he was playing tackle. And when you see a guy like that, that can give you value all over the offensive line, that's something the Saints love. They always loved that guy. Sean Payton always did that. He would have his 5 starters, and he'll have like 3 guys, maybe 4 guys as backups that can play different positions, because he didn't believe in keeping 5 for 5 on the offensive line, because he would free up the other spot to add it to a skill set player, maybe a defensive back, give them another defensive lineman or perhaps a wide receiver. He would do that. He wouldn't go 5 for 5. He'll go 5 for 4, have 4 reserves for the 5 offensive linemen, and the other spot will go to somewhere else. That's how he divided it out, which is smart. But when you got a guy that can play multiple positions, and it was the same thing when we picked up several years ago, Kelvin Throckmorton. He was a guy that played center, guard, and tackle. But he was better placed at guard than any other place, because he's got slowly, like somebody dipped his feet in concrete and they hardened to cylinder blocks. That's his big, heavy feet. So he's not good at the tackle position. And center is, whatever, but the best spot for a Throckmorton is the guard position. And then you would think his strength was hold up, and you see Kelvin Throckmorton getting pushed around like one of them old Coca-Cola vending machines that you move by yourself. You just put your hands on it and push it wherever you want to. Or he's like a turnstile, like you go to one of them old hotels back in the day and you got them spinning doors and you just push that door and they go sliding around like that. That's Kelvin Throckmorton. You go to the hotel and Kelvin Throckmorton standing up there with his arms out like that. You just push his arm and he spin around like a top. That's what they do to him in the pros. So, I mean, yeah. But anyway, Tedra says, Q, because we didn't go for another linebacker, you think we might go 2 linebacker sets more often this year. No doubt about it. The Saints, even though they talk that 4-3 stuff, I mean, that the 43 defense, all that kind of stuff, the Saints, like out of 100% of the time, based on my observation, they spend like at least 95% in the modified nickel, like 5% maybe in a 4-3 or some other package. But they've made the modified nickel position like the base defense with the 2 linebacker sets, which works when you got the right linebackers like we do. But when somebody gets banged up, you got to have somebody to fill in for that 3rd linebacker position, and currently that's Zach Barnes. But then again, I don't exactly know how much improvement that Zach Barnes showed. I remember last year Zach Barnes was working out with TJ and JJ Watt, and then he came in looking really good, and then something happened, and then it all changed. So is this finally, if it can happen for Caden Ellis? And remember, we watched Caden Ellis when he first came, ball out in that preseason, then he just disappeared. Then I don't know what happened. He just had to work his way up from the special teams. He pushed past Zach Bourne. Zach Bourne was dealing with injuries and inconsistent play and all this kind of stuff. Is Zach Bourne ready to become what Caden Ellis was last year? He has the athletic ability, but can he? That's the whole nother question I can't answer. Only time will tell that. So anyway, he says, which is why we went for another safety more often. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, it's smart what the Saints are doing, what Dennis Allen and the Saints are doing right now. You got a safety, even though I consider that probably the deepest position group of the Saints right now is the safety room. Because not only the Saints win, they got Lonnie Johnson Jr., brought him on here. They got Jonathan Abram. And remember, both of these were cheap one-year contracts. They added these guys here. They read up with JT Gray, gave him a multi-year deal. They bring Hugo Amadi, which is a special team guy here, to help out. And they also they can use Alontae Taylor at safety if they need to, because he plays corner or safety, so does Lonnie. And then now the Saints add Jordan Howden to the mix. And you got to look at it too, because your starting safeties right now, you got Tyrann Mathieu, who's at the back end of his career, right? So you got to watch out for that. And then, of course, it's Marcus May. Marcus May missed 6 games last year, and he going to miss some games this year due to suspension for the stuff that happened that can't, the DUI situation that he got up in with New York that he never did time for. He will do some time, maybe, what is 2 or 3 games for that? So he's going to miss a couple of weeks of games, and then you have to – that's one less safety, and you bring the guy in. But this guy, we'll see what kind of versatility this man has. So, yeah, it's not a bad look, because you're always looking at your team and saying, man, because the Saints are watching out for people losing time. You got Marcus May. He's going to do at least 2 or 3 games for the DUI situation. That's going to happen this year. A lot of that was postponed since last year. And then Elvin Kamara, whatever happens to him. So the Saints are just looking at it from an insurance standpoint. I can't be mad at that. That's the logic that I see anyway. Nate says, let Turner and Foskey battle for the starting spot opposite of Cam. Makes sense to me, being that Turner is a first-round draft pick and Foskey is a second-round pick. And Carl Granderson is undrafted, even though he is 5.5 sacks and has more experience than both of those guys. Sometimes it's not about that, So we'll see, man. You throw all of them in a battle and see how it comes out. I'm cool with that. But I think Passanio is probably the last man in the rotation for that. And I'm thinking probably with the third or fourth man in the rotation with the defensive tackles. And that's probably what they're looking at. That's what I was trying to bring up. The point is, if you got all these defensive ends ahead of Passanio, could this be the year the Saints finally switch him to an interior defensive lineman, which is where he's supposed to be anyway? So if you have Tanu Passanio there, who's 6'7" and a 6'6" Brian Barisi in the middle, that make all the sense in the world, and that actually kind of fills out their rotation. They'll get some other guys for depth for practice squad purposes, but that's the point I was hitting at, is where does Passanio fit in this? He's obviously a guy that the Saints will say, we throw him in the rotation to battle with these other younger players that are faster than he is. But you got a 6'6" or a 6'5" Peyton Turner. You got a 6'5" Isaiah Foskey and a 6'6" Carl Granderson with a 6'7" Passanio and a 6'6" Brian Barisi. Huh? What? And then you got small interior guy like Caden Saunders, who's 6 feet tall, but an absolute beast inside. And then Nate Shepard, 6'5", the other defensive tackle. So Saints got size all around there, and they did not lose any of their size. They actually got bigger if you think about it. David says he should have been a first-round pick. Bad teams play their bad picks instead of letting competition handle the depth chart. Jermaine Q, Big Q, at the end of all of this, what kind of grade will they give us? I don't know, bro. That's a good question. I don't know what kind of grade, that they will give us. But me right now, currently based on what I'm seeing, the Saints draft is fitting needs, because that's the thing about it's fitting needs. Is any of these things fitting needs? The only other one you could have said that didn't fit a need was the safety pick, because we could have done without that guy. We got tons of safeties, but I can understand the pick. But outside of that, when you get to this round, it's more guys that you're looking at, developmental guys there. But Brian Barisi fits. You need an interior guy. He comes in there. Foskey, you needed a guy because Cam's getting old. You need somebody to push them other guys. He's there. Elvin Kamara is going to do some suspension because of the Las Vegas stuff. Kendra Miller's there. Nick Saldiveri is a guy that we needed we need some help on the offensive line. Behind him at first, I was like, because you have big James Hurst, but if Nick, if Andrews Pete gets banged up, you have James Hurst slides into his position, and then after that happens, your value drops severely because Landon Young, Kelvin Throckmorton, these guys have been stepping up the way we thought they're supposed to. We thought Landon Young was supposed to be a lot better than this, and he's not really making hopefully he'll have a leap this year, but that's the call. Like Nick Saldiveri is a guy that should push a Landon Young, and Randolph said it's like we talking about Andrews Pete, but really Pete's backup is Hurst. So what's Saldiveri's situation? Well, ultimately he'll probably end up being a guy. I don't know if he replaces Andrews Pete. That probably will be Hurst, because Hurst, we'll see where he at. But the reality is, from a young person standpoint, he makes sense because you need another offensive lineman behind him, because Landon Young ain't doing. Landon Young need to step up. Kelvin Throckmorton is on a 1-year deal. He's not. I don't know if he look to me he plateaued. I don't think Kelvin Throckmorton. And they're still young. To me, it looks like he's plateaued. But at the end of the day, you got Jari Evans coming in as an offensive lineman assistant to help out with Dave Marone. So we'll see how it all looks, man, at the end of the day. But my grade right now for the Saints is, right now, I give them a B. A solid B right now. This is a B grade for me. That's what I'll do. I don't know, bro. I mean, it depends, man. Lucas Cross that's what I was saying about tight end. I don't think we should take a tight end. I think the Saints are waiting to see what happened with Foster Monroe. Remember, they found a cancer diagnosis. They gave him that the first time around. Then it was a time period. Then he came back like a few weeks ago, and then you ain't hear nothing from him after the fact. You know what I'm saying? You didn't hear nothing from him after the fact. And they reported that he took a physical again. So something happened in between when they found it and when he came back again. So if that's the case, that the Saints could probably stash him somewhere and see how he looks going into training camp. And if that's indeed the case, because that's the guy that the Saints were trying to get for Carr, because Carr and him worked together with the Raiders. So that was the commonality. So if we drafting somebody, that kind of spits in that face. Plus, Lucas Krull is a guy that they like a lot. Plus, they still like Adam Troutman. So you still looking at that and you're saying, okay, what's up with this, that, and the third? So we'll see. And if anything, they probably will add one or bring somebody undrafted. That's what the Saints do. They'll find, just like they found Krull undrafted, they'll find somebody else if they want, bring some more competition to the room. That's why I was like, I don't know. But then again, the Saints pick a safety, and I was like, I don't think we should do that. All right, Yakub says, that's funny, Q. How did Russell Wilson get his job as a rookie in Seattle? Shout out to you. Kai says, what's good? Big Q, ESPN. Who's the best wide receiver available that the Saints should target? All right, my friend, let me get off the Saints screen, get back to the regular screen right here. As you can see, some moves being made right now, getting close to the back end of the 5th round. Round number 5, pick 25, made by the Packers. They get another wide receiver to kind of help out. Jordan Love is Dontavian Wicks, 6'1", 206. Jags on the clock again. All right, so anyway, let's take a look at some of the pick wide receivers that's available. That's still there. You got A.T. Perry that's still sitting up there from Wake Forest, 6'4", 200 pounds, a little thin, but gets a lot of contested balls. You still got that. You got a few. Xavier Hutchinson's another dude that's up there from Iowa State. This is a really good player right here. You'd probably look at him going real soon too. Elijah Higgins is another good one from Stanford. Another good player that's available. Keyshawn Butte is still up there. I don't know if he's falling like a rock. So he got listed as 5'11", man. I don't know if he's 6 feet tall. I've seen on most lists, but whatever. Demario Douglas from Liberty. A lot of people like him. He's a bit undersized speed demon there that can make plays, special teams ace that can help out. My favorite of the bunch is Bryce Ford Wheaton, 6'4", 220, 440, 448, 449, somewhere along up in there. I think he's faster than I keep mixing up his time. But solid wide receiver, speed and size complement. The biggest wide receiver the Saints have is Michael Thomas, who's 6'3", right? And it's this injury situation. We've not seen much of him over the last several years, and it's big question marks of whether or not he can give you play throughout the season. And then the other receiver, the other big receiver the Saints have was Brian Edwards. They brought in Brian Edwards he was with the Raiders. He was with the Falcons. The Saints bring him in because he's familiar with Carr. He's 6'3", 220 something, another big wide receiver. But I watched footage on him. He's not really a fast dude. He got some speed on him, but he's not like Bryce Ford Wheaton speed. I'm gonna have to look at his 40 time to see, because he's not known to be a big speedy guy. But Bryce Ford Wheaton is. He solves the speed and size thing, because either one or the other, So I like him a lot. And Dante Demas is another dude from Maryland that's available. That's KT. That's a KT special right there. Dante Demas. He likes him a lot. So there's quite a few guys that's still left on the board that can really help you out if you're looking for a wide receiver, man. So we'll see what's going on there. Yeah, quite a few of them. All right, so anyway, let's keep going. Shout out to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being up in this thing as well. Shout out to you. Thank y'all for joining me and being with me. We are almost 3 hours in. Damn, that time moves. We just 10 minutes from 3 hours into the broadcast. If you're listening, please you're listening. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share the show on your social media feed. We up in this thing. All right, we up in this thing. All right, yeah. So anyway, shout out to the fam. Byron said, what's up, Byron? Says Kamara won't be suspended because he plead not guilty, battery charge. Plus, we got to wait until next hearing around training camp, late July. Marcus May already has court date. He ain't going to be suspended. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm with you on that. I'm hoping none of that happens, bro, because I really don't want to see Alvin Kamara miss any time. And he might have pleaded not guilty, but that don't mean that's how they not going to see him, And listen, I talked about this early on the stream about Alvin Kamara. Was it yesterday, family? I'll be forgetting. Be a lot of stuff I'll be doing. But remember, we talked about this before. We talked about Alvin Kamara. The whole damn thing is on tape from start to finish. The whole thing. The whole incident is on tape from start to finish. It's hard because it's different than if it was just his version versus my version, then they could pick that apart all day. But it's different when they got videotape of them, videotape with sound from several different angles inside that hotel. And then when he gets into the limo, he has this sound and a picture, and he incriminates himself to a degree when he says, wow, I'll stump the hell out there. You know what? The whole damn thing is on tape. I mean, how do you beat that unless he pays everybody off? And listen, like I said, that lady that holding them scales, she is wearing a blindfold. They tell you that when you go up in there. You see the statue of the lady and she got a damn blindfold on. So yeah, you know what the hell does that mean? You know what that means. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can pull that picture. Crazier things have happened. That lady that's holding them damn scales, she got a blindfold on. She is wearing a blindfold. So crazier things have happened, before. See, she got a blindfold on. So, you never know, man. You never know. He could very well beat that. We'll see. Will Mallory gets taken by the Colts. Okay, that's a really good charge right there. Mallory is a good one. And Josh, I think Wiley still on the board. Let me check out and see if he out there. If Josh Wiley's still on the board. He probably the best tight end left. Kuntz is still. Oh no. Oh, look like he's gone. Okay, damn. Somebody got Wiley. I wasn't even paying attention. All right, Kuntz is still up there from Old Dominion. All right. Yeah, Wiley's gone, man. How about that? But Henry's still on the board, man. Henry falling like a rock, man. I thought he'd be gone in the fifth and early in the fourth round, late fourth round, early five. Anyway, shout out to the Saints, her family. All right, Reginald says Saints doing good with the draft, filling out holes on the team. A good job. Thanks, Big Q.
Why not? You are. Now, let me tell you something. Well, listen, let me read this one here, Q. Let me take the mic from you. All right. Well, Reginald, thank you. Saints doing good with the draft. Filling a lot of holes on the team. Good job. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Big Q. You're welcome, Mickey. Thank you. Appreciate it, Reginald. Man, a little credit. That's all I want. Give me some damn credit.
All right, anyway, Saints for Life says Throckmorton probably won't make the team. He isn't that good. With these additions, along with the undrafted free agent market, he's good as gone. Yeah, well, we'll see, bro. We'll see, man. And you're right, Throckmorton. And listen, things could change. And good, look at this. Chase Brown is going to the Cincinnati Bengals. Excellent pickup. Love Chase Brown. Love him. Chase Brown reminds me of P.L. Thomas like 2.0. The speed and the ability, the ferocity. Great pickup by the Cincinnati Bengals to get Chase Brown out of Illinois. Solid pickup. Solid pickup. Solid pickup for those people. Minnesota on the clock. All right, followed by Chi-Town. Good pickup. All right, so we'll see, bro. But, you know, I don't know. Tedra says, Q, after the draft, we got $15 million in the cap. What big name sign do you think we pick up after the draft? I'm thinking a wide receiver. I don't know, bro. I mean, I've heard some rumblings or rumors about perhaps a Jarvis Landry meeting with him, that he can get a cheap deal out of Jarvis to come back. And remember, Jarvis came here because of Jameis. Well, guess what? Jameis is still here. So does Jarvis, who comes back and give the Saints another opportunity, is that a possibility? I don't know. But they're definitely going to look, and we're going to see what kind of undrafted guys. But the Saints always bring in like 6 or 7 veterans in the mix to try to help out. And, you know, you just kind of walk through it to see what happens at the end of the day. But veterans, yeah, definitely some type of veteran wide receiver. They're going to definitely pick up somebody to come in here. I don't know if it'll be Jarvis or whomever, but we'll eventually see. Wallace, what's up, brother? Wallace says, Q, is the safety we picked up just as good? Who is he? Well, you know, we covered him, man. And let me see if I could find some film on the guy. Give me a second, bro. Let me see if I could find some film on the guy so we can show it up. But remember when you get a guy like that, fam. Hold on here, fam. When you get a guy like that in the 5th round, don't be anticipating the man to be, you know, coming in and doing something right away. He's a developmental defensive back in a loaded back, defensive back room. You know, that's the truth. The really loaded room that we have this year. So hold on, let me see if I can find something on the kid, man. Okay. I got something right here. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see about bringing it in here. All right, so here's some stuff right here. All right, this is highlight film that they're showing right here. Let me see if I can locate where he is. I don't know if that's him right there or not. Let's see here. That's some weird looking uniforms there. Okay, hold on. Let me locate him here. Look like he got the pick. Yeah, there you go. Number 23. Okay, covering in the slot. Stayed on, hit him, and was able to get and rip the ball away from him. There you go. Okay, that's number 23. He covering in coverage, goes back to that side, and he makes a play right there. Yeah, playing in the slot. He comes up, make the tackle. Stopped in the 4th, getting them out off the field, getting the 4th down on the play. Is that him right here? No. Gets an interception in the safe back in the room, so he get a pick right there. You can see, yeah, it not bad, man. There he is right there. Sees it. Just the guy threw it right to him. He kept his eyes on the quarterback, though. And the guy just threw it right to him, and he just got right in position to make the play. The bad throw on the quarterback. I don't know what he was throwing at. He threw behind the wide receiver. Helped him out on the play. Let me see what else. There he is right there. Gets up there and make the play. So, yeah, it's the guy is not a bad looking player, man. You know, but like I said, he's not complete. There he is. He pursues him. That's not much of a highlight right there, but you can see him trying to pursue to get to the ball carrier. There he goes, make the open field tackle. They talked about in the scouting report that he needs to work on his tackle ability. So, but remember, it's still where is he at over here? There you go, right there. All right, there you go. Got into the fray. So yeah, not bad, but hold on, let me see. There he is, right here. He's right here on this play. Comes up and gets the guy right at the line at the first down. Let's see, is he back in coverage? Where is he at? 23. He got to come into the picture. Here he is right here, coming into the picture. And it ain't much of a highlight there. So just showing him around the ball. I think this is him right here, making a move. And he's seen the play development. And look, he gets to the guy and makes the tackle. So, yeah, that was good play recognition on that play. And he's seen him and followed it and got right to him. See, here he is, right? And got right to him on the play. So let me see if I can locate him again. He's up here. So they move him around a lot. He's up here now. And, not a bad play. Look at that. How about that? It wasn't a good play by the wide receiver. Looked like it was going over his head. Then he slowed down and he just just nice play. Nice play. Got there and kind of stole the ball off him. That's not bad at all, right? That was really good. That's the best one right there. Look at him reaching out and makes the play. But the tip of his fingers makes the play for the interception on the play. So he's seen him and got to the ball. Not a bad move there. On the play action, didn't get fooled, and then the pressure brung it, and he underthrew it a bit, and the safety made the play. Not bad. Let me see if I can find him right here. Is he? Hold on. Is that him right there? Another interception. So you see him making interceptions. He reading the quarterback eyes and going to the ball, man. And that go Aiden Hutchinson, not Aiden Hutchinson, the Purdue quarterback, Aiden O'Connell from Purdue with the interception. And not a bad throw, but you see him going to the ball, man. Drew the ball out there, and he went and got that son of a gun. Showing a look. Let's see if I can locate him here. Is that him right? I think that's him right here. Right here. Yep. Sees the ball, goes to the defender, and knocks him on his tail. Yeah, for what I'm seeing, fam, not too bad, man. What y'all think, man? What y'all think of that so far? Not bad, right? And that's this guy, Jordan Howden from Minnesota, making plays, man. So yeah, just showed you some footage. So that's not bad, right, fam? Not bad at all. He went to the ball. I got to give him that, man. He read the quarterback, got to the ball. Terrell Smith, the cornerback from Minnesota, goes to the Bears. The Chiefs are on the clock, followed by the Rams. Saints' next pick don't come until the 7th round. So we are literally, this is going to be a while. We're right at the back of the 5th round. So we still got a whole round left to go unless the Saints move up. All right. Somebody says he reminds him of Chauncey Gardner. All right. Wallace says, Q, who was to say? Okay, I just answered that one. All right. Ransom says, depending on the compensatory picks we get next year, we'll offer a 3rd and 4th for Renfro. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of speculation about the Renfro thing. I don't know if he moves this. I don't know. I know it's a lot around that right now. That's what I know, but I don't know if it's an actual thing like they'll do. B.J. Thompson from Stephen F. Austin gets picked up outside linebacker by the Chiefs. Rams on the clock, followed by the Cardinals. Yeah, those are supposed to be his highlights. Alley Boy says, reminds me of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Well, that's a good thing, bro. Kevin said he raw. He can develop into a productive player. We'll see. Or maybe just special teams. It's a 5th-round draft pick, bro. It's a developmental position, and that's what it's supposed to be, you know. Jeff Ireland, Byron says Ireland, tremendous assistant scout, best whenever he seen those undrafted players for our teams, wise but glad to give us ideas, smart guy. Yeah, Ireland is definitely the truth, man. Scoob, shout out to my brother Scoob. He says Jeff Ireland for president. Yes, indeed. All right, so there it is. Houston Texans on the clock. Now they made a move to get there. The Texans on the clock. Who do the Texans want? Corey Trice of Purdue, according to the computer here. D'Amico Ryans is making moves, man. D'Amico Ryans, man, listen, man. D'Amico Ryans is the truth, man, for what they're doing. The Texans have really had a really special draft. Look at all these damn picks they have, fam. Look at all of these picks. We got 1 pick left. These people got they got 2 5s, 2 6, and a 7. Good Lord. You know they're gonna trade a lot of this stuff. But anyway, look at their drafts thus far. They've been doing a wonderful job. CJ Stroud early on. They traded back into the top of the first round to get Will Anderson, who's arguably the best pass rusher in the draft. So you got Stroud and Anderson together. Then the next pick, they get an offensive lineman to help out to build their O-line in front of CJ. They get him a wide receiver and Nathaniel Dell, a speedster that can get downfield. And then the fourth round, they turn around and get a defensive end, Horton, to help out. So the fortune favors the bold. And the Houston Texans family members, them people been suffering for a long time with a garbage ass franchise. It finally feels like they turn it around because DeMeco Ryans has connections to the Houston Texans. It was a solid hire. I mean, he's an exciting young coach. He can put together a very exciting young team, to be honest with you. And then on top of that, the Texans are in the same division, right, with the Jags and the Colts, right? So you look at that, man, and of course the Jags with Dougie P last year, they did their thing, which was really positive. The Colts pick up Richardson this year, and they're trying to build for it. And you got the Texans saying, listen, man, don't forget about us. We're not expected to win right now, but we're on the right trajectory. So, it's good. They finally doing it right because David Culley and Lovie Smith, it's like, what's going on here? And now they got DeMeco Ryans. They gave him, 5-6 year contract, something like that. And they can't fire him like they did them other two guys. And DeMeco Ryans making some moves over there with Texans. And hopefully, man, they can step the game up and give some winning to Houston out there, man. Them people been suffering for a long time with garbage time football out there, man. But look like things trying to turn. And then they add another player with Henry from Alabama falling to him. They move up to go and get Henry. And this dude this is a good player. Really was. He slid all the way down to them in the fifth round, the back of the fifth round. And the issue with him, this dude highly productive, but the injuries, that's the thing I think probably would kind of bang them up. All right, and they said he bursts, active hands, ability to locate the ball quickly, makes it tougher for blockers to reach him, helps mask his lack of ideal size, has good range. He makes plays from sideline to sideline, reliable tackle with good sting. He's an instinctive pass rusher, has the tools to continue to improve in coverage. The guy's a ball player, man. Highly productive at there, but like I said, he has some injuries concern, but picking him up at the fifth round, back of the round 5 is a good move. So the Texans trying to do it the right way, man. Arizona on the clock. Arizona is on the clock. Anyway, fam, as we keep going here, Saints next pick ain't to the 7th round unless they make a trade. So we'll just have to see. All right, Lee. Lee saying that the Jordan Howden is a pick. Is a pick. Okay, thank you, sir. Alpha says a free safety who can catch could be a steal. You seen him locating the ball, man. It wasn't the greatest highlights in the world, but you could see him with recognizing where to go on the field, recognizing plays early on and not late. He's seen plays develop him and then had the speed to shoot to where it is to make and then make the tackle. Now they're all highlights. I'm pretty sure if we start studying more, you'll see some discrepancies in his game. But what you expect from a safety in the 5th round, you're gonna have some discrepancies, All right, Reginald says he got something, Big Q. Uncle Paul, what you think, Q? All right, Tedra says I'm praising for waiting to see undrafted. No, you're not, bro. No, because that's when we shine, baby. Baby, we shine on the undrafted market, man. And that's when you see the team start really taking fold. So it's like this weekend, like when the draft is over with in a little bit, you got round 6 coming up, then round 7. And when it's finally over with, and then you see the undrafted guys and the Saints starts this guy and this guy, then you can start seeing the team fill out, like the majority of the team is set after the draft, and then they'll just have a few accentuations, like they'll add a few guys here or there. It's depth pieces, but the bulk of like your starters, that's already going to be established now. Then you get the guys in a room and you work out, and then come the rookie mini camps, and the guys are sitting out deciding on what number it is, and then you really see your team after the draft really round out, and you get an idea of what you're dealing with, So yeah, undraft, that's one of the favorite times for me in doing Saints coverage, is like when the undrafted guys come, because I know how good we are in the undrafted side of things, man. We make undrafted guys starters in the NFL. We really do. We turn undrafted guys into Pro Bowlers. JT Gray, Deontay Harris, Hardy, so on and so forth. We get starters from undrafted guys. Shy Tuttle, Jawan Johnson, on and on and on. We get serious contributors there. So, yeah. Byron says, Q saying last name wrong quarterback is CJ Strode, not Strode. Now I said Strode, CJ Strode, not Strove. I don't call him Strove. All right, Chemo says, what's up, brother Chemo? Shout out to you, fam. Shout out to you. All right, my brother Matt said, what's good about that is that he says, we can get playing from Houston. He says that we can get playing from Houston. I don't, in a couple years. Okay, I got you, bro. All right, LaTroy, what's up, fam? Says some of these picks didn't pan out well. Like what, bro? Which ones you don't like? What picks didn't pan out well? Who you don't like? Joshua says linebacker from Jackson State would be nice. Might be an undrafted commodity, bro. You know how that is. I don't know if any of historical black college prospects that were drafted. Y'all fill me in and let me know. I hadn't been keeping track of it, but this is usually right around the time when things started to fall. So I don't know. I really don't know. All right. So I don't know, man. I really, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Shout out to Miss Sparks chiming in. Much love to you, Miss Sparks, chilling and watching the stream. Much love. Appreciate you. Thank you kindly. All right. So, let's see what we got going on right now in the draft. They got Corey Trice on the board, 6'3", 206. All right. It's still there, and we see the best person available according to what they're saying. The Jets are on the clock after the Cowboys picked up an offensive lineman from North Carolina, Mr. Richards. So we still got a few things left to go. G Reed, shout out to you, says Big Hugh is forward. Yes, he still is on the board. He is on the board. He's still on the board, fam. All right. Byron says, I like the picks our team got. AK, he says, Williams, K. Miller, Pound the Rock. Okay. All right. Foskey, Jordan will dominate together. Okay. Thank you, brother. Byron's bucked. Why aren't you guys bucked like Byron is? All right. LaTroy says, man, Dennis Allen better get this right because he's trying to turn the Saints into the Raiders. Listen, man. Bro, I'm not a Dennis Allen guy. I'm just going to keep it real with you, but I do believe in giving people the opportunity. They decide to hold on to that guy because I know how economics work around these teams. And they try to spin it because it's bad PR to say, well, listen, to be honest with you, we keeping Dennis Allen because we really don't want to spend the money to get rid of him, okay? We're just keeping it real. What if Mickey Loomis came out and said that? Listen, let me tell you something, well, listen, let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna, I had to tell the truth. I'm a Christian, and listen. The reason why we didn't fire Dennis Allen last year is because, to be honest with you, we just really didn't want to lose the money. It costs a lot of money to fire people. You gotta. And I don't know if you guys notice, but you got to make sure that when you fire the guy, you fire him, and then you got to settle with him. So you don't just go in there and say, hey, Dennis, you're fired. You got to settle with him, and you got to figure out his contract and how that goes. And then after that happens, then you turn around and you got to figure out, once you fire the guy and you work out his money, you settle with him, you got to take more money to hire a guy to do his job. Now, why would we do all of that when we just make up some excuses and tell you guys it was injuries and we keep them? We don't have to pay extra money, leave them, and then we sign Derek Carr. And what that does is, that gives us even more time because we could say, well, listen, even Dennis Allen fails this upcoming year, then we could say, hey, listen, we just got Dennis Allen here. I mean, with Derek Carr, we need some more time for him to work it out. So Derek Carr coming means that, that means that we got even more cushion. If Dennis fails, we can say, listen, we just got him together the first year. You guys need to be patient. You see how all that works?
Now, a lot of guys are not going to buy that, you know. It's just not going to go for that, you know. I know that Big Q guy, that he's not going to go for that, you know. He'll see right through that, like a ghost in the morning time. He'll see right through that, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, I know a lot of guys out there, they'll buy it. They'll buy it. They'll buy what I'm saying, and then they'll buy some more stuff. They'll buy it. But that Big Q guy, I mean, the Great Saint Think Tank, oh yeah. I ain't gonna buy that. Ain't not gonna buy that. I promise you that.
Yeah, I know, Vicky. You damn right we ain't gonna buy it. That boy said we could see through. He could see through that like a ghost in the morning. You damn right. I could see through that like a ghost in the morning. You damn right. You damn Skippy. I could see it. I know all about your games and all that kind of stuff, and I'll be calling it out. That's what you got to do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What I'm talking about. Yeah. That's what, let me tell you something.
You know, that's Mickey's favorite little thing.
Q. Let me tell you something. Yeah.
No, let me tell you something. You better get this straight today. You better get it to going. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam, man. We up in this thing. H-Town says Matt Pollard, by the time players leave Houston, their careers on the downside. All right. Shout out to the fam, man. We keep it moving in this thing and grooving. All right, H-Town says, sound like a company, man. How much is Saints paying you? They talking to each other. All right, so anyway, Alpha says, yeah, Mickey told Sean that he had to get rid of it so he would be gone. I don't know if Mickey told him that. Mickey don't do that. Mickey don't tell guys what they got to do. He doesn't do that. That's one thing I know about Mickey Loomis. Like, if I was a head coach in the NFL, I would want Mickey Loomis to be the guy that I work for, because Mickey Loomis is not a micromanager. He's not going to stand over your shoulder and make sure you press the right buttons. He's not going to do that. That's one damn thing I know about Mickey. And Mickey is not going to go to Sean Payton and tell him you need to fire this guy. He will not do that. You seen last year how Mickey Loomis handled the situation with Dennis Allen. Dennis Allen crashed the ship and was on the way to crashing the ship into the iceberg. And we sit up here was calling it out. We could see the iceberg 10 miles up the street there. We like, hey, iceberg. That's me yelling all damn season long. Hey, iceberg. And all of the Great Saint Think Tank, the family members saying it, yelling to the top of our lungs. They got iceberg up there, you dumbass. There's iceberg. You know, we did all of that. And then what happens? They crash it. Then after they crash it, oh, well, we didn't see the iceberg. What can I tell you? We had bad fuel in the ship. Yeah. The sun was in our eyes. The guy that was keeping watch, he fell asleep. You know, all the excuses in the world. And we sit up here telling the people the whole damn way. Not only was Mickey making excuses, but Dennis Allen was making excuses. All of the Saints players were making excuses. Demario Davis was making excuses. He came out with this Jesse Jackson-ass speech. You know, I really love football. I like Demario. I know you love football, brother. And I appreciate you loving football. And I love the fact that you love football. But football is not fun if we're losing. Do you not understand that, sir? That's all I'm saying, bro. It's not fun when you're losing. And what we're telling you is that there is no lead. There's a lack of leadership in this team, and something needs to be done. Perhaps you should have a player-only meeting. I kept yelling at no player-only meetings, crashing of the ship, all type of doom happened, and then just nothing but excuses started to ensue after the season was over with. It's just what it was. We covered it all. It's what it is, fam. All right, so anyway, the Saints have the same people running the draft for decades until now, minus SP. He says, what makes you think that they'll get it right? I mean, listen, bro. The bottom line is you talk about Sean, the issue has never been with they've always made and has solid contributions from a draft standpoint when you're talking about the draft. And I don't know if that's aimed at me or you're just having a conversation with somebody in the chat, but I'll answer it. The issue has not been the draft, but the Saints, especially over the last couple of years. Like Sean Payton would have free reins of the team. Sean would make these choices to get a guard when he didn't need a guard because he's simply doing it. He was doing stuff because he wasn't getting challenged. The reporters wasn't challenging Sean Payton like they were supposed to. I remember they had the lady challenging him, and she, them guys was domesticated. He had them all domesticated, afraid to ask really tough questions. And I remember sit up here saying, I'm like, man, why y'all acting like that, man? You can ask questions, man. Question this man. Find out what he doing that in the third. And you got people outside, they were even worse than some of them. They were out there forming the Sean Payton brigades around him. You couldn't criticize him. He gave us a Super Bowl, Q. You criticize him, you gonna run him off. I'm like, dude, he ain't the only coach in the world that can help us win something, man. If you make the right hire, you'll find somebody that can come in and keep the success train going. The thing just don't tie to Sean Payton. He might have started it off, but they got other people out there that can help you win. It's a formula. It's a formula to it, and he's not the only one that has the formula. You got to go and look and find people. Look what the Giants did. After all that funky losing they did over all those years, they finally got a guy that took them to the playoffs after all those funky years of losing, right? Look at the Jaguars, a laughingstock for many years. They went back to Coughlin, did all this other stuff. It didn't work. They go and get Dougie Peterson and go to the playoffs in the first year. You see, it's a formula. It's a formula for guys. You got to find the right guys who have the discipline, the intelligence, the imagination, the charisma to do that, to get you to that level. It's a formula. And that's not just stuck to a Coach Payton. Coach Payton is in a lineage of other great coaches out there. And he's on the older side, but they got other guys that are coming up that can learn just like he learned. So it's like this crazy mentality is like, oh, well, if he goes, we going to all fall apart. If you choose the wrong guy, yeah, you will. You will. It's common sense. That's like with any company that had a really good CEO that ran it and he loved the people, gave the people time to be, whatever, take off, and they'll be more relaxed. They come to work more productive, stuff like that. And then you get this money grubbing. Then he retires or goes to somewhere else, sell the company. And then you get this money grubbing owner who only cares about money. He don't care about you taking off because you're sick and all that. And he just want just money, 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 money. That type of dude. It's a big difference between both of them, right? But you get a guy like that, the wrong fit for your company, and then everybody start quitting. The company start going down because of his dumb style, his selfish ways of operating. It's the same thing. It's a people thing. You got to know how to pick the correct people. And there's constant examples out there of teams that were losing for years, and then all of a sudden they win, and like it's a miracle. Like somebody took some fairy dust and threw it on top of them. Here you are a winner now. Bing, bam, boom, you're a winner. No, it don't work like don't work like that. So the majority of the time, the Saints had really solid draft picks. Now the Davenport thing was an obvious reach. That was a big reach. It was a big reach to get Davenport because he was banged up when the Saints got him. He had surgery the day after like how did he get hurt the day after the draft? Did he go up there and shake the man's hand too hard and whatever? No, he was hurt prior to, and they still drafted him, which was a bad omen. And it didn't work out well. For every Davenport you can give me, I can give you a guy at the back of the second round that was a production. So it balances itself out. But I got news for you. The Saints ain't the only people that go through that. They got people. The Saints don't just play to the top and around. Some of their more productive people come from the second to on back. You talk about Mike when he was healthy. What was Mike, a second-round draft pick? Elvin Kamara, a third-round pick. Caden Ellis, a seventh-round draft pick. You had guys that were starting with undrafted guys. Juwan Johnson, undrafted, who was a wide receiver. They converted to the tight end, and now you're the best tight end on your team. So it works kind of up and down where you see it's a balance to it. So with value you don't get on top, sometimes you'll get it on the back end. But the point is, the Saints played through the entire draft process, and they don't hang their hat on one dude. Like they'll have other guys that they'll play all the way on through, and they stay looking for people even till the draft is over with, and then you get to undrafted phase. And that's how you have all of these players that's on the team. Now, why the team is losing is not so much for the players that it is for the coach at the top of the team. Vision. You have to have the vision and the ability to articulate that said vision to the rest of your team. The head coach, his stamp is on the team, and it's a really weird, uncomfortable Dennis Allen because he's so bad at these press conferences where he doesn't have any charisma. He's boring. He sounds the same, and it's just like he just lame to many degrees. I hate to call him names, but I'm saying he got a weird, lame, cappy style that I don't like. I'm sorry. I got to call it what it is, man. I'm sorry, man. Man, you'd be up here if Dennis Allen was talking right now and hosting this show. Every last one of y'all would be up here asleep right now. You'd be falling asleep, driving, and there'd be all kind of accidents across the country right now. If Dennis Allen, you'd be sleeping, your head be out like that, man. You'd be out like a light if Dennis Allen was sitting up here because he don't have it. And that's a big thing you got to have. Like you go listen to a D'Amico Ryans and some of these other guys, they got an energy that excites people around them. They can be able to articulate and kind of express the game in a way to people to get them to believe in what you're doing. And he has to improve in many ways, and we'll see how it goes. All right, Georgia player Robert Bill Jr., the defensive end prospect, goes to the 49ers. I have to double check that because I'm thinking it might be the Eagles. All right, so anyway, shout out to the fam, man. Brother Prime in this thing said, I'm good as long as they don't play them out of position. This was another thing that was Sean Payton. Sean Payton wasn't tested on that team. The last time Sean Payton was tested by anybody inside this New Orleans Saints organization was Tom Benson. Tom Benson was the one that kept Sean Payton together. You go back and look at how games was when Tom Benson was there, when he would question Sean Payton on the calls that he was making. He even had interviews when he mentioned that. He was like, Sean, Sean, why did you decide to do that? You know what? He would have to go in there and explain to the boss why he failed to get that 4th down, that 3rd and 1. Why he threw on that 3rd and 1 as opposed to put the running back in there. He would have to go in there and explain to Tom Benson. When Tom Benson closed his eyes and transitioned to another world, and Sean Payton got there, was all Sean Payton. Mickey Loomis is not the character to challenge you. He don't do that. He don't challenge you. He'll let you drive the bus, even though you stink as a driver. He'll let you tear that bus up, and then after you tear the bus up, you come to him with your head down and your tail between your legs, and Mickey Loomis will slap you on the shoulder and say, hold on, listen, I got you. I got you, bucko. I know sometimes it's rough out there, but listen, I got you. You know, I'll just tell him it was injuries. You know, ain't injuries, injuries. And that's what it was. That was what it was. So, I mean, it is what it is. All right, so anyway, H-Town says, oh, well, I already got that one. So anyway, so H-Town, it's all good, man. What are you, a Saints person or a Houston person, bro? What you got? All right, Tedra says, Q, you can't be. I'm losing it, bro. You know, that was something, man. That wasn't a weight thing, though. That's see, and that's my bad for not explaining that to family members. Now, I did gain some weight, you know, but I didn't have, like I said the other show, I didn't have 3 necks here, you know, sitting up like this, and you know, I ain't have a waddle when I walk and all that kind of stuff. And no disrespect for the brothers that do have 3 necks and a waddle when they walk, no disrespect, but I'm saying that wasn't what I was. You know, I'm almost 6'2", so you know, I got up to 280 something, you know, and I had to get down, man. You know, I had to try to shake it down, baby. But, you know, that was just something that over time that I got, man, because you know, it's a long story, man, but it's just something that stuck with me over time, man. But you know, you know, I'm in my middle 40s, man, so you gotta kind of keep your weight down, kind of stay in shape. You know, I started running again. I was like, man, I ain't running years. I started running and doing stuff like that, and man, it feel good, you know. So I was like, yeah, let's keep this going, baby. Baby, let's keep it going. Baby, we gotta be here, baby. Baby, let me tell you, life, baby, it's like a bowl of cherries, baby. Baby, you gotta. I ain't gonna even start. But this is the reality, you know. You got to stay in shape. So all of the family members that surround that age group, man, you know, you gotta keep yourself together. You gotta eat well, drink a lot of water, and you know, kind of mix a little running in your routine, a little walking, or pick up the pace a little bit. It's cool, man. All right. So anyway, yeah, Derry finally made an appearance. Well, yeah. Where you been at, Derry? Yeah, well, hold on now. You know, I've been talking on here. I mean, let me tell you something. All right. Alpha says yes, but Mickey allowed DA to do this thing this season. DA used the lack of success, like you said, injuries. Yeah, and that's the thing, man, because it buys him more time here. It does. It buys Dennis Allen more time. When they signed Derek Carr, I knew when they signed him, they're going to use their excuse to say that now if the Saints lose, and I don't anticipate them losing this season, but it's all hinges on Dennis Allen and how he handles it, because the Saints will improve the team. The offense has improved, most certainly improved. You got a quarterback with leadership capability who has an accurate deep ball that can get the ball down the field accurately. That's the big part of Derek Carr's game, is that he throws a really accurate deep ball. He really does. We said about Jameis, but notice the spiel here. Like, the Saints get a veteran quarterback here, and he's the most senior, the veteran. I understand the excitement from our Carolina Panthers family members and our Atlanta Falcons family members who got young quarterbacks and saying, hey, man, we got you, bro. You remember saying family members, we beat y'all. We the Carolina Panthers beat y'all last year. Yeah, that was due to bad play calling. The Saints had a more talented team than Carolina and could not beat Carolina. And we lost to Carolina with the old coach, which he didn't win many games, but he beat the Saints. So it depends on not so much the additions of the team, the talent to a degree, but really overwhelmingly it's about the head coach. What is this guy learning? Did he learn anything from last year? You know, that's the whole big thing. It's like putting the team together at the start of the year. They did that last year. But then when injuries started to, players started missing times, and the injuries they like to talk about, that happens. It happens all the time. You're not going to bring the team that you have from the start of the year into the year and expect them to be healthy when the year over with. It don't work like that. Guys are going to miss games and time because it's physical. You're getting guys 300-pounders running into you, knocking you on your ass. You get your leg hurt, your arms hurt. Sometimes you got broken bones and, torn tendons. It's a physical game, and these guys getting faster and faster, colliding into each other, running into each other. So it's a physical game. So if you recognize that injuries is a real thing, a part of NFL football, and it is, then you have to constantly be making adjustments during the season while it's happening. When you see guys starting to get hurt, like when guys get hurt in the interior of your defensive line, just don't sit up there and keep marching the same dudes out here. And then at the end of the press conference, well, we put a lot of pressure on the backup defensive lineman. Why? Why didn't you go get more people? Get some more, like Philly did. Philly went out and got more guys. They signed Ndamukong Suh. They signed the other guy and brought them guys in there to stop the run. Why you didn't do that? Well, don't lie now, Q. You asked the wrong question. You got to ask Dennis. Talk to Dennis. So it's just, that's what I'm talking about. When you start seeing things go awkwardly or away from the success lane, do you adjust live time and and get personnel and make the personnel work? That's the question I got for this guy. That guy being Dennis Allen. All right, so anyway, the Rams picked up a tight end, Davis Allen from Clemson, 6'6", 245. And that's the previous pick. And the Colts are on the clock. Then the Rams come back to the clock. Damn. People got 1 million picks. Colts on the clock now. All right. So anyway, shout out to the fam, man. We up in this thing, keeping it moving. All right. Mike says, I fully believe in another university. We just got the dysfunctional version of a movie in this universe, right? Oh, man. Yes, indeed, man. I'm with you. All right. AK says when time passed, Peyton did start doing whatever he wanted to do. That is right. And I could tell you, man, I was probably me, you, and several other people was out here, maybe several dozen people or so were doing it when it was unpopular. When I was criticizing Peyton because he was tripping. I was calling him out for some of these calls he was making, and people's like trying to protect him. I'm like, it's weird. It was weird. It's like they signed up for the Sean Payton Protection Brigade. I was like, who are you people? I thought you people were Saints people first. That guy can leave the team and go to another team, which is exactly what he did, by the way. They were like, well, you got to protect my coach. No, what are you talking about? The guy's doing wrong. You don't protect people when they're doing wrong. What kind of people is this? And they were doing it. My dog Swade was doing it. I was like, dude, Sean Payton is in the meat market. And the man asked him to explain why he had that play. Remember that play? The meat market. And Sean Payton told the man disrespectfully, you don't worry about me. You cut this meat better. You don't ask me no questions. I mean, dude, who are you, bro? You're just a football coach that we pay a lot of money to. You are not above reproach. Nobody is. And that's how he was. He was being real disrespectful to people. And they weren't being disrespectful to him. They were asking him questions about, hey, coach, why did, could you tell me why you did that? And he getting upset with them and tell him, man, no, dude, you out of line. You out of line. We're going to shut you down on that, Peyton. And I was doing that here. People didn't like that. They didn't like me shutting Peyton down, but now you can talk about Peyton now because he gone now. Yeah, Q, you was right. I was tripping. Some of them say that. Some of them just pretend like they never said it. But that's when when you do it when it's unpopular to do, that that's keeping it real. You keeping it real when it's not even popular to do it. And of course, after you done said it and it broke through, then everybody else said it. It takes kind of the meaning out of it. But it's saying it at the time when it's not popular to do. And they were all protecting them, the media and all of them. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of the media personnel was protecting them. You know, and I didn't like that. I was like, man, no, you don't stop. You don't protect people when they're doing wrong, man. You don't do that. You call them out, and just like you elevate them and celebrate them when they do right, you call them out when they do wrong. That's how I was brung up, and that's what I do. But yeah, he was tripping, man. He was doing a lot of trippy stuff here, man. I was calling Peyton out, man. I really was. All right, shout out to the fam, man. Thank y'all for being here in the building, man. And we keep this thing going, man. All right, my dog says Peyton about to get exposed if he play around in Denver like that. Walmart. Nah, man, he took a few shots at him saying that the analytics and all that. Man, we don't need no damn analytics over here, man. What you talking about, man? Now we good. We good with ours over here, man. We just got to get Dennis Allen together. All right, Pelicans knows his Q. He said, do you have to do an entire show? In a Mickey Loomis voice for the entire show?
Oh, well, hold on now. I mean, let me tell you. Listen, Pelicans NOLA, shout out to you. I appreciate you. I just think that, we have a good draft. And
It's Mickey before that. Mickey, let me ask you some questions about this draft.
oh, okay, hold on now, Q. You interrupted me. Let me finish up talking here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mickey. Go ahead and do your thing, bro. I'm sorry.
All right, well, don't do it again. I keep that thing on me.
All right, Mickey, you don't have to, okay, Mickey, you don't have to do it.
All right, I'll just settle down. All right, I'll get back to I'm talking about it. Hey, so listen, I like the draft. I think the draft was really good. We did a really good job. And listen, Dennis and Jeff Ireland we did a good job. I just like it. We did. It was fantastic. And it's great. And we doing some good work here. So, any questions? We'll take some questions.
All right, thank you, Mickey. Mickey's going to take some questions from the family members. So we'll take 3 questions because we know Mickey has to leave. He got to take a nap. So if you guys got any questions, we'll take 3 questions right now for Mickey Loomis right now. So if you guys are want to ask Mickey Loomis questions, go ahead on and ask him right now because he notified me that he'll take 3 questions only and then he's taking a nap. So you guys go ahead on and if you got questions for Mickey, please feel free to throw them out there. All right. So we got one from 504. Cole, he says, Mickey, where are you going for summer vacation?
Shout out to you, 504 Cole. I hadn't really thought about it. After the draft is over with, I've been busy, I'm probably, I'm thinking of Hawaii. Me and my wife go to Hawaii. Sit down on the beach and umbrella drinks and pineapple. I think in Hawaii. It could be. We'll see.
All right. Thank you, Mickey. That's one for Mickey. All right, Sam. All right, Zoe's next up. Zoe says, who do you want us to take for our next pick? Okay, Zoe, here's the call.
Well, shout out to you, Zoe. Much love. Listen, I don't. Let me tell you something. I don't think we have to wait and see what Dennis does here. But listen, it could be a wide receiver. We could use a little help there. I'm thinking that. Perhaps linebacker. But there are quite a few people here. We were just sitting here seeing if anything tickle our feet. And if we see anything, we'll see about it. We'll think about it. And we got a nice draft here, and everything's looking pretty good. I'm doing all right. So if anything, kind of work itself out, we'll see. And I'm thinking more of like maybe a linebacker, or we'll see. We'll see what falls out there.
All right, thank you, Mickey. Shout out to you on that, Mickey. All right. AK, he had answer one. I think AK answered one. Let's see if we can get somebody else. One last question. All right. For Mickey Loomis before he leaves, family. Any questions for Mickey before he leaves? He got one more question before he leaves. So y'all got? Shoot the first one to get that question in there, man. We'll see. And Ro got a question. Here's Ro with the question. He says, Mickey, I heard you was at the massage parlor. Oh my goodness. Well, Robert Kraft, is that true?
Oh my God. Oh, Ro, I'm disappointed by this question. I'm married. That's terrible. You know, that's awful. You know, I no massage parlor. I know. Hell no. That's terrible. You know, that's a lie. You know, you know, I'm sorry to sound so rough with that, but that's a goddamn lie. You know, I don't go to any massage parlors. You know, I mean, that's terrible. All right. Well, with that being said, I'm gonna get the hell out of here, man. You guys are asking these weird questions. Yeah, trying to get me in trouble with my wife. I mean, I just got off the couch. You know, I'm not going back to the couch. All right, I'll still talk to you later. I'm going to get a nap.
All right, Mickey, thank you for appreciate you. Mickey, he's leaving. Shout out to Mickey as he's headed, and Mickey spent some time with the Who Dat Nation, man. Appreciate Mickey dropping some science about the draft and answering all these questions. Mickey's a real cat, and we appreciate Mickey Loomis for chiming in that thing. So shout out to Mickey, man, in that thing. So appreciate it. All right, so here we go, fam. We're still on the board. It's start of the 6th round, pick 2. We're in. The Cowboys just picked up a cornerback out of Southern Miss, Eric Scott Jr. The Green Bay Packers with 1 million picks is back on top of the board. Arizona following. I'm like, these people have 1 million damn picks. I wish we had some more picks. All right, so yeah, he was kind of stuttering, man. I don't know. Mickey was like, hold on now. Wait, yeah, I want to tell you something, man. Well, how did you know? I mean, no. All right, so Tramal says Mickey got Deshaun Watson special. How you feel about it? I don't know, bro, but you got to be flattered, man. Well, let me ask him. He already gone, man. I would ask him that. I would ask him that question before you tell me about it. How you feel? Yeah, but who does Mickey Loomis voices? That's the number one thing. If somebody is doing your voice, that's like credit to you. Like you arrived. Like people would like, you know, and that's who doing Mickey Loomis voices. Seriously, I'm probably the only guy in the world that started doing Mickey Loomis voices. Like because it just happened organically. I listened to his press conferences so much, you just get the cadences down. You know, you started listening. You'd be listening to somebody, and you start get the little signature things that they do. Like he drags. Like when he asks the questions, like, Mickey, how old are you? You know, well, let me see that. And he does that thing, like, you know, that, why now? You know, that type of stuff. Then once you get that, then there's other little accentuations that you add to it, and then you got it. You got it after that. You got it. So I captured it, and then, like, but you have arrived when people start doing your voice. Not everybody doing no Mickey Loomis voices, you know? But, you know, I'm part comedian, part entertainer, part sports guy, I'm just a character, man. So, you know, I do laddie, daddy, all that, man. You know, I've done many voices over the years. Y'all know how it go, fam. All right. So anyway, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think a lot of people he's like, damn, that guy sounds like me. Yeah, is that how I sound? Because first, when you hear something like that, you say, is that how I sound? That's the first thing you hear is like, that's really how I sound? Oh, my God. No, that's awful. I mean, I stutter over my words like that. You know, and I that type of stuff. You know, it's like, yeah, because it's a way he buys time. Like somebody asks him the question, hey, Mickey, what's your favorite fruit? Oh, well. Then while he's muttering and sputtering like that, then he's like, orange. You know, so it gives him an opportunity to kind of gather his thoughts to answer the question. But you get that, you know, That's what it is. Mont says, Q, I'm telling you, you may be surprised, but you actually sound like, he says, but you actually sound like how Mickey really talks. I know, bro. I've been listening to him for years, bro. For years. But nobody does a Mickey Loomis impersonation. The general manager of the New Orleans Saints, who does that? Except for me, because I listened to him for so long. I was like, just one day I was like, man, I know that. Let me tell you something here. Then it went from there. And I threw that, let me tell you. Yeah, I'll tell you. And it goes from there. So it's all beautiful. I love it. All right. Yeah, bro. It's like the Mickey voice. Yeah, the Mickey voice is the most famous. Q. Yeah, out of all the ones that I've done over the years, and it's a bunch of them, man. The Mickey, the Reverend Saint. I think the top 3 might be like Mickey Loomis, Reverend Saint, and then it goes on from there. You Laddie Daddy or whomever else. I mean, I've done a lot of voices over time, man. I was thinking about probably taking some of these characters and do little skits when I get more time about it, So it's pretty cool, man. It's part of the game. All right, so anyway, Green Bay Packers get Carl Brooks' family. A lot of family members wanted to see Carl Brooks in the black and gold building. The Green Bay Packers have pilfered Carl Brooks. He sat on there all the way to the 6th round. He's gone. Bowling Green, defensive end, is out of there. The Tampa Bay Skunkaneers is now on the board. And safety JL Skinner would be a good pickup for them because they could use some help back there. And then behind them, they have the need to pick up, which is the Rams are next after them with the pick 5. And we don't have anything right now. The Saints are standing pat after making a series of moves. So it'll be a while before we get back to the board and any measurement. So let me kind of line up what the Buccaneers got going on right here and see what they've been doing with their draft. They got this. They kind of got Collage of Kansas from us. Cody Munch, what they were looking at, should have been the pick there. They picked them up, so they do improve their defensive line and offensive line. Add some players. Then in the 3rd pick, they got Yaya Diaby from Louisville to add some help there. So they kind of building that thing. Then they get Dennis from Pittsburgh, the linebacker there, and Payne Durham, the tight end from Purdue. So nothing really shaking that much outside the Collage of Kansas pick. A lot of people thought they would take a quarterback with the move, but they haven't done none of that, man. So, and then are there any really decent quarterbacks? And I'm pretty sure they still got a few decent quarterbacks that's still available if a quarterback was an option for them. Tanner McKee, Max Duggan, a few guys like that still on the board right there. A couple of guys and left off the board since the last time I was talking. But the pick is in for the Buccaneers. Do they go safety or offensive, some more help on the defensive line? We'll see. There, Corey Trice could be somebody to be looking at too. But anyway, boy, Tampa Bay really kind of off, man. Don't y'all think? All right. H-Town says hollering draft a linebacker. Devin White is on the trade block. Yeah, I don't think they trade. They didn't, even though he requested a trade, bro. He requested a trade and the team said they was not going to trade him. That hasn't changed. The stance hasn't changed. And then they take Josh Hayes, the cornerback from Kansas State. So there you go. They take a cornerback to help out the secondary. But he said, hey, man, and I want to be traded. But the team says, we're not trading you. We're not. And if that was the thing, he would have been traded before the draft or at some point, like if somebody offered him a 1st-round pick for him, they would have came up off that pick, like, give me this pick here and you can have this. None of that happened. And all this stuff, this trade stuff with him happened weeks before the draft started. So you're going to wait till after the draft to trade? I don't think that's a thing. I think they'll eventually try to work it out with White and keep him now. So I don't think they're gonna let him go. All right, Tragic says Mickey isn't insanity drafting 1st-round picks with injury. Hey, Mickey, isn't it insanity drafting 1st-round picks with injury history? Okay, brother, brother Tragic throwing that one at him. Mickey gone, bro. But it's picking up guys with injury history is not a good thing, especially when we've been seeing a lot of this play out with Peyton Turner, who's a 1st-round draft pick, Marcus Davenport, which was a 1st-round draft pick. All that stuff plays out, so you can see, and like I said, and I'm a fair guy to look how I look at things. And I think a lot of the stuff that like the Who Dat Nation's like, or the Saints, the Who Dat Nation family is tripping because such and such. No. They're not tripping just to be tripping. There's a reason to everything. There's a reason why they're doing this, cause and its effect. The cause is why they're getting this effect because they are picking guys that people are leery about. Why? Because this player has some injuries, some nagging injuries, and you're putting a 1st-round grade on him. That is a very logical way to approach it. It's logical. It's a very logical approach to the scenario. It's like, okay, there is a trending history. It's not just something random. Like, it's actual history of 1st-round draft picks the Saints have had as of recent that have had injuries that have not been able to contribute at the level of a 1st-round draft pick. And you just have one that just left the Minnesota who is an unmitigated bust. He did not live up, not to even close to what the Saints had for him when he came here. He was hurt most of the time, and when he was healthy in the back of the season last year, he didn't give you any sacks. Matter of fact, let me see, what was Davenport's sack total last year? I think it was like a half a sack or some ridiculousness like that. It's ridiculous. Hold on here. Let me see. What was his sack total last year? It's like a half a sack or something. Ridiculous. First round draft pick on the guy. Like a damn half a sack. You know, it was pathetic. No, yeah, half a sack. The dude had a half a sack last year. A half a sack. And he played in how many games he played in? 15 damn games last year. And he had a half a sack. But he had an opportunity to smack the hell out that guy's helmet again, throw it out the game in Carolina. The man had a half a sack, man. A half a sack. I keep saying that because that's ridiculous, man. But Davenport was unmitigated bust for the black and gold. He was a bust. And people are tired of this. They told him then, like, you drafting this guy, then they want to see how the process fill out. And you can't be mad at him for seeing it, but you got to have more vision than that. So sometimes it's like the organization takes a stance against your stance just to take a stance against you. You get what I'm saying? Like, they would do stuff and them people would know you would be right and they would still do it just to be opposite to your vantage point, just to try to prove you wrong. And then when they prove you right, then they turn around and say injuries and come up with weird excuses. And that's just not a good dynamic. That's a bad situation. Just come clean with it. You know, so they knew that they took Peyton Turner because of Davenport's injury history. And then that Peyton Turner is doing what Davenport's did. He's not producing anything. So that's what Peyton, that's the pettiness of Peyton. Peyton's super petty. He's not as petty as Tom Brady. Because Tom Brady's the petty god. But Sean Payton is ultra petty. He would do stuff against you and he know your ass would be right. I'm Sean Payton. I can do whatever I want. And then there was no ramifications for him when he screwed it up. They just covered it up and made excuses for him. I'm not playing with you. And I'm not watching funky football because you on the ego trip. So we do everything we can to level these people as much as we can and put as much pressure on them as we can, because a lot that's tied to this stuff is ego. We ain't got no time for no ego. This is business. You need to get it right, because my time and your time is valuable. We ain't got no time to be putting up watching no garbage time football. Let me tell you something. That's why I'm like what I am. I don't want to spend my Sundays sitting up watching no garbage time football because you ego tripping. No, you going to get this stuff right or you going to lose this money. That's the bottom line. That's been my stance for years. And that's all we ask. Get it right. None of us ain't got no time like that to be up here watching garbage time football every day on Sunday, man. To hell with that. You know, and you won't make money and you going to sell me this junk over here? No. You about to lose all your money. You're going to be sitting up there with empty seats and all that. And eventually they crumble, because that's what happened. That's how we got them winning in the first place. Like right after Katrina hit in, they started winning because the people stood up on their square and said, enough of this. We ain't playing with you. You take that team and stuff it and move it wherever you want to move it. And we're going to move it to San Antonio out of Alamo. Don't go ahead on it. Go ahead, Cletus. Go ahead, Cletus. What happened? Didn't go nowhere. Katrina came in, washed it all away, and they took it and started. They still spent $200 million a couple years ago on the renovations of the Superdome, putting in all this fancy pants stuff, tearing the roof up and putting stuff in there. And I'm hoping you doing all that and the Saints are winning in there. Don't be tearing up the roof and putting stuff in there to open up light and let light shine in from the outside, inside the dome, naturally lit. And that helps us save on the power bill, because we don't have to spend. It don't matter to you anyway. We paying the power bill anyway. You ain't paying it. Yeah, you drive by the Superdome, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. I'm like, damn, man, who paying that power bill? You paying that power bill. They ain't paying it. So, hell, we done give them anything. You gonna win. That's all I'm saying at the end of the day. You don't pay no utilities. You don't pay for no rent on none of them buildings. You getting all the tax revenue. You ain't getting no money taken from you from the state. You get people giving you free skyscrapers and then paying double what the rent is. State written out offices in the skyscraper. I know all your business. I know all the economics. I'm not just paying attention to the football. I know it all. And we give them people everything. And all we want you to do is win. That's how crazy we are. That's how crazy we are. So you ain't going to play with me. You ain't going to give me no subpar football because you won't make some goddamn money. That ain't going to work. And I got a lot of people on that same schedule, man. We ain't got time for all this crap. Anyway, I'm sorry to go on that till, but that's how I be feeling, man. I really do. I ain't got no time to watch no crappy football. I'm going to keep it real. That's what it is. Pelicans Note says Q Davenport took 2 first-round. I know, bro, to move up to go and get Davenport. 2 first-round draft picks for a bust like that turned in a half a sack on the final year of his career. And he played in 15 games and gave you a half a sack. And people got the nerve to come on here and tell me, Q, he had pressures. He had pressures, Q. All pressures, Q. He had top guy, one of the top people in the league in pressures. I'm like, what good is pressure if it ain't busting no pipes, man? It ain't really pressure then. He ain't busting no pipes. He ain't doing nothing. He ain't doing nothing. He got a half a sack, man. A half of sack for a guy that's a first-round draft pick. No, sir. No, sir. JL Skinner off the board, the big safety, 6'4", 209, is going to Sean Payton in Denver. As you can see, Tomlinson, 5'8", from TCU, is headed to the Rams. Aaron Rodgers, Jets Club, is up on the board next as we are 6 picks into the 6th round. Currently, the black and gold have 1 pick remaining, and that, my friends, is sitting in round number 7. Actually, no. Oh, no, yeah, I'm about to trip. I'm sorry, that's Tampa Bay's board. Yeah, 7 pick, and 7th-round pick 40. So you got to wait a little bit as soon as we hit the 7th round. So we got a little wait to do. I don't think the Saints going to move or jump anymore. I think they're going to just stand back right here and make some moves work. All right. So anyway, all right. H-Town says, Q, you have a good point. At one time, the Saints were the only pro team in Louisiana. Now the Saints have the Pelicans, and the Saints own the Pelicans. So it's a monopoly. It's a monopoly on the professional sports through the Saints organization. They control both and run. It's also not just the buildings. They don't pay any rent on those buildings. But it's also the practice facility that was on Airline was built by a taxpayer dollar. It was built by the taxpayers. All that was, and I was like, damn, because I remember there was a time when the Saints had trailers out there. Trailers, until they built that facility out there, the Oshner Sports, whatever the crap it is, and then they stuck Oshner's emballage all over it, and they collect their money for that. I'm like, how you putting emblages on or symbols or company logos on buildings you don't own? How you do that? Yeah, that's like me. Like I've said before, I come to your house and just put sports coma all over that, start making money off your house, and you walk outside and says, how you got sports coma stuff all over my house and making money? But I tell you, man, it's a whole cold game out here, man. All right, Brother Mathis says, I wouldn't pay multiple firsts for anything else in the QB or a sure thing like Aaron Donald. Saints did it. Alpha says most of Davenport's sacks came when he played at defensive tackle. Tragic says Davenport's provided the type of pressure that turned QBs into diamonds. He didn't do a damn thing. The pressures don't mean anything unless they come with sacks. We're not paying you for pressures. You know, we're not paying a guy like Yannick Ngakoue and Frank Clark. Both of them command north of $10+ million a year. Why? Because they get sacks. They know their value. You bring me on your team, I'm going to get you sacks. It's what I do. And I am so good at it that you will pay me north of $10 million a season to do it for you. So it's just what it is. If you're a guy that can get interceptions as a defensive back, you're going to make a lot of money. If you're a guy that can get sacks as a defensive lineman, you're going to make a lot of money. If you're a quarterback that can throw a lot of touchdowns or a wide receiver that can catch a lot of touchdowns, you're going to make a lot of money. Those are the money stats that they pay for. So that's why it costs $10, $12, $13 million for Yannick Ngakoue or the same amount for Frank Clark, because these guys are really good at what they do. You know, they get sacks. They get that value there. They give you that value. My dog says leading the league in QB pressures like being undefeated in finna fights. Oh, I'm finna fight you.
Yeah, that my tent finna fight this month, man. Let me tell you something. Sooner or later, we're going to be all right. Yeah, he was. Yeah, clumsy bus. Yeah, you're absolutely right, fam. You're absolutely right on that backwoods. Bus. Yeah, he was. But the thing is, going forward, it's like, that's why people are a little bit hesitant on what's going on in terms of Brian Barisi. And it's not no fault of Brian Barisi because nobody elects to get hurt. It's something that just simply happens. But the thing is with Barisi is that you plug him in with the rest of your interior defensive line. And like I said, I think I got the chart up here, right here, as you can see. Like I think they added the rest of these guys to the depth chart. Yeah, here it is right here. Let me see if I can get a little. Yeah, it is a little closer. So as you can see, the Saints' main problem last year was interior defensive line, right? So 3 of the starters from the defensive line last year, which was Shai Tuttle, David Onyemata, and Marcus Davenport, are gone. Davenport went to the Vikings, Shai Tuttle to the Panthers, and Onyemata to the Falcons. So you got new guys that come in here. Kalen Saunders from the Chiefs, Nate Shepard from the Jets, and Carl Granderson, who was a backup. They got him sitting there. At first it was Passanio, now it's Granderson. But I'm not mad at that because he's the most proven of the commodities that we have. Peyton Turner's not proven anything, and Isaiah Foskey is a rookie coming in this thing. So I can understand why it would signal Carl Granderson. Plus, it's interesting, but at the same time, the first round grade comes with Peyton Turner because you're paying him the money. You got to justify whether or not he's good enough for that. But anyway, it does help the Saints when you get the all-time sack master from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish and Isaiah Foskey, who had 20-plus sacks in his time with the team, and he's a guy they term as stiff hips. When they put some oil on them hips, this guy probably going to bust through the roof with 100 sacks. Doing. He got stiff hips, Q, but he got 20-plus sacks, dude, in 2 years. I mean, he's the all-time sack master for Notre Dame, and that's not exactly a level 4 college. That's pretty, swanky college right there. A lot of great football players came out of the University of Notre Dame and were really solid defensive players that made it. And you got this guy, the Saints got, is the sack leader of all of those guys. That is promising. So he pushes Peyton Turner to the opposite effect. So even though Carl Granderson, I'm not mad at any of that, but this will be something that'll be ferreted out once the training camp starts and all this kind of stuff. And we situate it, because this is unofficial depth chart, by the way. Let me draw that disclaimer there. This is unofficial depth chart. But this is where they anticipate how it'll go. So you see new guys on the inside. You see Nathan Shepard and Saunders, both of those guys right there. Both Nate Shepard and Saunders inside, backups Brian Barisi, even though he carries the first round grade. The reality is he carries the first round grade, but it'll take a little time for them to finally kind of work him in there, and rightfully so. You will want him to kind of work him into that thing. And I think from what I'm hearing is he's healthy. So you fit him in there with Nate Shepard and Saunders, behind Shepard and Saunders, and then it allows Barisi to operate as a rotational, and you got Malcolm Roach there. That's positive. Now I was talking about Passanio, and as you can see here on this depth chart, they have Passanio all the way back behind Isaiah Foskey. So Granderson and Jordan starts with Peyton Turner and Foskey as backups, and Tunu Passanio is listed as the 5th defensive lineman. And that's what I was talking. I was like, where does he fit? Okay, if he's back of the defensive ends, then where is he at in the tackle? So if he's that far back in defensive ends, that means that he's higher up with the tackle. So it's Passanio. I would say Passanio would be up there with Barisi. So you see a Passanio and Brian Barisi, then Malcolm Roach behind him. And then if that is indeed the case, where you'll see more Tanu Passanio inside than outside, then that makes sense why the Saints didn't take another defensive tackle in the draft up to this point. Because they say, well, we're going to kick Passanio inside. Maybe we'll get Dennis Allen to talk about that. But if he's the 5th defensive lineman, a defensive end, he's definitely going to kick into probably like the 3rd or maybe the 4th defensive player in the interior defensive line. You get what I'm saying? But it's still really cool to see that, because you'll have a Brian Barisi who's 6'6",
200 and actually 300 pounds, 6'6", 330, and a passing yo who's 6'7", 300. That is crazy. You got 2 6'6", 6'7" human beings. That's backups in your defensive line rotation. If you throw passing yo there, that explains a lot. That really does. So that'll be really cool, man, to see that kind of stuff happen. But otherwise, you take a look at what the Saints drafted. They've been really solid this year so far up to this point. And then remember, the accentuation happens with the undrafted. So you add the drafted portion with the undrafted portion, and then you go from there. Then you have a complete draft situation. All right. So anyway, Pat's still on the clock right here. Jalen Duncan is off the board. That was a solid pickup right here by Tennessee, picking up Jalen Duncan in the 6th round. So he's out of there. The Eagles are up next. A.T. Perry is still out there. Really cool, man. Really cool. All right. Let's keep it going, man. Let's keep it going. H-Town says they need space eaters in the middle of defense because the teams will run down their throat, especially Atlanta. Don't forget what Atlanta doing, fam. Atlanta added some talent there, and they doing what they doing. So we got to watch, let me see if I can pull Atlanta stuff out right now because they've been doing their thing. Hold on, here it is right here. Okay. But John Robinson, best running back in the draft, they picked him up with the 8th pick. They picked up an offensive guard to help out Ritter, to help the running game with Bergeron. They got a defensive end, Zach Harrison, out of Ohio State, to add some more value there. And then they added a cornerback and Clark Phillips III from Utah. So solid picks higher up, like the John Robinson pick was a flashy pickup for them. Bergeron was smart, and then they kind of trying to fill out the defense, the rest of the backup positions that they didn't spend on. And then, of course, they don't pick until the rest of the 7th round. They higher up in the 7. They got 2 7-round picks unless they move or jump. That's where they'll remain. Carolina is doing some things. And for the most part, Carolina's draft is over with. Their draft is done unless they move back in and do something. But Bryce Young is there. They had Jonathan Mingo to the wide receiver coach, give him a wide receiver weapon. They go for a linebacker from Oregon and Johnson. They had an offensive guard, which is a really good pickup, by the way, and Chandler Zavala from North Carolina State. And then they finish it up with Jamie Robinson, the safety out of Florida State. Solid moves by Carolina. Carolina's not playing, man. They are not playing. They mean business. We'll see about this year, but definitely by next year, they're going to be a team that you're going to have to watch out for years to come. So, we'll see, man. Bryce Young against Hire. I don't know. We'll see. And, of course, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, man, they just mediocre. Keyshawn Butte is off the board in the 6th round to the New England Patriots. All right, Keyshawn is gone, man. He goes to the Patriots. The Patriots take him. Boy, Bill Belichick going to get him together, man. Bill Belichick will get you together. That's interesting. Yeah, Keyshawn's off the building. Butte, and we'll see, man. Keyshawn's going to have to step his game up, man. Let me tell you something, man. Bill Belichick ain't playing with you up there. All right, this is the Bucks right now. They got 1 6th-round pick that should be coming up in about 8-9 selections. Cansey was the first move they got with Cody Mulch, the offensive lineman. And then they picked up the Diaby, the defensive end from Louisville. It's been mostly the next 2 picks is Dennis from Pittsburgh, the tight end from Purdue, and the cornerback, Josh Hayes. And they got a few more picks they got to make coming up soon. So Philadelphia is on the board right now. You can see Philly, all they do is pick up Georgia players. Out of the 5 selections they have, 3 of them are Georgia players. 3 are Georgia players. Carter, Nolan, and Ringo. Crazy. But they're shopping in the SEC. They were able to get Tyler Steen out of Alabama, so they're doing most of their shopping in the SEC, man. And, that's the best in the business right there. So Philly is up now. They got the pick is in, and we'll see what that is for them moving forward. But, man, it's just been a really phenomenal watching some of these teams go. All right, so Keyshawn Butte off to New England, and the Eagles are on the clock. The pick is in, and they take a quarterback, Tanner McKee, from Stanford, 6'6", 231. McKee's headed to Philly to back up Mr. Jalen Hurts. He's a 6th-round selection right there. Big quarterback, strong arm. Doesn't knock his, doesn't
stick out on tape for you, but he makes some really good, strong throws, stand tall in the pocket and deliver the ball with force, and, he moves around a little bit. He's not the most athletic guy in the world, but before a 6th-round selection, what could you hope for? Rams on the clock now after that pickup. Quarterback pickup. Quarterbacks are getting real low right now, fam. With Tanner McKee going, we already in the 6th round. McKee's gone, and then you got Hacksaw Max Duggan, remaining on the board. So, where does Duggan go? He's a good He's a solid quarterback, man. I like Duggan, man. Anyway, all right, shout out to the fam, man. We got one pick left. Talk to me, fam. What do y'all think about that? All right, Vic Boy says, how y'all liking the draft so far? I am liking the draft, man. I think the Saints have done a pretty solid job, man. I really do. I think the Saints have done a pretty good damn job. A lot of people probably wouldn't agree with me on that, but I just got to keep it $115 with you, man. I think the Saints have had a pretty sturdy draft for the most part, and of course they feel like they can dig a little bit and reach out for some of these guys like Jake Haener, who they watched in the Senior Bowl, very productive quarterback. They were able to get him, which was not a bad move. It wasn't such a bad move to get the quarterback out of Fresno State, very productive, and then the Saints turn around and get the safety out of Minnesota. Now, it's a prospect pick there. It's a 4th-round selection. So he'll kind of sit behind and watch how things develop. Jordan Howden is showing some talent as a safety, even though I don't think safety was a need for us. But, anyway, but it's like at that point, you trying to get guys that's high on your board. I can understand it. All right. I don't know. Tedra Jackson about did the Breakers win today? I don't know. I'm let me look it up. They played well. I was watching the game last week. They played well last week. I don't know. Let me check it out. See if what they doing here. What the Breakers doing. Hold on here. Let me see. I don't know. Yeah, they look like they beat the Stallions today. Okay, yeah, they won. Yeah, they beat the Stallions 45-31. There you go. So there you go. The Breakers win again. 45-31, they beat the Stallions. So the Breakers win today. Breakers win. All right. Country Rail, what's up, bro? Says New Orleans is going to get a special team in the 7th rounder. Absolutely. Tedra says, hoping it's a linebacker. All right. There you go. Ian Book, huh? Well, bro, I hope not, man, because Ian Book has some positive stats. He looked really good at Notre Dame. Then he came here, and boy, oh boy, did it not translate. So you kind of hate to hang that on another quarterback, and it's a different player. But only time will tell, and I know it's not exactly easy for some quarterbacks, but if in the Saints system, it's a QB-friendly system. It just wasn't friendly to Ian Book, but he's in up there in Philly, and Philly picks up this quarterback, so Ian Book is in trouble definitely. He definitely going again, bro. Man, he might be on the practice squad, man, but they just got a big quarterback, Yeah, so we'll see how it all shakes. He might very well be on the move again. All right, my dog said I went to the original Breakers game when I was a kid in the 80s. I thought we were going to see the Saints. Boy, I was mad as hell when I found out it was the Breakers. Yeah. They brung them back, bro. They brung them back. Yeah, and they're in the 2nd year, so that's a positive, man. The USFL. We had a team there, and they actually doing pretty good. The XFL did their thing, and then they get going. As they start getting to the playoffs, the season started ratcheting up for the USFL, and both of them are competing, for time in the off season. And then you got other stuff going on. You got playoff basketball, you got baseball going on. But what those two leagues do is it gives us more options of things to watch, more professional football. And if you're fortunate enough to be able to have a team from one of those leagues, that's another positive thing. So I don't know. The XFL is supposed to be growing, and as they grow, they're gonna look for other areas to kind of grow too. But it would be pretty cool to have a team in the USFL and a team in the XFL. That would be cool too. All right, Hemisphere, shout out to you, says, Q, where did the Breakers play their home games? They playing their home games. The old Breakers or the new Breakers are playing their games in
Birmingham and Legion Field. And then I think the way they did it was the first year, all of them play in the same stadium. The second year, now they're kind of breaking them up, and then they have them playing in a regional stadium, like some of them, wherever they base that playing, they all play in the stadium, and then the southern teams play in Birmingham. And then the third year, they saying that they're going to arrange it where everybody plays in their home stadiums, like wherever the team is, and then they'll be able to kind of travel. They're trying to keep the travel time down and makes, try to, as things grow and they get more sponsorship and the league gains more of a name. That's the idea. So it's just a way to keep the traveling expenses down for a new league. So it's actually works. So we'll see. All right. So anyway, going back to the draft, man, you can see some of the things that's occurring for the Browns picked up Lou Wapner from the Ohio State team, another center prospect, another offensive line prospect right there. Tampa Bay Skunkaneers is on the clock for their final pick of the draft. This is the last pick unless they move back up in there and get somebody. But the quarterback situation could be something they reach to. They really, I don't know how they feel about Baker Mayfield, but they got him on top of the depth chart along with, what's his name? Kyle Trask, the former Florida Gator quarterback. So I guess they're feeling pretty good about them. Is the Saints system really a QB? It's supposed to be. It just didn't look. I mean, the QB for from a historical standpoint under Coach Payton, it really is a QB friendly system. Because if you look at Andy Dalton, like Andy Dalton would just do stupid stuff in that, but his statistics wasn't bad. If you watch his statistics from last year, he could have done a lot better had he made better decisions. So if you look at his numbers, it was friendly. If you go back to people like Luke McCown, when he was in that plan, he was throwing for 400-something yards. Remember the Carolina game at the end of the year? And Luke McCown was in there throwing, he threw for over 400 yards, and the Saints lost the game barely. You remember that? The system, from a historical standpoint, under Coach Payton, is put together as a QB-friendly system. What happened with Ian Book, I can't tell you. What happened with a lot of these quarterbacks, I can't tell you. A lot of them just, like, especially under Coach Payton, he just didn't develop like rookie quarter. He couldn't do it. That's why he knows. That's why he always looks, when he left from here and went to get that team, go to Denver, he needs he needs a veteran quarterback he could teach his stuff to. He can't groom young quarterbacks. That's the thing he can't do. Can't take young quarterbacks and turn them into good people, to good quarterbacks. He couldn't do it. Didn't have the patience for it. But the system, historically speaking, is designed to be a quarterback-friendly system because it's wide open. It's supposed to be designed to be a rhythm system where you could be able to go through progressions, locate people, and find them. That's why Peyton always had weapons everywhere, different wide receivers here and there, so that the quarterback scan the field and make the reads that he necessarily supposed to make. And then, when you got all this is how a free-flowing, wide-open system. Like last year, it was a clunky, junky system because the fact that people didn't trust the Saints to throw the ball. They didn't think that the passing game was a threat. They did really, because Andy Dalton was not accurate throwing the ball down the field. He didn't have a big arm. So they would just put all the pressure on the Saints to beat them passing, and they couldn't do it. So, but historically speaking, it's supposed to be. Darrell says, did that wide receiver from the Wolverines get picked? Q, the wide receiver from the Wolverines? Or from West Virginia? Which one are you speaking about? The Michigan wide receiver, did he get picked? Oh, you talking about Ronnie Bell? Now, he's still on the board. Ronnie's still on the board. If that's who you're making, I think that's who you're talking about. Now, Ronnie Bell is there. They still got a ton of wide receivers here, man. That might be the pick for the Saints in the last of the draft, man. They have a lot of wide receivers available. Whoever going to survive the 6th round into the 7th, but the Saints pick at the back of the 7th, like 40th pick. They way back there. So, they pick at the back of the draft, so you would think that they might consider moving up. I don't know. But, yeah, right. So, anyway, Ronnie Bell. Okay, yeah, he's still there. He's there. All right, Denver says it's too early to say how I feel about our draft. I pray the players we have drafted will contribute consistently and not spend too much time injured. Amen to that, Demi. Amen to that. Amen to that. Amen to that. All right, Gundam. Shout out to Brother Gundam says New Orleans Saints doing something special. They're doing something. Their draft looks good, man. It looks pretty good if you kind of look at it and you kind of put it all together there. The Saints draft, you can't be mad about the draft, man. It was a solid draft for the black and gold. Got one more pick left, and it probably would be a wide receiver pick because there are a lot of wide receivers available, to be honest with you. But, regardless of what happens, man, I'm happy. I like it. All right, Debo, shout out to you, bro. Says, he says, can we celebrate for drafting Pete's replacement? I mean, we still got him here, man. I mean, Pete's still here. I mean, you would want Pete to stay healthy, finish out his year. But if you won't celebrate, brother, I mean, who am I to tell you not to? If you won't celebrate, brother, who am I to tell you not to? Let me tell you something. Cedric says, I'm proud Booty got drafted. Congratulations. It's going to shock a lot of people. Yeah. But listen, that was a good fit, wasn't it? For him to end up going to the Pats? Because that is exactly the kind of disciplinarian over him that he needs to get the most out of him. And then Bill Belichick, best believe Bill Belichick did his research. He don't just pick people like that. Bill Belichick is as thorough as anybody in the NFL is from a head coaching level. He's very thorough. So he done his research on Kayshon Boutte and drafted him, and he's just the type of coach that would get the most out of Kayshon, no doubt about it. No doubt. That was a solid move right there. And I'm happy for that move because that's where he needed to go, a disciplinarian to get him straight. Debo said, I think the safety is for the nickel spot. I wanted a tight end, but hey, it is what it is, right? I got you, bro. You think he's for the nickel? What about, we'll see, bro. Because don't forget we still got Alontae Taylor. That's what I was saying about the Saints, the Saints draft. If you look at what they're doing, the secondary is very deep, And this is unofficial, like I said, but you can see they put his name in there. That's Jordan Howden's name right there. But you see Laddie Daddy and Debo, and then the nickel position has got to be what? Alontae Taylor? Alontae Taylor's the nickel guy. You got him there, and then Jordan Howden could be, the backup for Alontae Taylor's position. Who knows? Lonnie Johnson Jr., they got him penciled in as a cornerback. Then you got Bradley Roby there. You got several other undrafted guys like Troy Pride Jr. and Isaac Yadam, Vincent Gray, and all these guys, the practice squad guys. And the safety behind adding Lonnie Johnson Jr. and Jonathan Abram, along with Jordan Howden. And you got JT Gray and Smoke Monday and Ugo Amadi. So deepest position group is the secondary by far. Because you still need some help adding some more people to the defensive line, even though it looks a lot better than what it was prior to the draft. The Saints still add some talent there. I think the weakest position of the Saints defense is the linebacker position behind Pete Werner and Demario Davis, Zach Bowen, and people are looking for more of a proven guy. And we'll see, man. They could add somebody. They can add somebody. Yeah, Ronnie Bell is still on the board. Family members asking about Ronnie Bell. He's still on there. So it must be something. He might be getting ready to get up off the board or something. People keep asking about him. Let me see if I can pull him up here. Yeah, he is right here. He's still there. A.T. Perry, the top dude right there. Antoine Green out of North Carolina, followed by Xavier Hutchinson, Elijah Higgins, Ronnie Bell, Demario Douglas, Bryce Ford Wheaton is there. The guy out of Princeton is there. Dante Demas is still there. So they got quite a few people from wide receiver standpoint that's there, right? So at some point, we expect people to start pulling those guys off and see Jack Kuntz up there. Wouldn't be surprised if that, he'll come off the board the next 3 or so picks. But see, pick 16 of round 6, we up in this thing, man. So there you go. Then behind the Commanders are the Chiefs as we keep going. Tedra says he will be cornerback too. Who y'all think the nickel is, man? I don't know. I think it's Alontae Taylor. It'd probably be the nickel. Running back Chris Rodriguez from Kentucky goes to the Commanders. Alante Taylor was drafted to be the replacement for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And I mean, I think that in every sense of the way. When the Saints picked him up, that's why Chauncey was so upset, because he's seen the writing on the wall. You know, Alante Taylor, he filled in for the cornerback position for Debo. When he got hurt, you know, he did fill in for him, but that's the versatility of Alante Taylor. He can play the corner, he can play the nickel. He can play the corner, he can play the nickel, he can play safety for you. And that's the versatility of Alante Taylor. Now, Alante Taylor is the guy. He replaced Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He's the guy at the nickel position. He's who that guy is. Now, I don't know who the backup for him would be. That's yet to be determined. So we'll see. Debo says Ali Gay, knowing we won't draft any LSU players. I can't believe he's still on the board, man. But, you know, he's the kind of dude that will come off there. Shout out to Brother Derek. What's up, bro? He said, A.T. Perry is still on the board, bro. Yeah. All right. So anyway, Tramal says, Q, who's the replacement for What you mean a replacement for him, bro? He's still here. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro, about that, man. It's just going to be a competition, man. You got Lonnie Johnson Jr. here. So we'll see where Lonnie Johnson fits in. Kansas City go with Keandre Colburn, man. The big defensive tackle from Texas, man. He's finally gone, and he's going to Kansas City. So they get a big help, man, boosting that line. Could he help out 6'2", 332, man, going to the Chiefs to add some more girth. You know, they lost Colin Saunders. Now they bring in Colburn as a pick later on in the draft. Saints on the clock, fam. Saints have gotten on the clock. Saints on the clock, family. Saints are on the clock. All right. Saints are on the clock. All right, so there you go. The black and gold back up on it, man. The black and gold are back up on it, baby. Let me see. Let me refresh this a bit. All right, so the Saints move in there. They still got their 7th-round pick. So what did they get to get that 6th-round pick? So the Saints done made a move and then climbed back up in the draft, man, at the 6th round, and they on the clock. Who the Saints looking for? Is it A.T. Perry? Fam, it's A.T. Perry, isn't it? The Saints looking at Perry? Man, I hope it's Bryce Ford Wheaton, man. That's what I really hope it is. Could be Bell. A lot of family members all came here saying, man, is Bell still there? Who y'all think, fam? The Saints jumped in because they looking at somebody they like. Who you think that the pick is? Who's the pick for the black and gold, fam? I don't know. Some of the best people on the board, they got, I don't think it'll be a secondary, man. We just picked them up, but A.T. Perry's there. Who the Saints want? Is it a Jomo, the defensive end from Texas? Something telling me it might be a wide receiver. It might be a wide receiver. Or a linebacker, Ivan Pace. I don't know. All right, the pick is in. Who y'all got, fam? Ojomo, I think, is still on the clock. No, Ojomo's still here. I just see Ojomo. Yeah, there he is right there. 6'3", 292. Ojomo's still there. They got a lot of people that you could target if you're the Saints, but I'm the Saints. I got to be looking at either a linebacker there or perhaps a wide receiver. That's got to be the only. It's A.T. Perry. Family saying it's A.T. Perry, man. It's A.T. Perry. And the Saints still have a 7th-round draft pick. That's the whole thing too, fam. Saints still have no, they gave up the 7. Okay, they fixed it. They gave up the 7. It's A.T. Perry. So A.T., that's the last of the picks right there. So I'm thinking that's the end of the Saints draft right there. From Pitt through Denver. A.T. Perry is the man. So the Saints get a wide receiver, man. A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest, man. Let me pull up his scout report in a minute. Perry has the size to threaten vertically and the frame to win 50-50 balls. I like this move here, man. I wish it was Bryce Ford Wheaton, but I'm not mad at A.T. Perry. They needed a big wide receiver to help out. He has speed to threaten vertically and frame to win 50-50 balls downfield. He's a technical route runner whose footwork and angles make up for average fluidity. He drifts into windows and boxes out defenders working against zone looks. Perry is a hands catcher with long arms and the ability to snag the ball out of the air, but he drops some balls he shouldn't. Well, he should catch. Yeah, we got to work on that. A.T. Perry. Let me play a little footage of A.T. Perry for the family members, man. So here's A.T. Perry making this move. He don't look very fast, but he was able to outrun them to the touchdown. I'm going to have to look at his 40 time. Using long arms to kind of keep the guy off of him. All right, separated, got in front of him, kept moving around, waiting for the ball. All right. Big wide receiver, man. All right, that's a couple of stats from A.T. Perry, man. A couple of little highlight reels from A.T. Perry right there. Let me pull up his draft report, fam. Give me a second. Let me pull up the draft report on Mr. A.T. Perry here. Let me see if they probably have it set up right here. Give me a second. And I'll cover his draft. Here it is, A.T. Perry. All right, here we go. All right, here's the breakdown on A.T. Perry. Is a Saints final pick of the draft, it appears. The Saints used the 7th-round pick to move up to get Mr. A.T. Perry. From Wake Forest, 6'4", where they got 6'3.5", almost 200 pounds. 30. Look at them arms, man. Got big hands, long arms, and a 40 time of 4.47. Damn, I didn't know he was that fast. I thought he was a little 4.47 for the 40-yard dash, fam. So not bad. He got to pick up a little weight, but outside of that, man, Perry played in 9 games off the bench as a redshirt freshman. 4 catches for 62 yards, average 15.5 yards a catch with 1 touchdown. And in 7 games as a reserve in 2020, 15 catches for 211 yards, average 14 yards per catch, 1 touchdown before breaking out as a junior. He led the Demon Deacons to almost 1,300 receiving yards with 71 catches, averaged 18.2 yards per catch on 71 catches. He had 15 scores and 14 starts, garnering first-team All-ACC accolades. Perry was a first-teamer again in 2022, pacing his squad with 81 receptions for almost 1,100 yards. He averaged 13.5 yards per catch, tying 7th in the FBS with 11 touchdowns in 13 games. 12 starts. Now, look at the projection right here for A.T. Perry. He was considered a 3rd-round projection. They considered him close to Devontae Parker. But he goes to the Saints in the 6th round. Long, wide out with quick feet, erratic hands, who falls neatly into the category of higher ceiling, lower floor prospect. Perry has been highly targeted and highly productive over the last 2 seasons. He's crafty but physical in his early stages of the route and flashes the ability to become more dangerous route runner with additional work. He has the tools to work all 3 levels of the field, but has drops and ordinary ball skills sap some of the excitement surrounding his massive wingspan. Perry's inconsistency can be frustrating, but his talent and traits make him worthy of a day 2 selection as a potential wide receiver 2 or 3. We get him in the 6th round. And we got Cody Burns as our wide receiver coach to kind of help him out with that. Strengths: tall, wide out with elite arms and length. Ability to stutter and widen to beat press. Shows corners a variety of speed early in the route. Resilient to play through grabby physical coverage. Loose ankles allow for tight cornering and cuts. Carries good speed on vertical routes. Protects the throw by driving back on the throw. Feet to invade a tackle and size to break one. Weaknesses: shows inconsistent vertical push to threaten off-man coverage, takes some time to execute change of direction, lacks ideal coordination adjusting to the throw, allows football to get on top of him, leading to drops. 17 over the past 2 years. That's concerning. Below average feel for footwork and sideline grabs, unlikely to spring many runs with tough blocking. So 2 different scouting reports are definitely highlighting the drops. 17 over the last 2. That's a lot of drops, man. AT, that sounds like focus issues. Sources tell us he makes the game look really easy, and I think you just have to live with the drops and focus on what he really really good at. Regional scout for NFC team. Usually drops, if you get down to the thought process about drops, is the focus thing. It's focus, With 17 drops in 2 years, that's interesting. So the prospect grade, they give him a 2.6, will eventually be average starter. They're giving him starter commentary there. But 6'4", 200 pounds. The Saints get him in the 6th round to the wide receiver room. I got to give the Saints respect and credit, because if you look at what the Saints are doing from a draft standpoint, you could do nothing but say, this is what I'm talking about. The Saints are adding speed and size to their wide receiver room, because you look at a guy like Michael Thomas. Michael's 6'3". He's 6'3", right? And his availability is one thing. So that's why you got other guys there. He's 30 years old, so his availability is a question. But outside of him, what other big wide receivers do you have? Well, you bring in Brian Edwards, who's a pretty good wide receiver for his career. He averages 16 yards per catch, which is not bad. And Brian Edwards is here because he's a guy that played with Carr with the Raiders. So he's 6'3", 215 as well. So you adding big wide receivers to your wide receiver room, it helps. Now the rest of these guys, Keith Kirkwood and Kirkwood's 6'3", but Kirkwood hadn't been the same since he came back from Carolina. Traquan Smith's another guy that's sitting there at 6'2", and Traquan is does AT push Traquan Smith out the door? We're gonna talk about people replacing some people. We're talking about we're talking about the offensive guard the Saints drafted being a guy that replaces Andrews Pete. Is A.T. Perry Traquan Smith replacement? We shall see. So anyway, Kirk Merritt's a smaller wide receiver. He's 6'1", and I'm looking forward to see what he can do. And you see a guy like, where is he at, man? Did they take him off of here? Yeah, they showed the other wide receiver that we had, Quine Baker. Here he is. Quine Baker is a 6 feet tall wide receiver too, and he was a 7th-round draft pick for the Saints a couple years ago. He got, canned because he got, suspended for the PEDs. And Quine Baker is a guy I like this tape a lot, and let's see what he can do. He's also a guy that has a lot of speed, runs decent routes. Quine Baker could surprise people this year, man, after going through what he's going through. Quine Baker can step up. So there's some improvement, and then you add A.T. Perry to the mix with the Saints here, and you got to say to yourself, man, the Saints are doing a phenomenal job, man, in building the offense, and they're adding some people. So as you can see, you see Jake Haener, the quarterback there. He's at the 3rd quarterback position behind Jameis, developmental quarterback. You see Kendre Miller as the 3rd running back position. That was a need, so the Saints smartly doing that. They had A.T. Perry here who will fit right here. A.T. Perry go right behind Edwards, as you see there. And the Saints just keep doing their thing. You see Nick Saldiveri is right here behind Andrews, right behind Andrews, right? So good moves by the black and gold. You go over to the defense. You see Brian Barisi is right there behind Nate Shepard. Saints adding. You see Isaiah Foskey behind Carl Granderson. You see Jordan Howden behind Marcus May right there on the unofficial depth chart. So if Jordan Howden is the replacement for a Marcus May, even though you have Jonathan Abram, they have suited, depending on where they see him at. Lonnie Johnson Jr. is Lonnie Johnson more of a safety or a corner? Depends on where these guys are fixated at, where they line them up at. Only time will tell. And once again, I'm using this depth chart, but this is simply just to show people to see the players together, the order, the organization of it. But this is unofficial. This is an unofficial depth chart right here. So anyway, not bad at all. The Saints move around. They make some plays. They jump back in there, and they make the move, and they get A.T. Perry. So let's get some reaction from the family members, and that's all the Saints picks. They moved up there, so unless they jump back in the 7th round, I think that's pretty much it right there. Okay, Debo says he's a strong safety. Okay, thank you, Debo. All right, Tedra says, Q, did they say Perry was a good blocker? I want to say they made mention of his block, but you would think a guy that's 6'4" should be a decent blocker. But let me go back over it here to see. All right, and see if they did mention anything about his blocking. No, that's concerning. Well, I guess not, but you wouldn't think, that blocking would be an issue with a 6'4" wide receiver. But then again, they damn sure don't mention nothing on the scouting report, well, this particular one, about it. But, I'm going to have to go and look at some of his film to kind of get more of a bead on it, man. But you would think a guy that's 6'4", that's a 6'4" wide receiver would not have problems, at the position. So anyway, this is the Saints draft picks as it stands, fam. Brian Barisi was the pick from day one, day two's picks. Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame, Kendre Miller is there. And then, of course, we take a look at everything else that's left here for today's draft, which is Nick Saldiveri, the guard from Old Dominion. And the Saints moved up to get him. 3 trades the Saints made this day. The Saints made some moves. They got the guard they wanted in Nick Saldiveri. They've got the quarterback prospect they want in Jake Haener out of Fresno State. They got a surprise pick to me was Jordan Howden, depending on where they see him at, and then A.T. Paris. So not bad at all right here for the team. So what do y'all guys think, man? What y'all think about some of these moves here? Solid draft for the black and gold, man, to be honest with you. Solid draft. All right. Doing pretty good here. So we still in the 6th round, getting close to the back round. Saints have 0 picks left. They use the 7th round to get up into the draft. And we doing it. So Saints love Smith's blocking, huh? Yeah, that'd be the thing to push him off the team, to be honest with you, if we can get that done. Brandon Axon is Saints go after Kyle Rudolph. I mean, anything possible. It depends on, they're looking at Foster Monroe. And then, of course, the Saints will have opportunities to look at veterans. But a lot of this is not going to cost the Saints a lot of money. But I think Foster Monroe, where is he at? That's the big question. That's why I didn't see a tight end here. People saying Q a tight end. I was like, no, they're not. No tight end. Why? Because Foster Monroe is lurking about in the Saints building. What's going on with that? If that works out, I think that's the guy. I don't know, Mathis. I know it says we need a tight end now. Why? Why you need a tight end? The Saints don't feel like that. What tight end? Tell me what tight end you want, bro. Throw them out there. Who available? Who you talking about? Tragic said, I do love the Foskey pick, but I trust Granderson in the run game. Or Foskey, I love the situational pass rush role. Could be, bro. Could be. I'm not mad at any of that, but eventually I know that those young guys, that's competition. With Granderson, Foskey, and Peyton Turner, it's a lot of competition there, which is good. Which is super good. Super good. So anyway, we keeping this thing moving, fam. Appreciate y'all. Saints have filled out pretty much the day right here, man. Give me a second, fam. I'm kind of, as the draft is still twisting and turning, give me a second. We're gonna play some interviews right quick. We'll play the interview from Nick Saldiveri. We're gonna play his interview for the family members to check out for a second. So this is Nick Saldiveri as the Saints get A.T. Perry as their pick. Let's hear what Nick had to say about becoming a Saint.
Congratulations, man. Welcome to, not welcome to New Orleans yet, but you'll be on your way here soon.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm so happy.
Good. So did you have previous conversations with the New Orleans Saints? Did you kind of have a feeling that this was a team that might give you the call, or was this kind of a surprise?
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked to the Saints at the Senior Bowl and had a really good conversation. I talked to them more than once, actually. And then with my agency, they sent me 7 hats. And it was kind of like teams that we felt like were a good fit and that it could work out like this. And the Saints were obviously one of them. So I had a feeling, and I was obviously super jacked up to get the call, and I'm super fired up to get out there.
Were you wearing any of the hats before the draft? Was there one that you wanted to put on more than the others?
No. I wouldn't dare put one of them on. It's like, I don't know, it gives me bad vibes.
One of the things that's always kind of highlighted about your game is kind of your versatility all along the offensive line. Is that sort of something you consider your calling card maybe as an offensive lineman, or you think that there's something else that needs to be highlighted about you?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm an offensive lineman at the end of the day. I'm not in one box. I don't play tackle, guard, center. Like, I play it all. And I take pride in that. I take pride in having the ability to do that because it's not easy. Everybody can't do that. So I take pride in it for sure. I think I have a lot of like strong points in my game, like my feet, my anchor strength, my hands, and versatility is kind of just one focal point that kind of separates me from everybody else.
Nick, what was that Senior Bowl experience like for you?
It was awesome. I mean, obviously it's such a great opportunity coming from where I come from. It doesn't happen every year. But I was super jacked up to go out there and have that opportunity. And I feel like I took advantage of it, being able to show that I had that position versatility and go play guard and center for the first time ever. And like live bullets, that's my first time playing at the Senior Bowl. And I had some success. So it was really fun. And obviously long days and things like that, but I really enjoyed it.
Nick, at the Senior Bowl, what were your conversations like with the Saints? What are some of the things they said they liked about your game?
Yeah, so I think what they liked was my football IQ and my mental ability. Like sit down, go through film, and learn some plays from the Saints, and have me recite my job and the assignments for everybody back to the coaches, and then that was one meeting, and then another meeting was kind of just getting to know me as a person and my background and everything, and we meshed well, and just it was good energy that we had going on, and I could tell that they liked me for sure, and I definitely liked the people that I was meeting with as well.
How does it feel knowing they traded up to get you?
It feels awesome. I mean, I'm so appreciative. Obviously, this is a lifelong dream to do this, and them willing to trade up and like take a chance on me, I can't wait to repay them.
Nick, that recall exercise you were talking about, it's like, do they give you a play like at the beginning, talk about some other stuff and come back to it? Or is it kind of like they show you and like, how does that work?
No, some teams do that, but with the Saints, it was kind of just like going through step by step. It wasn't really a teach you right now and then recall later. It was like kind of ripping through plays pretty fast and then kind of like showing different looks, different fronts and things like that, and kind of seeing how fast you can just fire off answers and like be confident with your answers and just pick up information really quickly.
What's the difference between playing tackle and guard, or you even mentioned you played some center? Like, what's the difference between each position, and how does your technique or role change within each one?
Yeah, I'd say it's just like angles and space and timing, really. Like a tackle, you have like more time to do some things. When you're in there at guard and center, things happen a little bit faster. So you want to be a little bit more active with your hands. You want to get on guys quicker because one, they're bigger bodies in there. And two, it's just so much tighter. You don't have as much space between you guys. So it just changes. Like obviously the angles of your sets change because you're going to be a lot flatter at guard because you're controlling the depth of the pocket. Whereas at tackle, you're controlling the width of the pocket. So there's just like things that change mentally, like, and physically. It's easy fixes. It's a different position.
For a lot of guys,
what is it?
For a lot of guys, they struggle to do that. Like we'll say, "Hey, I'll just move them inside," and they can't do it. Why do you think that it is something that you're able to just kind of click and go with moving to different spots?
Yeah, I think it's athletic ability, and I think it goes back to the mental side of it. Like when it's playing one position is hard enough in football mentally in terms of reacting and knowing your assignment. Being able to do multiple takes like dedication to your craft, and if you don't have to think about what you're doing because you know the plays like the back of your hand, it allows you to play fast. So think fast, play fast kind of thing. So you have to approach everything as a center. You have to approach everything knowing everybody's job at all times because you never know what's going to happen. You could go from right to left. You could go from guard to tackle. Just having a good understanding of what the offense is trying to do as a whole. And that just kind of goes to help understand what your piece of the puzzle is on the offense.
And Nick, what are some of the challenges that come with working left side, right side, and having to maybe swap sides on the offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a reps thing, a banked reps thing. Like I've played a lot of right side my entire life, and then so I'm obviously super comfortable there. In terms of going to the left, you kind of just things change a little bit. Your stance might not be the same. You just got to do what you're comfortable doing. And you just got to know what works for you, and you got to if you're not comfortable doing something, you got to get more reps at it and get comfortable.
Nick, I got to ask you about the eating competition with Duke Manningweather.
Yeah.
So I got to know, first of all, is this like a thing where you just are competitive, or is this like you feel like you could consistently gain 10 pounds in a single meal? I got to know.
I couldn't consistently do that. It was really just a competitive thing. I mean, it's just the most offensive line thing ever, going out there and having a bunch of offensive linemen eat as much steak as possible. But it was fun, and I wasn't going to go in there and not win. Like, I knew that I wanted it more than they did. And we had a good group of guys in there, and it was all good fun. But, like, I am just a competitor. I've been like that since I was a kid. So that's just how I am. And I wasn't going to go in there and not win.
I had the Tiger, man. I love it.
Why did you go to Old Dominion, and how have you evolved since you got there?
Yeah, so ODU recruited me off of my junior tape in high school, and I went up to a junior day, and they gave me an offer, and they were like, we got 3 spots for offensive linemen, and once they're gone, they're gone. And then I went home, and I was home for like a month, and another offensive lineman committed, and it was the only offer I had at that point. And I was like, I want to play Division I football. I want to go to school for free, and I want to get my degree and everything. And then I like the people, I like the area.
Hey, Jake.
And I saw potential in the university. So it was just, I wasn't going to not take my opportunity to go play Division I football. So, but once I took my opportunity to go to ODU, like, that was it. Like, my word is my bond. Once I committed, I didn't even make a senior highlight tape. I didn't allow coaches to come talk to me. Like, when I committed to them, that was that. Like, if I was going to go to the NFL, I was going to do it out of Old Dominion. And I think loyalty is few and far between these days, especially with the way college football is just different. And I take pride in like being loyal to people that take chances on me and just giving them my all and paying this game the respect it deserves and just doing things the right way.
Hey, yes. Big offensive lineman from Old Dominion is in the building. Guy, this could be something for the black and gold, man. Let me tell you something. Pretty interesting for Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion. Saints moved up. He plays all the positions. You heard his thought process, man. Pretty positive stuff, man, if you think about it, right? You look at this kid and how he plays, man, and how he talks about things and how he breaks the game down. Really special young man we got here, and he talks about being, what's the term? Dedicated to people who take a chance on him. Well, welcome aboard, Mr. Nick, as he comes here to help out the Saints backup offensive line. All right, let's go on to the next one, fam. We got Mr. Haener out of the University of Fresno State, our quarterback. Let's hear his thoughts as a new Saint. Here we go.
Welcome, man. Congratulations. Same college as Derek Carr, same number as Drew Brees. Now you're headed to the New Orleans Saints. How's it feel?
It's so surreal. I can't even put it into words right now. I just got off the phone with Derek and just so excited to learn from him. And I can't even put it into words. How many times does, an opportunity like this happen? And, you get to learn from an all-time great at the same school you played at, playing, in the same NFL team. And I'm just really speechless.
I know at the Senior Bowl, you told us you had met Brees or done some work with Brees. Maybe, I guess, could you maybe refresh our memory on that?
Yeah, no, Brees came down in January, just where we were all training with me, Bryce, CJ, Tanner, and Jaron Hall. Just came and sat with us for a couple hours and watched him tape with us. And it was great just to, watch his 2019 tape and hear him talk through things and, just be able to kind of learn and absorb some of the information he was giving us.
Did you, at the Senior Bowl, did you talk to the Saints? Did you have any idea that this was a possibility?
Yeah, working with Coach Curry and DJ, they were my offensive coordinator, quarterback coach for the Senior Bowl. And then also talking to, Jeff Ireland at interviews, had a good kind of feel that they were interested. And, I just really wanted to go to a place where I was going to be able to learn and fit. And I feel like this is a really good opportunity for me to come in and learn from Jameis and Derek and, do.
Jake, you were the MVP in the Senior Bowl. Just talk about
just being there and how much that has helped you to get where you are today.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, I've had to prove people wrong my entire career, and I've had to outwork everybody. And I feel like the preparation I put in has helped me get to this point. And, there's still a lot left, still a lot in the tank, and I couldn't be more excited to get to New Orleans here in a week or two and start learning, start growing, and continue to become a better passer.
Jake, being a Fresno guy, do you have any pre-existing relationship with the Carrs? Derek?
Yeah, no, I've had a lot of, conversations with Derek over the last couple of years that I've been at Fresno, went through with him a few times. And I think he's always just been a sounding board for me and has given me his number, told me if I ever needed anything that he was going to be there for me. And, I got off the phone with him. He just said he's so excited to be able to teach me some of the things he's learned over the years and be a mentor for me. And, I just think that's really cool.
Jake, I saw somewhere that you wore number 9 because of Drew. Is that correct?
Yeah, I did, which is absolutely insane. And the Saints were my childhood team growing up because I love watching 9 play. And that is just so unbelievable that I literally would wear Drew Brees jerseys. I'd wear Saints beanies, and having the opportunity to go play in New Orleans is really just going to be a dream come true.
Yeah, now you got to pick a number.
How about that?
That's okay. I'll figure it out.
How about that? This dude came up watching the Saints play, has a Drew Brees type mentality, and now he's a Saints quarterback. Amazing.
So sorry if you already answered this. So Derek called you right after you got drafted?
Derek texted me and said that he knew what they were going to do, and he just told me to give him a call when I got off the phone with everybody. And I just literally talked to him about 5-10 minutes ago, and he just told me to give him a call next week when things die down. And I did tell him that he better bring his A game on the golf course because I've been practicing. I think he's a pretty good golfer.
Jake, how important do you think it was just for your ability to kind of get the ball on time where it needs to be? For a player of your stature, I know that it's something you kind of had to overcome with everybody. So to get like high completion percentage, get the ball out where it needs to be. Like, how important was that for your game specifically?
I think the biggest thing is having a really good pre-snap idea and knowing when things break down, where your outlets are. And I think that all comes from preparation and my understanding of what's going on and how we like to operate at Fresno. And, I think the first things I do when I get to camp, obviously going to dive into the playbook and do everything I can to know where to go with the football and eliminate so much thinking and just process.
Jake, I was watching film with Drew valuable. Is it just similar build, seeing the field the way he did? Like, what were some of the things that he was able to maybe teach you or open you up to through that experience?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Drew and him kind of telling us was always know where your outlets are and try to do everything you can to avoid negative plays at this level. Negative plays kill drives, kill momentum. So Drew really made it a priority to always know where his outlets are every snap and do everything you can to avoid negative plays.
Jake, you mentioned working alongside Ronald Curry. What was kind of stood out for you working with him that week at Senior Bowl?
I think the biggest thing working with him was just kind of getting an understanding of who he is. He gets an understanding of who I am as a person, my personality a little bit. I think it was great just to be able to kind of get a feel for the Saints playbook at the Senior Bowl. Really got to dive in for that for about 2 weeks. So I have a little bit of a head start there. And then also going for a visit there and having, 40, 45 pages of install to have to learn and adapt to rather quickly. So, I think it's going to be great kind of going into rookie mini camp, having, the verbiage down a little bit and continuing to learn and master that offense.
Well, you mentioned obviously being a fan of Drew Brees and trying to learn from him, but I mean, do you think that you've entered sort of a different world that he and Russell Wilson and others have opened the door for that you didn't really have to fight a stigma or let people believe that a 5'11", 6-foot quarterback can thrive, or you did run into that, you think? Right?
I think I ran into that a little earlier throughout my recruiting process. And, the great thing is as the game has continued to evolve, I think the door is open for guys that are, 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot. And I think if you throw the ball accurately, you're a great leader. You process at a really high level. teams with great weapons around you can thrive. And I think, going in here, it's a great situation for me. I can learn from, really polished passers with a lot of really good skill players around them, and hopefully have the chance to adapt and grow over the next few years.
All right, shout out to the fam, man, as we listening to some of our new guys. Vernon Johnson, shout out to you for the Cash App, bro. Much love to brother Vernon Johnson. And shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in here. As you can hear, a young quarterback, Mr. Jake, talk about him being a guy that followed Drew and ultimately wearing Saints gear, and now he is a quarterback for the New Orleans Saints. So you won't talk about, it's amazing how this stuff is, isn't it, family? It's amazing. Young man talked about, wearing Saints beanies, and you can see he's still caught up into it to this day. He's talking about having that experience, and now he's the quarterback of the team. All right, let's keep the train going. Here go our new safety that's be making an appearance, Mr. Jordan Howden. His thoughts on becoming a Saint. Here we go.
First of all, congratulations. What was your gut reaction when that call came in and you found out it was the Saints?
At first it was like a Texas number, so I didn't know what was going on. So, yeah, I didn't know what team or who it was. But then, just hearing the coach name say that they wanted me on the team and stuff like that, it's a blessing. I have all my family here with me. It's just a great feeling. Something I've never felt before. So, just ready.
Was it Coach Allen that called you?
Yes, sir. It was him, and then head coach, and I talked to the GM as well.
What kind of contact did you have with the Saints leading up to the draft, if any?
Just it was little here and there, like Zoom calls, little meetings here and there, but did a little private workout. But besides that, just excited. Just it's been a long journey. Been talking to a lot of people, but just having them call me, very surprised. I don't even know what to say right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys, but I'm happy.
Well, what was the experience like for you at the East-West Shrine Bowl? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it was a great experience. You meet a lot of great people, people from all over, teammates from every team, whatever around the world, and you come together and actually play on one team and be in meetings with other people and being coached by other NFL team. I feel like it was a great experience. Get a little taste of what it is at the next level. So,
what would you classify as maybe some of your top traits, or where do you have a vision of where you might be playing on the defense?
No, I don't have any vision. I'm one of those type of players, like wherever the team needs me, I'm available anywhere on the field. That's just how it's always been growing up. I'm a team player, special team player. I'll be in the box, opposed being man, whatever the team wants me to do. So.
You played considerable snaps, over 200 each season, for what we can find charted in the slot. How comfortable do you feel you'll be able to contribute there at the next level of pass?
I feel very comfortable. Like I said, anywhere a team needs me, I work on it, get with the coaches, talk about it, the game plan and things of that sort, and just get ready for that upcoming week or the team that we're playing. So.
Are there any aspects about your game that differentiate you, though, even if you are put here, there, everywhere?
I feel like I said, like playing at Minnesota, I bounced around at different positions, and with that being said, it was actually at first, you're like, okay, why do I keep moving positions? But at back of the head, they just know I can be able to play at different positions, or just put me in the best spot that we needed for our defense. And for me to be versatile like that, just gives me, upper hand, and just know that people can just rely on me on any space on the field. So.
You mentioned special teams a second ago. How aware are you about the focus here in New Orleans on special teams and the larger role that it plays for the coaching staff?
I know special teams is very, very important. That's probably the most important part of a game, really, or just a team. So I feel like that plays a part, because if no special teams, you really got to be extra a lot on the offense and defense. So that's why I take the core team kickoff return, punt return very seriously. And I give a big thanks to like my special team coach at Minnesota.
What's kind of going through your mind as you sit there today watching the draft unfold and getting that call?
Honestly, I've watched it for many years. It's a business. You just got to be patient. Just just believing in the team that you just wait for the call for the team that believes in you the most. And like I said, I've been talking to a lot of people, and they told me you just got to wait for your moment. Somebody will pick you up. So yeah.
Jordan, it says that your dad played at Grambling, and you got a cousin that played in the NFL. How much did they influence you on the game?
So growing up, like my dad, yeah, he played corner as well, growing up, and especially in college. I didn't really play DB, growing up. Everybody's always a running back when they're little, playing little league and stuff like that. But going into like that 7th, 8th grade, he was telling me like, this is where I will make my money if I really want to go to the next level or the pro level and stuff like that. So end up learning the position, and then I end up start getting around my uncle. He started giving me tips and stuff, and he gave me little pointers, especially like going through high school and college. It's definitely helped me like mentally, especially being out there and know what to expect, what's coming. So I feel like I'm very grateful for them to be able to teach me little things that can help me.
And just kind of maybe just some thoughts on being in a room with a guy like Tyrann Mathieu, Marcus May, just being able to learn from some of those guys.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said, and just kind of what's the mindset, just being able to be in a locker room where you're learning from guys like Tyrann Mathieu, Marcus May.
Just guys that's been in the league for a little minute. I feel like you can always learn from everybody, not be like everybody, but you always can take in from people's perspective and how they do things and their routines on and off the field, and just create my own routine and do what I like, what I would help me be successful.
Have you ever been to New Orleans?
No, but I have a couple family members that's from out there. So they always tell me, oh, I need to come out there. Well, there it is right there.
Hey, Jordan, are you familiar with the sort of San Diego contingent of players that are here? Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, guys like that?
Yes, sir. Of course. Always. San Diego's always been slept on. We're just we just now getting players out there, and then they just getting my boys getting the recognition that we knew that we had it in us and stuff like that. Just proud of them and just seeing them at the pro level and just trying to be right next to them. So,
did you have any overlap or contact with those guys at all? Just in being in the area.
We talk here and there, but not on like a personal level because everybody always has their own thing going on and everybody's busy. But here and there, we will do tap in and seeing how everybody's doing and just make sure we're good. Yeah.
All right. There he is, and that's you listen to young cornerback there dropping the science, Jordan Howden. We got some really nice young draft picks there, fam, to be quite honest with you, that's going on. So pretty interesting, man. Pretty cool. The Saints making moves, man, doing their thing. And as you can see, it's been awesome, man. Very solid draft by the team, getting all these players, a full cupboard of talent for the black and gold. They're making moves, and it's pretty awesome, man. They touched on a lot of positions. Of course, we wanted them to see them take another linebacker. But there'll be guys that'll be available when the time comes. But this right now, currently, family, is what the Saints draft is chiming out to be for this upcoming year. So not bad. All right, so fam, talk to me. Which some of your favorite picks and moves? We heard some of the young players speak on it. Let's bring it back around to you guys. Slim, shout out to my brother Slim. He says he'll give it an A. Thank you, Slim. Appreciate you. Let's get draft grades from the family members right now. Y'all tell me how y'all feel about this here thing. All right, y'all let me know. Go Getter says a B draft. Yes, I agree, bro. I give the Saints a solid B this draft too. Yeah, I said it is. Random says favorite pick is Foskey. Okay, thank you. All right, shout out to you. All right, so appreciate you as well. All right, let's see what else we got. Zoe says a B. Tramal says B+. Solid draft for the Saints, man. Solid draft for the Saints, man. Very solid. Poppy says a B+. Yeah, this is good. All right. Devon says a B. All right. Gregory Bosworth, shout out to you. A-. All right, thank you. Roger Pace, shout out to you, brother Roger. A+. All right. Brother BC Lewis, how you doing, fam? Gives him a B. Hemisphere with the B. All right. Shout out. All right. So much love. All right. Random says definitely a solid draft. Indeed. I agree with you, bro. I agree. Deuce Vaughn off the board now. Dallas picks up Deuce Vaughn, the running back from Kansas State. It's the small running back with a lot of speed, man. So they're getting a little help with the running back game. Dallas there. All right. K-Man says an A for effort. All right. All right. Shout out to you. All right. Good to see. JC says, I wish we could have kept Troutman. Yeah. I think a lot of the stuff that goes on with the black and gold, man, it's like the reality is, I think like, you get Isaiah Fowski, and I think the Saints are kind of milling about with him. So it's intriguing and interesting, man, to know that all this stuff is happening at the same time. But yeah, you see, man, it's just what it is, man. You had a guy, and really you could kind of look at it and see that, we knew that would be the case, like with Sean Payton, what he doing. Sean Payton been dipping in, picking up people, like he got all kind of people, Marquez Callaway, and who else he got over there? He got a couple of guys. Now he gets Troutman. So in the end, it is what it is, man. We just got to keep it moving and move on. So yeah, more than likely I don't know. It's interesting. Is Foster Monroe a thing, for the Saints right now? Is he a thing? Because he came back around. That's the question I have for the Saints is, the Foster Monroe thing. Where is he at? And the Saints, I know he came back on the second thing, and then, it went dark. We didn't hear anything from it. So is that a possibility? And they don't seem to be in a rush right now to even go after a tight end. So, I mean, it is what it is, Yeah, the Broncos got him, Farouk. Broncos got him. All right, so anyway, let's keep it going. T-Roy says he liked it. All right, shout out to you. All right, Nolans 504 says good B. All right, OG to the third degree says I'm happy with the draft, B+. Kevin says I love this draft. Shout out to you. All right, thank you, sir. I don't think he did start him, man. He'd probably come in and help him out, though, Yeah, okay, Kenneth, thank you, sir. B+. All right. Tramal says, I'm disappointed we didn't get Tajay Spears, but that's just my personal choice. Yeah, shout out. All right. Gregor says, we'd have been an A+ if we'd gotten a linebacker early, but I think we can get some extra. Yeah, they got quite a few prospects, man. As we still got round 6 right now, pick 36. There's still a full round left. They're going to be some guys that's going to be available there. All right. What's up, EJ? Says, just got in from the draft. I live in Kansas City. I'm pretty pleased with this draft. Thank you. Appreciate you, Queen. Much love. All right. Devon says Crawl is better than Troutman. Well, I mean, it was schematic, and Sean Payton, that's Sean Payton's guy. And Sean Payton says, hey, let me get that from you. And they gave him to him. So it's whatever. Ain't nobody around here crying about Troutman. I tell you that much, They traded him out of here, and you got Juwan Johnson there. And, of course, the Saints will have to, the big question mark is Foster Monroe. That's the big thing. All right, so there you go. All right, Dante Steele, the West Virginia defensive tackle, is off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. Eternal says a B+. All right. Shout out for you, Queen. A-. Avis says A- on potential. T-Rob says, did Ali Gay get drafted? I don't know, bro. Let me check that for you. I was listening to the interviews. I don't think he did. Allow me to kind of look around and see what I can find here. Let me see here. Where the hell am I? Okay. All right, here we go. I don't know. I think he's let's see. Okay. Nah, he's still on the board, bro. Still there. Ali Gay's still up there. Yep, he's still on the board. All right. So, yeah. And we'll see what happens with that moving forward. But that Corey Trice been up there for a while, man. All right. Shout out to your brother Michael. Thank you, sir. He says, between Fondo and Sean, they're going to pick us dry. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, well, Sean got a couple of coaches there. He got some players there. And a lot of those guys are Sean Payton's guys. So, in fact, let me see if I can pull up Coach Payton's pull up the Denver Broncos depth chart right now, and you can see what he got working in over there. It's a lot of players that come from the Saints. That's Tony Jones Jr. He was one that was with the Saints for a while. You got LeJardan Humphrey. He's over there. You got Marquez Callaway. He's over there. He go Troutman with the trade. He gets there. And then Chris Manhertz was with the Saints for a little bit. So, this is several players the Saints have had, man, that Sean Payton added to his offense there. I don't think nobody on defense, but mostly it's Sean Payton's offense. So, yeah, I don't see any guys from that's on it from the defense, but the offense is strictly Payton. So, yeah, Coach Payton got about 4 or 5 guys, man, that he got on his squad that come over from the black and gold or got black and gold ties. So, there you go. Old man Payton. All right, so shout out to the fam, man. Thank you for that, Brother Michael. Much love. Uncle Paulie says, hey, Q, I give the Saints a B-, and Adam Troutman wasn't working out anyway. So, yeah, ain't nobody crying for Troutman, man. He really R.I.P. to the fish man. All right. Nobody crying for Troutman, man. No doubt about it, man. Sean Payton, if anything, saved his life getting him up out of here because, man, it was tough. All right, so thank you, Uncle Paul. Slugger says, looking to see how Smoke Monday does this season. All right, Rose says, Q, Troutman got yeah, I know, bro. I know. Yeah, to the Broncos, I know. All right, Darrell said, I can't wait to hear what Lamar had got to say about the draft. Yeah. I mean, it was a positive thing, man, to be honest with you about with Lamar Jackson. They finally were able to get his contract stuff worked out, and he goes to, they got that worked out because that was a big type situation looming over him. They finally got that straight. They got Odell Beckham and Zay Flowers to kind of get offense more pop, so they got a few things that they're working on, man. But in the end, we'll see what they do, man. But they make really good choices with their linebackers, man. They got Trenton Simpson to help out with Roquan Smith, Pat Queen's there. They added a few more people to it, but Lamar Jackson got his paper. But that was the biggest thing, them finally getting that done. That was huge, man. Finally, getting that done. So I'm happy for Lamar that he got that deal done. Pelicans Nola say the Saints get an A. Thank you. Sir Roger says got our needs on the D line. Got rid of Troutman. I'm not complaining. Yes, they heard this. Yes. Show me. That's right, bro. That's what they.
I got the fish man out of here, man. We got to trade the fish man.
All right, Yin, shout out to you, bro. Says B+. Slim says, love the AT pick. Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Lisa, shout out to you. Says, what picks do we have left? No picks, Lisa. We are completely out of picks right now. The Saints are just cruising to the end of the draft. Matter of fact, let me pull up the teams right here so you can see what's left of them right here. But yeah, the Saints moved up around 3 times in this draft right here. Oh, it's kind of running a little slow. So yeah, but the Saints moved up 3 times in this round here to make some things pop in this day, today, to make moves happen. And it was a pretty good thing that the Saints did, making it pop. So yeah, it's fun, man. Watching a very eventful third day, man. A really eventful third day for the Saints, man. Moving around, making trades, and here go the one right here that Ian Rappaport reported on about 40 minutes ago or so about the Saints trading Troutman to the Broncos for the 196 pick back with Sean Payton. So the Saints gave up multiple picks to go and get Troutman and then give him away for, what they gave him away for. Ain't that something, man? But I don't think nobody worried about it. We just happy Troutman is going, and the Saints can move forward, man, and just do something else because Troutman was struggling and it just didn't work. And Sean Payton basically saved him, bringing him out there. So now Juwan Johnson, Taysom Hill, Lucas Krull, and then you talk about this is a practice squad tight end right here, Miller Forrestall, so they'll eventually. And then the big news is, let me see if I can find something on Foster Monroe's any new updates on him because I don't know. I think the reason why you're looking at that and you're seeing but there's something behind this story with Foster Monroe. So, and this was like a couple of weeks he came back and they said that his prognosis was good. So he came back for an interview with the Saints. And then after that, we didn't hear anything about it. So, and it's just one of them stories. So you would think that that's the reason why the Saints aren't, they're not really, they didn't make a move on it after getting rid of Troutman. They just got rid of Troutman. So ain't no need for that. But as you can see right here, they're saying Foster Monroe's prognosis was good. This was 2 weeks ago, right? And then just to recap the story, Foster Monroe found out he has Hodgkin's lymphoma through the routine physical the Saints gave him. It was at stage number 2, so it spread from the initial location, but it appears to have slowed the spread, and we should be able to get rid of it, Monroe said on Good Morning America, right? He said, I like to use this platform to encourage others for the screening. He said that. So, and then they talk about a possible return. Now, remember, the Saints did bring him back for another physical, and then no word was said about it, about that move. So I'm thinking this could be having something to do with it too. Just to throw that out there for the family members, to be thorough about it. Reginald says Saints did a good job with the draft, filling the holes in the draft, building for the future with the QB. Great job, Mickey. Thanks for the Who Dat.
Yeah, well, thank you, Reginald. Well, that's all I want, a little credit here. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want. Some goddamn credit,
All right, so JL said the Troutman Adam, not Roger, without the talking box. That's right, man. Computer love. That's right. Ava says they're on the phone talking to Ali Gay's agent in case he don't get drafted. I'm pretty sure they work in the phones, bro. Yeah. Michael says he's happy. I'm happy too, bro. Life Short says Troutman was a holding wine back because the Saints tried to force him to do something. Yeah, the idea was, they picked him with the pick, and that was something else. So Sean Payton saved him here, man, for real. Pelicans, Nola says ATL Smoke Monday has something for you. Let's go. All right. Tonkaton 3 says Foster is a tight end hitting behind the scenes. I know, bro. That's the story. Like, okay, remember they were talking about this thing, and then all of a sudden, everything went away. It went away. So I'm saying that's something behind the scenes that's going on with the guy, And if his prognosis is good and it's heading in the right direction, then the Saints gave him a second physical, but you hear nothing from it. So we'll see. PJ, shout out, say, what's up, Big Q? Who that family? Shout out to you, my brother. Good to see you. All right, Jason, shout out to you. What the Rev have to say about our picks? I think the Rev going to chime in a little later, bro. The good Rev, he's going to talk about it a little later on, brother. He's, yeah, baby. Baby, let me tell you something, baby. Baby, I'm enjoying the draft, baby. Baby, let me tell you something, baby. Baby, the draft has been very good. Very good, baby. Baby, let me tell you, baby. Baby, it's been special. Special, baby. It's been very special, baby. Watching this happen, baby. Baby, at the end of the day, baby, let me tell you something, baby. The Saints is heading like this, baby. They're going up like a shuttle, baby. Let me tell you something, baby. Not like an airplane, baby. Like a shuttle, baby. They're going straight up to the sky, baby. Baby, they're going up to the moon, baby. Beyond the moon, baby. We going up like a shuttle, baby. Straight through the moon, baby. We going through it. All right. Thank you, Rev. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. All right, Randy, shout out to you. I think they will let DeMario Jackson get healthy. This is why they didn't pick up a linebacker. This could be the point too, Randy. I know a lot of people see it. But they're nervous about the Zach Bowen situation. I think is a lot of things, man. People kind of, nervous about, and rightfully so. But Zach Bowen could surprise us, He could turn into Caden Ellis for this year, which would be a pleasant surprise. Lisa, shout out to you, says Breesy is going to be a Trey Hendrickson. That's 2.0. That is, you know what, Lisa? That is what several people in the chat was saying, the commonalities between how Trey Hendrickson played and how Brian Breesy looked. I mean, you cannot discount their playing styles to a degree. The intensity, the effort they play with. Like what I love about Breesy and the tape that I watched from him is that he has a nonstop motor, flailing away, refusing to be stopped. He's a 6'6", 300-pound human that's really agile, and he's just not a guy that you would count on for run stuff, but he's also a guy that will penetrate, interiorly speaking. And I seen footage where they lined him up on the edge and he was making stuff happening. So the Saints have a very, very solid group of players in this draft that can really help us right now. This was a very, like, especially at the top of the draft, very solid. Yeah, but the Trey Hendrickson comps are really valid, man. Really valid. All right, T-Rob says, man, we want all the smoke here. Hoyd, man, I got you, baby. All right, I hear you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Keep talking like that, baby. Keep talking. Tell him again, baby. Farouk says Kendre Miller reminds him of really? Yeah, Emmitt Smith. Okay. Now I know what's the guy from what's his name from the running back used to play for Cleveland. I forgot his name, but that's his style. That kind of remind me of his style. That's what I think. All right, T-Rob says pick up Ali and turn him into a linebacker. I don't know, bro. They do that. All right, yeah. Reginald says, yes, Lisa, you're right about Barisi's Trey 2.0. True that. Yeah, a lot of people agree with that. Pelicans noticed that Mickey Loomis put Troutman on his wall instead of shooting. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, bro. Kareem Hunt. That is a fair comp. The Hunt comment is very fair. Very fair. The Kareem Hunt comp with the Kendre Miller, man, that's right on the money. All right, shout out to my brother Carlton, man. Good to see you in the chat, bro. Brother Carlton, much love, bro. Thank you, sir. 504 Coast says, Big Q, the man of me. All right, was this 40 time or runs a 4.58? I thought he was a little faster than that. 4.58 was Kendre Miller's 40 time. Was it really? Give me a second. Let me kind of look up some stuff right quick, my friend. I thought his time was faster than that. Hold on. Thought he was a little faster than that. Yeah. Oh, it ain't on now. I have to look his numbers up, but yeah, I thought he was a little faster than that, Rel. Because he most certainly looked faster than that on tape. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just a second, fam. Let me see. I thought he was faster than that. And you ain't lying, bro. 4.58. Yeah, you're right. Damn, I thought he was a lot faster than that, bro. But yeah, he looks faster on film, don't he? All right, shout out to you, bro. All right. Yeah, Mickey deserves some credit, man. Give Mickey some credit here. Give him some credit. All right. So anyway, Pelicans Nola says Mickey yeah, that's true. 4.5, yeah, man. All right, Michael says we need some depth at linebacker. Do we kick the tires on Quine coming back for I don't know about Quine, bro. I don't think Quine Alexander is the guy. I mean, that comes back. I mean, you never know, but the Saints could go in a different direction. Like they did the previous year when we went with Eric Wilson. And Eric Wilson is still in the contract. So, I mean, I'd be surprised. I would welcome Quine Alexander back, but I don't know. We'll see, bro. Because I expect the Saints to sign at least one veteran linebacker to steady the run. Because they did bring a lot of these guys back, man. Like we take a look at, let me see if I can pull, the depth chart up here. And go back to the Saints thing. Yeah, well, here he is. But yeah, you look at what they brought in, man, and the linebacker, Wise. I mean, they re-signed Andrew Dowell. DeMarco Jackson is healthy. And this Conley guy and Ty Summers and Nephi Sewell, these are practice squad special teams guys. Then the biggest thing is, Zach Bowen is like, is Zach Bowen ready to ball? Is he ready to step up and handle his business? That's the big thing with him. Zach Bowen being down here. And it's weird, man. Let me pull up his statistics because Zach Bowen been with the Saints for several years now, and he don't have one sack. And this guy had like 11 sacks in college. Zach Bowen does not have one sack as a Saint. Is that surprising to you guys? Not really, huh? Not really. Barry says these undrafted free agents the Saints pick up should be interesting. Yeah, I'm waiting to see, bro, for real. All right, Brother Randolph says Saints take care of all the major leagues needs. defensive tackle, defensive end, offensive line, running back, wide receiver, can add linebacker depth, undrafted free agents in remaining 23 free agent class. Thank you, brother Randolph. Always thorough. Justin says, I wish they pick up Isaiah or Aubrey Miller. Yeah, Isaiah Land or Aubrey Miller. Yes, sir. Yeah, we'll see if they can make it through the back of the draft, bro. That's the whole big thing, man, is right now we still kind of, marching through the rest of this draft. If some of these guys can make it through the draft, and you always get guys that go right through, that slip through the cracks and end up getting drafted. Saints always finds the best ones. That's why I always love that undrafted area. And Larry says, what do you think about this receiver we just drafted? I think A.T. Perry is a good wide receiver. He got good speed. He needs to gain some weight. Ain't no doubt about it. You're a little too thin. He's less than 200 pounds for 6'4". But the Saints what they're doing is like they're getting bigger at the position. You got a big guy that can move, that can, if you need him to, and then we seen footage of him playing outside that you can run him inside. And the Saints have added 2 6'3" or more wide receivers since Michael Thomas. And you got Michael, who's 30 years old, hadn't played a full season in some time, and then you get Brian Edwards. Used to play with the Raiders and the Falcons. He's here. He's 6'3", and then you add A.T. Perry there as well. And really, my guy was Bryce Ford Wheaton. But, I'm not mad. But A.T. Perry, I'm going to have to check on him, his blocking, because I was looking where the interviews are playing. I was looking up A.T. Perry's scouting reports, and then I was looking at some film, some highlights of A.T. Perry. And he seems to be like a guy that is not a bad blocker, even though they don't mention his blocking on the report. Like he's a solid blocker, such and such. Like we heard from Jawan Johnson when Jawan Johnson was a wide receiver and he came out of Oregon, and Jawan was doing this thing and we was like, yeah, he's known for blocking all that, but you don't hear none of that from the scouting reports for A.T. Perry. So I don't know if you would automatically assume that just because he's 6'4" and all this stuff, that he's automatically a good blocker. But I actually watched some highlights with him actually involved in blocking, and he did seem to be a decent blocker, at least a decent blocker. But the knock on is at least 3 or 4 scouting reports that I seen was all saying the same thing in unison about his focus. His focus on dropping balls, like catchable balls, like he'll catch this, like really tough ones, and then some really easy ones he'll drop. Focus. That's focus issues. Cody Burns should be able to help him with that. So if the Saints drafting him, like where they draft him in the 6th round or wherever it was, like in the 6th round after the move, they got to think that hey, we can help him with that, because drops is fundamentally it's a situation that happens because of focus. What are you doing? Are you focusing on making a catch? And some of these guys, they'll throw the ball and then they'll get ready for it, and they'll be trying to make a move before the ball is in their grasp, and that's something that can be coached out of him. So a real good coach like a Cody Burns should be able to get him together and help him improve. And besides, I don't think A.T. Perry will be a big factor in terms of like you looking at him being a big factor in the Saints wide receiver room. You never know. Injuries could happen, could thrust him in front there, but it all depends, man. We got Brian Edwards and we got A.T. Perry. Somebody got to get Traquan Smith the hell up out of here, man. Why didn't Sean Payton call the Saints and ask them, listen, we'll take Adam Troutman from you, and could you throw Traquan Smith in there too? We would have gave him and send him on. Go ahead and package Traquan Smith and Troutman and send them on over there. Here, take this guy too. Well, it is what it is, but thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, A.T. Perry is going to be a solid wide receiver for the Saints, man. And that's why I was looking up to see about his blocking, and he appears to be at least a decent blocker on some of the film that I've seen. Gregory says, Q, do you think we need another wide receiver from the? Oh, absolutely. You're going to get some more. You're going to get linebackers. You're going to get defensive linemen. You're going to get a couple of interior defensive linemen. You're going to get linebackers. You're going to get some more secondary members. You're going to get some more wide receivers. You're going to get a running back or two. You're going to get a tight end. You're going to get some offensive linemen. You're going to get a mix of at least about 12 or 13 people. The Saints going to pick up at least they usually run between 12 to 13 folks, something like that. It's going to be somewhere around there, man. So no doubt about it, you're definitely going to get that. that's why we all so buck, because we realized that the Saints really shine in that area of the draft. That's really cool, man. It's really cool. All right, Pam says I had to leave, but I'm back. Do we have any more picks? I don't know where you left off at, Queen, but let me put the list up right here, but this is what the Saints have done. I think he was still here when we had the quarterback selection of Jake Haener. And we added, in the 5th round, the Saints added Jordan Howden, the safety out of Minnesota. And then they traded back into the draft, back into the 6th round, gave up a 7th-round pick, move up. And Troutman, they go up and get the move to get A.T. Perry. So let's just say that. They help out. They got the trade to get A.T. Perry. They traded back up into the 6th round and landed wide receiver A.T. Perry, 6'4", 198-pound guy from Wake Forest who has some speed, tall guy, and it's pretty good. McBride's off the board, so we get to see McBride get off the board there. Dwayne McBride's the guy that the Saints looked at. Minnesota Vikings picked him up. So there you go. Corey Trice still on the board, man. Wow. Ivan Pace Jr. is still out there. Really solid linebacker, undersized, plays sideline to sideline. One of Ivan Pace's problem is he's a smaller guy, but he sometimes, if a big guy get to him, he can't detach and get off him, and the guy kind of mushes him out. But, that's something that you got to learn, how to get away from them big guys. And, of course, we see right now the Rams are on the clock. They take the punter out of Wingate. And then Atlanta is bouncing back up. Round 7, pick 7, as we barreling down the hill, getting ready to get to the rest of the draft so we can get to the undrafted ranks and see how things going. All right, Farouk says Perry looks like he'll be good situational red zone threat. It's always good to have a big guy that's good in the red zone like that, bro. You know what I mean? Always positive to have a big guy like that to be in there. Always positive. So anyway, as we keep this thing going. All right, yeah. Debo says Zach Bourne had been for 3 years. Jeez, I thought he had 1 sack. I did not know that the man did not have a sack. He'd been here for 3 years and didn't have not 1 sack, because the Saints, a lot of that's on Zach Bourne, but a lot of that's on the Saints. Some days, some weeks, he couldn't even get on the field. They just couldn't find a way to fit him. That's why you don't draft players that don't fit what you're doing. It's a big problem. Mike says, I just saw some tape on Jack Haener. This might be a gem. I feel this whole Saints draft is its own potential, LOL. Yeah, I played some stuff when they made the pick from him, and it looked pretty good to me. Now, I'm going to do some more research on it, of course. Donnell says, Mr. Draft, do the work. How we looking today, fam? Shout out to you, brother Donnell. But Saints are looking pretty good, man. Saints did some pretty – not a flashy draft, but everything they did was with purpose. It was with purpose. Everything they did was with purpose. The defensive tackle, the help out in the rotation, Isaiah Foskey, to help out with the pass rush, big. Stopping the run and then adding pass rush ability. You get Isaiah Foskey in the 2nd round. Notre Dame all-time sack master, most sacks than anybody. There are a lot of players that were good came from Notre Dame, especially from the defensive side of the ball. And he's the best. 20-something plus sacks in 2 years is awesome. He's terrific. Now, he's going to gain a little weight there. Kendre Miller from TCU, the running back, to kind of help out if there's legal issues with Elvin Kamara. We have a 3 running back rotation, man. We got 3 backs now. I don't know if it'll be a rotation. That all depends on Pete Carmichael and this discipline to be able to use those guys like that to keep them fresh. But you have 3 running backs. You can run them guys in, man. If you're doing it the right way, you can keep those guys fresh. That's the idea of the rotation with the defensive line. We keep these guys turning, and they help keep everything together. And then Nick Saldiveri, this is Old Dominion offensive lineman. They called him a tackle, but really the guy played tackle, guard, and center. Like if you look at the Senior Bowl tape that I showed, he was up there playing center. He played guard, and he spoke about it on the interview I played, that he plays all of the positions. And that's what the Saints really coveted. They covered that type of player. The quarterback from Fresno State Saints moved back into the 2nd round. They moved up to the first pick in the 4th round to get the offensive lineman. Then they moved back into the 4th round to get Jake Haener from out of Fresno State. Very productive quarterback, leadership, not a strong arm, but somehow, some way, he always makes it work. High production and whatnot, and it's really crazy. You hear his story, and when you listen to these guys, With him talking about he loved Drew Brees. He wears the number 9 because of Drew Brees. He used to wear beanies and hats and stuff like that for the Saints out there, California, and now he a Saint quarterback. Don't talk. This stuff don't just randomly happen. A lot of this stuff is manifested by the people pushing it. It's just this what this is. And of course, it just happens every day, man. It happens every day where people realize visions and things that they had that have been working on and then materialize and manifest. That's what we live in. That's what kind of world this is. You have that ability. People think it's gobbledygook. I keep telling them you're missing a whole side of life not understanding what time it is, man. Getting it right and understanding that, man, makes life a lot easier and things start working for you. It's like a person who hard-head who trying to swim against the stream. They swimming upstream. I'm getting through it. I'm going to handle it. I'm going to get it. I'm tough because I'm going up. No. You're just doing shit the wrong way. You're going to force it? That's what you're trying to do? But I'm just saying at the end of the day, a lot of these people, man, you seeing them, you watching them live it, man, and manifest. And I think that's a great story in part with Jake Haener. And then in the 5th round, the Saints take Jordan Howden, a safety from Minnesota. We put the tape on him. A lot of positive stuff from him. Knowing where to be. He recognizing plays early, getting to it. Has no problem tracking the ball down, making interceptions happen. Remember, we'll watch other players in drafts go for the ball and drop the ball. He actually catches the interceptions. Remember, we had prospects, they'll be there, but don't bring the ball down. You got to complete the play. Like if you recognize the play, you get there, and not only, if you can make a play on the ball, you get the ball and complete the play, get the pick, turn the ball over to your offense. He in the footage and highlights that I show, he does do that. He recognizes the play, gets there, makes the stop, or makes the interception. So even though the guy, it's a 5th round selection, he still needs some work, but this is pretty good. Watch out for this Jordan kid. And then A.T. Perry out of Wake Forest, big wide receiver, catches the biggest knock against him besides the fact that he ain't heavy enough. He got to gain some weight. Is the fact that he occasionally does drop balls. And according to the report, he had 17 drops in 2 years. That's a lot of dropping of the football. But like I said, that's due to focus issues because he catches difficult balls. He catches the ball away from his body. It's not like, how guys catch it like Traquan Smith, catch the ball against their body. This guy's getting the ball outside, catching it with his hands. So he knows how to catch. It's just something with the focus. That's what it ties to. So it is. It's what it is. So this is a very positive draft. I give it a B. I can even say as much as B+. I like what they're doing because they very disciplined draft the Saints went through. Very disciplined draft. People will talk about Brian Barisi being in reach at the back of the 1st round, really a 2nd round selection for them. And then Isaiah Foskey was really good. So this is going to be good. These players, like the top players, the top 3 players, even the top 4 players can help. Well, the top 3 right now, sure to say, can help you right away. Barisi can come in there and be a part of the rotation. So can Isaiah Foskey and Kendre Miller as well. If something happens to Elvin Kamara with the potential suspension, or he can make it through. We don't know. We'll see. Anyway, T-Rob says, that's right. Wait, he says, that's right. There you go. Q, he's playing for the team. He loved it. Yeah, man, that's, man, I'm big on that, man. I know sometimes I be dropping that science. People don't get it, but listen, you suffering, you missing out. Because I'm giving you real life, not you, T-Rob. I'm just speaking in general to people that's like, I don't believe, I don't get down. That's crazy. Man, you missing out on something that can make your life a lot big because you being ignorant. Not ignorant, but ignorant. There's stuff out there in the world that's for you that can make your life a hell of a lot easier. And if you just stop being stone-headed and start looking at it, it can improve your life and the generations behind you. You know how long this place been here? You think they're giving you everything in the school system, all that? Nah, some stuff you got to go find. You got to go find it. And I'm telling you, people using it every day, and it's helping them get to levels that other people sitting up there wishing that they could do. People living vicariously to other people. You don't have to live vicariously through anybody. You can get up there too. They're not better than you. They're just practicing something that is on a higher level. They get you to attune into other stuff. I be trying to tell people, man. I be trying to help people get the game, man. I don't try to get, well, I'm going to hold it to myself. You don't need to know. I'm trying to be better than you. I'm trying to give you something. But I can't give it to you if you ain't ready. Just watch the people. They all doing it. Farouk says, he says, you get out of it what you put into it. A lot. That's right. That's right. It's been ignorant. Now, not ignorant. No, it's not. It's nah, you got a spell wrong there, JL. But Reese in my Dulce was projected a late first round. The early second, he went exactly where they projected him to be. Thank you. And we looked at the fact that Saints was picking at the back of the first round, which is pretty much a high second round pick anyway. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck 15. Random, so I'm excited about A.T. Perry, watching interviews and film on him. Yeah, A.T. Perry is a good pickup. The Saints have a good, solid crop of people. Then you get the extra layer on them by going and look up. And like I played these interviews, it's the very first look or your first exposure to this player after the pick. And you listen to them and how smart they are and what kind of character these people have. Like when we listened to Nick Saldiveri, how he was talking about schematics and actually teaching people the difference between the position, which means he has a firm grasp on it. You have to, if you could transcend or move between a transition between multiple positions that people struggle to play. They got guys out there that struggle to play one position. And this dude telling you how he transitions between tackles and guards to center, like it seemingly he got the mind, he got the key. He got the key. He done figured it out. He got the key. Some people, they can't do that. So that's like talk about Andrews Pete. And people kind of clowning Andrews Pete, but listen, Andrews Pete did that. Andrews Pete transitioned between tackles, both tackle spots, right tackle, left tackle, and both guard spots. He played everything except for center. So in what people was trying to clown Andrews Pete, in reality, this guy can do similar things to Pete. Matter of fact, he played all positions and can seamlessly transition between them. So yes, it's a high ceiling for Mr. Nick when he comes here, and it's a very good pick. So the Saints have done a phenomenal job in finding these guys like Jake Haener, the quarterback prospect, talking about he idolizes Drew Brees. That's crazy. Now, I'll be telling people, he idolized Drew Brees. He wore number 9, right? Idolized Drew Brees, wore number 9. Derek Carr gets picked up by the Saints this year for $150. And then you thinking that's all it just is. Think about it. Carr and him went to Fresno State, right? Saints helped, and it came out, thanks to one of the family members, dropped the scoop that Carr put it in a ear about Haener, who wears number 9 for Drew Brees and Carr's the quarterback of the Saints right now. Think about it. And they both Fresno State's quarterbacks. Think about what I'm saying. This shit just don't happen like that, man. This man wearing beanies and hats of a Saint, now he a Saint quarterback. With the same similar history as a Drew Brees. The same thing. They talked about Drew too small. His arm ain't strong enough, but all he did was put up heavy-handed stats, accuracy out the wazoo, leadership out the wazoo, and then you got this dude sit up here telling you, yeah, they always told me that I was too small to play, that my arm wasn't big. Same stuff. And now he a Saint quarterback. I mean, it's amazing, man. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so anyway, what I'm saying is Pelicans notes, congratulations to the players who got drafted, and don't forget every 300-plus players coming into the league. So, yeah, it's hard for people to get in here. So when you get drafted, that's one thing, but staying is a whole nother thing. You got to ratchet it up. So it is what it is. But it's a lot of comparisons. He's not 2.5 on Drew. What I'm saying is you look at a lot of the it's like the mental matrix or the makeup of some of these people, and it's eerily similar, like what it takes to make it. When you look at the mentality of, say, like a Michael Jordan, who has certain character traits or character flaws, or Kobe Bryant, or some of the greatest athletes that play, and you listen to them talking and what they say and the things. And we played a lot of Drew over the years, where he came from and the things he had to overcome to become an NFL quarterback. Even when he made it into the league in San Diego, looked to replace him with Phillip Rivers. And it's crazy enough because Phillip Rivers retired the same year he retired, and Drew was in the league before Phillip Rivers was. But they replaced him with Phillip, and Drew had more of an exclusive career. Nothing wrong with Phillip Rivers, but Drew won the Super Bowl. Phillip didn't get to that level. So it's really something else how far, when you write, how you could push things if you really focus. So it's a lot of similarities there. We're not saying that he's going to be him. That's a whole nother thing. He got to get to work on that next level. But it's certain character traits that you got to have internally to be able to make it there. Not everybody make it there. You got to be able to develop certain things to get up to that level. So is this guy it? We'll see. We'll see. You know, oh, I'm cool. Oh, I got you. Okay. So we going to make him book. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that, Quavadas. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't throw him in there with the book, bro. The book is closed, bro. You know, don't throw him up there with the book, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, nothing on him yet, bro. Nah, Derek, nothing on him. We gonna see about it, bro. Yeah, but it's pretty cool, man, to see that. But anyway, let me go ahead on, family, and kind of move along. Let me go ahead and throw Dennis Allen. He's talking right now. Let's throw Dennis Allen up there so you can listen to Dennis Allen talk about some of these draft picks.
On the TV than working the TV, right? Yeah. Nice. I'm gonna evaluate you. No, look. When there's guys on the board that you like, you go try to get them, and we were able to work some trades to be able to move up a little bit in the draft today, and got some players that we really liked.
Dennis, can you specifically get into what you like about Haener? Yeah, obviously you get the undersized by usual standards, but obviously
yeah, look, he's extremely smart. He's highly competitive. His decision making and processing is outstanding. He throws the ball with timing and accuracy. And look, we had RC and DJ had a chance to work with him at the Senior Bowl, and so we had a little bit of insider information about the player, and felt like he was the type of guy that we could bring in here, be behind Derek and Jameis, and get a chance to grow and learn, and felt like it was a good prospect to try to develop.
is quarterback a little bit different than other positions in that you're trying to isolate those like processing traits and accuracy traits as opposed to maybe the physical testing or whatever?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, we had a lot of success here with a guy that probably didn't have all the physical traits of some of the other quarterbacks around the league, but was highly skilled at decision making, processing, getting the ball out on time, throwing the ball with accuracy, timing, and I think those are really traits of a quarterback that allow him to be successful. Now, obviously, there's some other guys that are able to do some things based on their athletic ability, so, but that ability to process, I think, is important, and we felt like Jake was really good at that.
Was that a position where you guys wanted to get someone, or was that moving up specifically?
Well, look, I mean, I think you're always evaluating the quarterbacks, the most important position on the field, and so, that's always a position that we pay close attention to. I think this was a process of there was a guy that we liked at that position, that was available in the fourth round. We felt like the value was really there, and so we wanted to go get him.
Is that a position where your personal philosophy, you'd like to take a shot on someone every few years? Just to see?
I think if the guy's there that you believe in, I think you go and pick that player, even though, I feel really good about where we're at the quarterback position. So it wasn't necessarily a position of need. But it's again, it's the most important position on the field. If you got a guy there that you feel good about, I think you want to try to get that guy in your building.
What was the genesis of that Adam Troutman trade, and how do you feel about your depth of positions that you have added?
Yeah, look, I think we feel good about where we're at that position. There was a player on the board in A.T. Perry that we'd been kind of paying attention to, and kind of kept falling to us. And there was a point in the draft where we felt like, man, we want to go up and try to acquire the player. And, you know, sometimes when you're moving up to get a guy, you have to be willing to give something up. We didn't have a lot of draft capital to give up to go get him. And so we made the move with Trout. We like Trout, you know, he's been a good player for us. But we felt good about that position, and we wanted to go out and get the receiver.
Is that something that in previous talks Denver had expressed an interest in Trout, if anything ever worked out, or that came up in conversations while you were trying to move up?
Well, look, I mean, you know, Sean drafted him, so we kind of felt like there was probably some interest there. I think that really kind of developed a little bit more, you know, as the day went on, that they'd be willing to, you know, maybe move out of that pick, you know, for Trout.
I know Foster Moreau had still taken his physical with you. I mean, is there any chance he's part of the?
Well, look, I think we're still going to evaluate the tight end position, and so obviously he's a guy that's out there and available as in terms of a veteran tight end. There's some other guys that are out there that we could consider. So we're going to get through this free agent process upstairs with the college guys. We'll evaluate where we're at in the roster and you know, see what we need to do.
Where do you see Saldiveri?
Well, look, the cool thing about him is that he's got some versatility. You know, I see him moving inside initially, but there's some flex with the player in that he's played offensive tackle, he's played guard, he played center in the Senior Bowl, so we feel like there's some flexibility with the player. But I think initially, you know, the thought would be to move him inside. Well, I'll say at the start of the fourth round, you know, we kind of came in, looked at some guys that we had on the board that were available to us. We knew there was going to be a run on offensive linemen at some point in the draft. And it happened to go in the fourth round. I don't remember exactly how many offensive linemen went in the fourth round, but there was a ton that went off in the first 15 picks of the fourth round. So, you know, he was the lineman that we really liked, that we wanted to go get.
When did y'all start that process of getting the first pick?
Well, it really kind of started last night. You know, when the draft was over, we knew there were some players that we liked. We weren't sure they were going to get to us at, what was our pick, 115? And so we started calling around to see if anybody'd be interested in you know, moving back. And we found a trade partner in Chicago, and they happened to be, you know, the first pick of the fourth round. So we knew we were going to get the player we wanted. Yeah, I think big physical receiver, good transitional route runner, productive in college, you know, has the ability to go up and high point the ball, contested catches. And so, you know, I think the size and athleticism, again, I think we've kind of talked about that a lot over the last 2 or 3 days, is, you know, guys that have size, length, athleticism. Those are qualities that we like in football players.
Yeah, you got 3 players from the Senior Bowl, coaches, coaching. How much valuable was that, having coaches actually?
Yeah, look, I think it's extremely valuable. You know, and I've always said that you don't ever really know what you have until the player's in your building. All right, well, this is a little bit different situation, but we actually had an opportunity to go and coach these guys and watch them work on a day in and day out basis. How do they react in the meeting room? What are their practice habits like? What are their work habits like? You know, how do the other players around them respond to them? So yeah, I think that was valuable to have those guys working with those guys. Again, another versatile player that can play a lot of different positions, either safety spot. He's played in the nickel some. I think he's got some pretty good man-to-man coverage skills, and he's been a highly productive player at a pretty good school. Special teams is always part of the deal. As you get going a little bit later in the draft, that special teams value. I think he had over 500 snaps special teams, and so that was part of the evaluation.
I know you guys made some stuff happen with the trades here. Do you feel like things lined up pretty well to scratch off a lot of the needs and wants?
Yeah, look, we feel good about what we were able to accomplish over the last 3 days. We felt like we had a lot of quality players that fit what we're looking for, and they filled some of the needs that we had on the team.
Next free agency period opens next week, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, look, I feel good about where we're at in terms of the roster. Again, we're working through right now some of the college free agency process, and so we'll get through that. We'll take a look at the roster, see where we're at, and see what other moves that we might need to make to fill out the roster. But we feel good about where we're at right now.
Does that speak in any way to anything you see in Zach Vaughn or well, I guess that's not but Zach Vaughn or Marco Jackson developing and maybe bigger?
Well, look, honestly, we've got a lot of young players. I'd say maybe some question marks at that position in terms of just guys that we don't have a lot of experience with, of knowing exactly what we have at that position. But I think that's a position that we'll continue to evaluate to see if there's a way that we can upgrade the roster. But yeah, we feel pretty good about the position. I think he's obviously been a very good special teams player for us. He's a guy that we've always felt like has the ability to be a starting Sam linebacker on the ball. He's improved a lot as an off the ball backer, and I think that's still where he's got to continue to improve. And I feel good about where he's at, and this will be a great opportunity for him to kind of step up and show that he's ready to take on a more expanded role.
The fact that 3 of the first 4 picks were playing on offensive defensive line, is that indicative of anything beyond who was available when you were picking?
Well, I would say, those are premier positions. I mean, defensive end, defensive tackle, offensive line. I mean, like we talked about, last night, there's not a lot of, big athletic humans roaming this earth right now. And when you find one that has the skill set to play, play football, those are guys that are valuable guys to get on your team. So I think just the fact that, football is a big man's game, and we had a chance to go get some big guys that we think can help us. I think that played a role in it.
You mentioned yesterday that Foskey can help with the quarterbacks that get outside of the pocket. Was that a specific trait you guys are looking for at some point this offseason to get? Okay, we need to get someone that can do this and kind of target it.
I wouldn't say that was a specific thing that we looked at that, oh man, we have to find somebody that can do that. I mean, look, I think we've been pretty decent at stopping the run around here for a pretty significant amount of time. I know we took a little bit of a step back last year, but still feel pretty good about where we're at there. But again, a big guy that's got some size and some length and some athleticism. We felt like he was a good addition. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, there go Dennis Allen, man. Dennis Allen talking, covering what he was talking about dealing with the draft, man. So A lot of stuff going on, man, and the Saints are handling the business. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream as we eclipse over 6 hours of coverage on day 3. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate each and every last one of y'all for being in the live stream. Saints making some moves and making some really good moves for the team. And you can hear Dennis Allen talk about a multitude of different things that was going on. In particular, when they asked him about, we talked about the trade of Adam Trout, and they also made mention of the linebacker position. He had, he did a little dancing on some of that stuff. They asked him about Foster Monroe. He did a little dancing on that, but didn't want to give too much information, and that's fine. We kind of realized that, that's kind of happening anyway. So that's in the area. So it's still a lot of time between now and the start of the season. So we'll see a lot of this start to round out. So shout out to the fam. Thank y'all for being here for this inside information with Dennis Allen giving you the scoop. All right. So, yeah, it's good to know some of the things that he's talking about, still areas of concern that we ultimately will address when the time comes. So for the Who Dat Nation, man, you've got to have a certain amount of comfort about the draft, being in the positions that they added to. And we've talked about this at great length on this 6-hour stream today in day 3 as the draft as the draft moves forward. Draft moves forward, man. So round 7, pick number 18 is there, and teams are picking. You've seen Jason Taylor II go to the Rams. And you see a couple other people. Corey Trice is still on the board. What is wrong with Corey Trice, man? Corey Trice is still on the board. But if he don't get drafted, he's going to be one of the top free agents that's college free agents that's out there. All right. Shout out to the fam. Dennis says 504 Cole says Dennis might not coach. He can't coach, but he can draft. I have to give him that. Thank you, bro. Reginald says, great job, Big Q. What do you think about Capaldi? Give it a shot at Uncle Paulie, man. All right, so anyway, we're going to keep it going, man. Foul Paper says, yes, indeed. Good draft picks this year. I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. Great move. All right, Phineas says, Saints had a great draft. I see the Breakers are 3-0. Yeah, the Breakers won today, so that is also good news when I knew all its teams do win. All right, so for the rest of the family members, man, put in your thoughts on the draft. We got a lot of the family members that gave good grades to the Saints draft. As you can see it coming to fruition. Like, how about that? Lou Nichols from Central Michigan's going to Green Bay. That kid can play. I don't know if y'all watched a footage of Lou Nichols out of Michigan, Central Michigan. The kid is awesome, man. Lou Nichols, good pickup by the Packers. Lou Nichols, awesome player. So he's off the board to the Pack. Colts on there. And we got a few picks before the draft ends up. But anyway, the Saints draft appears to be in this. This looks like the end of the Saints draft. They've done a wonderful job in putting this stuff together. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you too. Appreciate all of you guys, man. All right. A+, really? Okay. Thank you. All right. That's what's up. All right. So anyway, great picks, and Saints address a lot of needs. Of course, the linebacker was one of the things you heard. I think that was Mike Triplett, sound like his voice, asking Dennis Allen about, what about the linebacker situation? And he said what he said. How do you guys feel? I think going into the back end of the draft with pretty much the Saints draft portion, the undrafted portion still on the horizon. But what do you guys think about the position needs that are left to be filled? What do you think? Let me know. Linebacker, I know one of them is linebacker. Wide receiver, running back, that was appeased. You even got a quarterback that was appeased. You got help on the defensive line, inside and outside. That was appeased. You got the insurance policy for Elvin Kamara if he gets suspended. And then you got some more help, another big wide receiver in the wide receiver room. So a lot of great moves for the Saints all across the team. You got a safety for the secondary room. So the only position group really the Saints didn't touch was the linebacker position. And you have to look at that being a focal point in the undrafted area of the draft following this after the 7 rounds are up. So we'll see. All right, Boss Hawk, shout out to you. I give him a C+ on the draft. Lisa gives him an A+. Shout out to you. And Saints need linebacker and tight end. And indeed, tight end is also another one. But like you said, we talked about Foster Monroe and where is he fit in this whole thing. And of course, they have other tight ends that should be available. Matter of fact, give me a second, fam. Let me see if I can pull up a list of NFL free agent tight ends. All right, let's see what they got here. All right. Upcoming free agent tight end still available according to Sport Track. So give me a second. Let me. Status is available. All right. So anyway, let me slide this over so the family members can see this. This is a list of some of the things they got going on right now. Undrafted free agent tight ends. Just in case the family members wanted to know, we give you the list currently of some of the guys that are still on the list if they're looking, right? All right, so Cameron Brate. Remember him? We used to have Cameron Brate on the squad. He was plucked off there by Tampa Bay, off our practice squad. But Cameron Brate, 31 years old, is there. Jeff Swam. Dan Arnold, remember him? Mercedes Lewis, kind of up in age right there. Adam Shahan from Miami. Ryan Griffin. Also played with Chicago previously. Kyle Rudolph is there. Tyler Croft. Not really big names to be mentioned of. See Jesse James right there from Cleveland. Max Williams. Foster Monroe, which is who the Saints are actually, keeping kind of quiet right there. And Saints is really keeping this dude quiet because they made a move to sign this man. And depending on where his history, where his injury situation, well, not injury was, his prognosis or his diagnosis, what he's going through the cancer, did he get it under control? That's a big part of the tight end question. Of course, if you look at the list of people that's still available, let me see if I can pull that up too. At the tight end position, not all these guys are going to make it out, but you're going to get at least some of these guys that are going to fall to you in the undrafted ranks here. So, let's see what happens here. And there's still a lot of people. They only list a certain amount, but there's still quite a few people that will be falling to you. So if you're taking a look at this, and of course we look at the linebacker position, and Ivan Pace is still available from Cincinnati. As you can see, DeAndre Square from Kentucky, Cam Jones from Indiana, Mika Bakersfield from LSU is still there. Mika is still available, man. I think he might end up leaving. We'll see. Banks of Tennessee's there. Of course, you go to the linebacker position outside. Phelps. I think Phelps just got picked up, if I'm not mistaken. Thought I seen his name. Isaiah Lamb from Florida A&M is up there. You see him there. Brenton Cox Jr. is another dude. So they got a couple of guys that's still available, and we'll see exactly where they fall in this round here. You look at defensive picks here. These are some of the guys left that's still on the board right here from a defensive line standpoint. But a lot of these guys are leaving quickly as we getting through with the rest of the draft. So just a little bit, just to show the family members some of the stuff, some of the options rather of what's going on with some of these people as we move forward. So it'll be interesting. All right. Thank you. Byron says B+ on the draft. All right. Quavadia says either Brate or Monroe for me. Thank you, sir. Chris Jackson says, do you think Carr will take the rookie QB under his wing since they played? Yes, indeed. He spoke about that during his interview. I don't know if you've seen that, but he spoke about that, being that they both came from the same side. A family member talked about it, also seen a tweet about it where the Saints was promoted by Carr to get Haener from Fresno State. So, yeah, you had Carr, who they went to the same school with, and then that's what I'm saying, the connections. You got Carr, who's the current starting head quarterback for the New Orleans Saints, that connected the Saints to go and get him. And the Saints was there at the Senior Bowl. They scouted him. They knew who he is. And then you had his connection. So you had the connection to Derek Carr, the current Saints quarterback, and the connection to the Saints' former Hall of Fame going to be quarterback, and Drew Brees, being that he had wears number 9 and he looks up to Drew's game. And his game is really kind of mirrored after Drew Brees being a smaller quarterback that has to focus on accuracy and all the other stuff because he don't have the big arm that a lot of people look for. So it's really strange how that all happened, but that's just how things go in the universe, man, and it was a good thing. So no doubt about it. And that's a really positive thing too, when you have that commonality, that harmony in the team, because this guy really wants you, as opposed to what we seen happen with Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love, or with Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. You would rather have that to the opposite. And it's good to have guys that don't have that kind of energy. They just want to see guys make it. So there you go. The Hacksaw Max Duggan is gone. He is drafted in the 7th round, pick 22 by the Los Angeles Chargers. So Hacksaw Max Duggan is gone. He's off the board, so he won't be an undrafted guy. He falls all the way to the 7th round, and the Chargers snap him up. So how about that, man? Big quarterback, another small quarterback, doesn't have the big arm, but has all the leadership abilities and all this kind of stuff. And he gets drafted, and he makes it onto a team. So yeah, that's big right there. So anyway, he fell exactly what people thought he would too. A lot of people thought he would go toward the 6th or 7th round. He got into the 7th round. How about that? Alpha says Jesse James. All right, you like him, huh? Okay. And Byron says linebacker extra. It needs nose tackle. All right. So ain't bad, man. Pretty good. All right. So anyway, Life Short said I think we need the tight end, linebackers, offensive line depth, because we don't know how we will bounce back after all these injuries, and the D lineman to push Peyton Turner. All right. Thank you, sir. A lot of positive stuff here, man. A lot of positive stuff going on here as the Saints, in my opinion, over these last 3 days, very long days, and this is a long day as we almost getting to 6.5 hours of coverage today. So we're going to keep going on. And any other interviews that I have, we just played Dennis Allen to recap it. So I don't think you'll be hearing from the Saints for the rest of the day. That was pretty much it in terms of the press conferences. But we more than likely, we're going to be getting into the thick and the funk of the free agency period, in the undrafted area of the situation, when we start looking at which people will be available for the Saints to take. So it's going to be positive, man. It's going to be real positive. The Saints continue to kind of do some moving around and adding players like we need, and just going forward. And it's really cool because we'll start to see the team moving in that direction. Like you'll start seeing how the team starts, like how the teams really start developing before our eyes. Where we got this guy here, we got that guy there, we had this guy, and you'll see for the bulk of it, you'll see the Saints family, the Saints family will see the manifestation of the team in front of them. So not bad at all, man. That's why draft weekend is really a positive experience. So we're gonna just keep an eye out and see exactly what happened moving forward, man, because we'll see who is going to be available in terms of the undrafted ranks, because that's all we're looking forward to. Pretty much it's over with for the Saints. So, but anyway, as we keep it moving, man, let's keep it moving and grooving. Jacksonville on the clock as we kind of whittle this thing down. Let me give the opportunity for the family members to chime in. John says, don't sleep on Enu Benjamin. He brings his lunch pail. Yeah, yes, Enu Benjamin is a positive, bro. No, I haven't slept on him. I know he's a hardworking guy, man, and he'll have to prove himself. So we'll see. All right. Yeah, I seen the Pelicans, Nola. I seen it. Yeah, I know he's going to the Chargers. How about that? Yeah, if I was, man, we should have drafted. No, they like who they like, and they did what they were supposed to do. Yeah, so, yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. But those are some very interesting connections, to be honest with you, about his connection to Derek Carr through Fresno, and then his idolization of Drew Brees as a quarterback because he's similar. So I'm going to get a family member's opportunity to pop in, and we won't run it long because we had a long-ass stream, but I want to hear from you guys, okay? And let me just say this. When you come in, it's a lot of people in the stream, so please feel free, be thoughtful. I don't want to have to remind people that listen. We got people that's going to want to listen and chime in, so please just pop in, give your commentary on some stuff, but be mindful that they got other people that are waiting to pop up on the stream. So the link is pinned to the chat now for family members who want to give their thought process on the team, and then please feel free to get your thoughts on it, and then kind of move aside for the next person to pop in so they can do their thing as well. So if you want to pop in, now is the time to join in and hit the link. Jesse says, hey, Q, if the Saints grab Lindsey Scott, I know from Incarnate Word, yeah, will he be a Taysom role player or only QB? I don't know. That's a good question. That's a real good question. But that guy, I don't know if he'll be I don't think he'll be a Taysom Hill, like a utility guy. I don't know. What he does, he's intriguing because of what he does. This guy has 60 touchdowns, man. You know, that's on any level. That's just outwardly ridiculous. And the Saints did scout that guy, so don't be thinking like the Saints are not going to take a look at him. If they can't get him, they're going to more certainly try to get him and put him on the practice squad. He had 60 touchdowns last year. 60 touchdowns. And he had like single-digit interceptions, like 60 touchdowns against 8 or 9 interceptions. Like, what? How is that even possible? How many games did he play? 100 to get it? But it was just super unbelievable how he is. But the Saints did go and look at that guy. So that's credit to Jeff Ireland and the scout that they were doing that. So, yeah, Lindsey Scott's a guy that I really been looking. Hopefully we can land him because that'll be really cool to see him there. Inevitable shout-out says some reputable sources had Kendre Miller as a third-ranked back in the class behind Gibbs and Bajan Robinson. For real? Yeah, I think some of the ones I remember he was a top 5. I know that for sure. He was like a top 5 guy. But I wouldn't be surprised but yeah, the Saints, they got good value with these picks, man, no doubt. And not great value Walmart style, cheap shit, but really solid quality in these guys is what I'm saying. So, yeah, not bad. All right, so good. So Carr, that was hard to watch Trice. So he finally off the board, huh? Wow, he sat there for a long time. And the Steelers got him, 6'3" cornerback out of Purdue, man. He went all the way almost to the back of the draft. Wow. Lonnie Phelps is still up there. And Big Ojomo, the defensive end / tackle prospect from Texas. We seen, the other defensive tackle out of Texas, he got drafted, I think, in the 6th round. He left. So, yeah, a lot of stuff shaking and going. All right, so anyway, Terrence says, did anyone see the quote from Kendre Miller? Even though I respect Alvin Kamara and everything he does for the Saints, but I'm coming for that number 1 position. Hey, that's pretty ballsy, man. I'm not mad at that at all, man. I'm not mad at that at all. If that's how he talking, man, listen, more the merrier. Come on with it. That just create ultimate competition in the running back room. And sometimes you got to keep the guys, some of these established guys, on their heels. Okay, we see Anthony Johnson Jr. finally off the board from Iowa State. He goes to Green Bay. They're kind of picking it up right there. So it's pretty cool, man, as we continue to kind of go on through the rest of the draft. So, yeah, man. Yeah, it's pretty ballsy for him to say that, man. But, hey, man, I like it, though, bro. I like it. Yeah. All right, so anyway, fam, let's keep it going, man, in this thing. If you want to pop in, fam, remember the link is in the chat to pop in. As we keep this thing moving along, man, a lot of positive stuff happening for the black and gold today. And we can give them a round of applause, to be honest with you. Let me see if I got that. Yeah, that's right. I was hitting all the wrong ones. A round of applause for our Saints today because they handled the business. They did what they were supposed to do. Round of applause. Very solid draft for the black and gold, man. And people, even our toughest Who Dats out there that grade really hard, that some of them is tough to appease, have to be happy about the quality of the draft. They touched every position except for the linebacker position and then the tight end position, which ultimately they'll get later on. So still a lot of time. All right. So anyway, yeah. All right. So anyway, let's keep it moving in this thing, man. Yeah, this is a plus as we keep it going. So undrafted areas of players, linebacker, we're going to get a lot of people, at least 10 or 12 certain undrafted guys will hit it. And we'll just keep moving along because, like we said, linebacker is an issue. Even though I told you they're really big on Zach Bond. I told you it's like they believe in Zach Bond. They believe in Zach Bond. They really do, because they had several times during the draft where the Saints could have took a guy to challenge Bond, but you look at DeMarco Jackson and you say, well, what about DeMarco Jackson? The only answer to that is like linebackers, man. You know, that's the thing we talk about, like with linebackers. So I guess I can, go into Sport Track, the free agency section, and see if I can look up the linebackers to see what linebackers are available for the Saints to take a look at. So let me hit that and see, man. That'll give us some ideas of what's out there so we can know what our black and gold is up to. Well, there you go. A few of the guys, these are linebackers, both inside and outside linebackers that's available right now via free agency. You see anyone you like? Leonard Floyd, Zach Cunningham, Deion Jones, Miles Jack, Marcus Golden. They got Damian Wilson up here, Corey Littleton, Anthony Barr. Let's see, Nick Vigil, Rashawn Evans, Quan Alexander's up here. Do the same. That would be cool. Jared Davis. And they got a lot of other guys out here. Big names or not. Chase Hansen's still there. And Saints had him last year. So it's big names, it's little names. But whatever it is, it ain't going to be a starting level linebacker. You best believe that. It's not going to be a starting level linebacker that's going to come here. I don't see that happening because I don't think they're going to spend that kind of money. If they were spending like that kind of money on somebody, it'd probably be an edge rusher or something like that. But with them making these current moves, they're kind of eliminated to a degree. So whatever veterans they bring in, it's going to have to be cheap veterans. Yeah, I know 985 say like Deion Jones, but do you think Deion Jones work cheap? Is he working cheap? That's the thing about Deion Jones. Does he work cheap? And I would say no, man. 4 years, 57 million with Atlanta. He averaged 11 million a year, at 14.2 a year. And then he had went to the Browns. And then they kind of put him in the street. So, but you can see Atlanta still owing money all the way until he 32 years old. They owe him money all the way till he's 32. So, in 2023, he's a free agent. So he's out there. What kind of money do this with Deion Jones? Deion Jones ain't going to work for free. He's 28 years old, but that don't mean he's stupid. He ain't going to work for free. So, I don't know how much, we'll see. All right. So, yeah, that's the only thing when we talk about that. Because, Quan would make a lot of sense for the Saints. He would. And I think he'll work a lot more less expensive than Deion Jones would. But, you talk to him, see what they can do if you're interested in that. Big Dog said, I think Kendre needs to work out with Elvin in offseason on balance and strength to get better. It wouldn't be a bad idea, bro. And Elvin Kamara it would definitely work with him, too. They look like they'll be good friends, like they can click and work together. K-Man says, we got some cap space. We do. But for Deion Jones, you're going to do that? You're going to sign all your picks and then, you got to be careful. Tedra says, right now, you can get him for about 1 year, $8 million, 10 with incentives. You're going to pay $8 million for Deion Jones? And the Saints not even looking. They're not looking for a middle linebacker or anybody that is going to push got DeMario and you got Pete Werner. You heard what he said about Zach Bowen during that interview. So Zach Bowen's not exactly the guy that Saints are we looking past Zach Bowen because he hadn't done anything. But could this be a Caden Ellis scenario? It could be. DeMarco Jackson behind him. How did they feel about Andrew Dowell? Remember, Dowell showed some promise a couple years ago. Saints brought him back for a reason. And we'll add undrafted guys as we move forward. All right, so anyway, inevitable. So Yannick Ngakoue is still a free agent. He is. That's going to be a post-draft deal signing whoever gets him. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you can fit him in, and that's the whole thing. His money kind of drop a bit because a lot of the team NFL team needs are met via the draft. So if you usually a free agent, you try to get on. But I guess they kind of feel strong because he's a pass rusher. It's like, listen, I'm guaranteed to give you this, that, and the third, but you got to give me this in return for it to work. So It's one of those type of situations, But but Yannick Ngakoue would be a fantastic pickup for whoever gets him. But I don't think that'll be something the Saints would look at doing. Obviously, now with the additions of Foskey, he'll just get in the way. He'll just make sure they all stay on the bench. Yannick Ngakoue coming in here, they all stay on the bench. It's like, y'all just chill in the back, youngsters. Let me get this. And then he'll pair with Cam and he'll tear it down from the other side. But that don't help our young guys, though. Peyton Turner and Foskey would be sitting there like, damn, dude, why you prong this guy here? So I think the Saints going to do it like they're doing it. Quaveda says Quan would be the best and cheapest. He would be the best and cheapest option. Do they have the imagination to go back to Quan Alexander? And matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Quan Alexander play the entire season last year for the Jets? Let me check that out. I want to say that's the first. I remember hearing about that. I want to say that he played the entire season for the Jets last year. Yeah, how about that? Look, 16 games. Quan Alexander played a full season for the first time since 16 games anyway. 16 games of the season. So since 2016. So he got 16 games in. So there you go. He started 10 of them. All right. So, there you go. But that's the first time he did that since 2016. He got in 531 snaps. So that's not bad. He only had a half a sack. He was like Davenport, but he gave you 65 tackles. That's his highest total since 2017. So it was still better than any production he gave the Saints, right? In terms of tackles, he had more sacks here. But it's still a positive. Like Quan Alexander is not a very expensive linebacker. He would help you. I understand. I understand that. Look what his 1-year deal was. He signed a 1-year deal worth $1.2 million with the Jets that include $152.5 million $152 grand on that, and then he had the $152.5 grand guaranteed on the $1.2 million salary. So that is very doable, right? Look at this: a 1-year, $1.2 million for Quan Alexander, and he turned in what, 50 plus sacks? Tackles. Excuse me. Yeah, this would be a smart move to do. But Quan Alexander comes here. Is he gonna sit behind? He gonna push. Well, at this stage of his career, he's what, 28 years old? I don't know. This makes sense from a monetary standpoint. The only thing is, do they have the imagination to see Quan Alexander back with the Saints? So that makes sense monetarily speaking too. It does. It makes sense monetarily speaking. All right, and we got DJ Ivy from Miami is with Cincinnati. It's getting very close to the end of the 7th round as we moving through very fastly. Inevitable says Q Quan couldn't buy and pray for health while he was here. But he achieves that with the Jets. Makes you wonder about our coaching staff. Yeah, it was tough, but he played. He was a part of 16 games for the Jets, but started 10 of them. So first time he did that in his second year. So that speaks a lot. He was banged up a lot here, but we was counting on him like a starter. If you bring him back now, it's not like he's a star. He'd be a key reserve for you. And that would be the understanding, being that the Saints could afford to give Quan Alexander a $1.2 million contract. No doubt about it. They can afford to do it. And I think a lot of people would not be upset if Quan Alexander was on the Saints team as a reserve lineman. So, that's not bad, but that's interesting. I remember hearing, I was like, Quan Alexander played how many games? And something must be up there in the water helping him out. All right. Yeah, I know. I would agree with you. I would take him back too. For that price and his familiarity with your system and what he brings, he'll be a key guy off the bench because it's already established that Pete Werner is the starter. And if he gets hurt, it'll be Quan battling against Zach Bond. But then again, maybe the Saints are trying to give Zach Bond an opportunity to prove himself. That explains why he's not out of here, why Peyton ain't trading for him. Take Traquan Smith and your boy Zach Bond up out of here. Don't stop with the fish, man. And you want this guy too? Man, just give me a 6th round pick next year. You can take Him and him. Get them on up out. Take Traquan Smith and Zach Bowen and give me a 7th-round pick next year. You can have both of them. Take them on. Take them on with you. But the thing is, like, and I don't want to be disrespectful to Zach Bowen because he does have the athletic ability. The Saints really didn't provide him enough time to figure out the system. They really didn't find he wasn't a scheme fit for him, and it was the Saints' fault here and his fault there when he didn't get in there. He didn't step up. So a lot of guys kind of passed him and pushed him down in the rotation. I thought the Saints would trade or cut him. They kept with him. And maybe this is the year, in his final year here, they're thinking about maybe he can make a Caden Ellis jump and show him what time it is. So maybe they're allowing him time or allowing him to see what he can do there. You heard what Dennis Allen said about him. So we'll see. All right, so anyway, for the family members that don't know, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat for the family members. If nobody pops in the next 10 minutes, I'm just going to I'm going to cover the undrafted stuff. So, but by 6 o'clock, we're going to be doing it. But if you want to pop in, I got a cutoff time coming. So if you want to pop in, we're going to cover some of the undrafted stuff before I end the stream. We're 6.5 hours in this thing. Shout out to the fam as we rolling it. But if you want to pop in, now is the time. Now is the time, because once I hit them hit them undrafted guys, I'm up out of here, man. I'm gonna disappear like a ghost, I'm gonna disappear like a ghost at dawn, man. I'm like a phantom at dawn. I'm gone. I'm out of here. All right. Anyway, I don't know, Mario. Deion Jones is available. Do you pay that $8 million, that $7-8 million for Deion Jones? And then the Saints not even offering a starting job for him. That's the kicker to it. Remember, it's all about not just about optics, but fit. Deion Jones does work, but are the Saints going to pay him what he want? And that's one thing. And number two is, where does he fit in the Saints defense? Not what you saying with how they looking at it, because they already feel like they got their 2 starters and a key reserve. So does Deion Jones take a reserve spot behind Pete Werner? Does he agree to take? You gonna give him $8 million to be a reserve behind Pete Werner? You gonna say, nah, Q, I'm gonna give him the money to start. Saints ain't looking at that. They whoever it is gonna have to be a cheap veteran that's familiar with the system. That's more Quan Alexander than it is anybody else. So that's my take on it. Anyway, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Listen, family members, you don't have to be a Saints person. Whoever you are, is your time, because when I hit them undrafted people, I'm going to disappear like a phantom at dawn. Let me tell you something. Let you know. I'm telling you, I'm playing. God damn it, it's 6 hours and 30 minutes I've been sitting up here talking. You ever talk straight for 6 hours and 30 minutes? Yeah, Q, you've been doing it for a long time. You yes to it, but yeah, that don't make it no easier. All right, so anyway, let me bring in Tragic, man. Shout out to my brother Tragic, man. He'll be the first up. Soul Finger 12 is there. Big Sean, shout out to my brother Big Sean as well. Y'all stay right where y'all at, fam. I get to you. And for the rest of the family members that want to pop in, man, hit that lamb link right now. All right, so you'll bring it in. Tragic, what's happening, bro?
What's up? I'm out here reporting from Joe Pool Lake in Grand Prairie, Texas today.
What's the scoop going on out there in Grand Prairie, brother? Let us know what inside baseball is.
Man, I don't even know. I just came out here to spend some time with my wife. We had a little Saturday, good time together. So I said, you know what, let's go take a nice little walk. But I've been listening to the broadcast the whole way. You've been like the hardest working man on the Saints beat this weekend.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Tragic, appreciate you and everybody for chiming in, bro. What'd you think about the draft, my brother?
I think we did a solid job. I know a lot of people we critical on the BC pick, but on it, like you said, everybody a little gun shy over the injury history. But if he pans out, it turns out to be a great pick. If the injury history plays out and he's injured, then it's what everybody's sort of expecting. But I'm really excited about the second round pick, Foskey, because I've been thinking like the past few seasons we've been needing a guy that can affect the quarterback on third down. And I think Foskey gives him that. He gives him somebody that speeds up the quarterback clock. This defense is this is a defense that was great against coverage, but it seemed like it always gave the other quarterback a little bit too much time. A lot of our sacks been coverage sacks more than the actual pressure itself, and without sort of like that bird dog blitz that we get from Demario Davis every now and then. You know, teams start to get a little hip to that little scheme where we'll send Demario Davis in on a blitz if the running back stayed in. You know, teams start flexing that running back out to get him out the box, and then the quarterbacks basically was having much time with very little pressure. So I think Foskey is going to help that and speed that clock up.
Yeah, indeed, bro. I love the Foskey move too, bro. I think we talked about Foskey a lot on this channel, man. So, and Brian Barisi was the thing. I think a lot of people kind of nervous about the injury thing, like you said. But what about what other guy on the list outside of the Barisi and Foskey move that you like, that you think that can be an instant sensation? We know Kendre Miller's there, but Nick Saldiveri is another interesting prospect, man.
I think he gives you that other offensive lineman. I think when Dennis Allen first time, maybe he was talking about wanting to play a different type of football. I think he brings a certain physical type of element to the line. You know, just in case Pete or any one of the other guys go down. You know, you have somebody solid that probably can step in there and give that physicality. You know, he talked about even the running back. You know, he's probably a more physical style, like up the middle, even with Miller. You know, just give us a more physical presence with Miller, combined with the signing of Williams. Just gives us a more physical style on the offensive line and in the run game.
All right. Well, listen, Tragic, I appreciate you for chiming in, brother. Much love to you, man, as always, man. Always great commentary. I appreciate the support, man, as always, bro. You have a fantastic day out there in Texas, my brother.
All right. Who that to everybody?
Thank you, bro. Who that? All right, brother. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on now, Q?
Nothing much, my brother. How you like your draft so far, bro? Everything all right?
I can't complain too much. I gotta give it to them. They went for what we needed. So I'm pleased with that. Now I was gonna get my feelings before when we didn't go after Nolan. But I was like, stick to the game plan, and also give DA his some grace and see how things go this season.
Yeah, bro. Well, he's turning I'm be honest with you, turning a pretty phenomenal effort, to be quite honest with you, bro. With some of the stuff that we've seen with these moves, very patient, thorough draft, and a lot of the family was like, Q, a lot of the talent is there. So we just got to see his maturation process. We still know that he still has the tight end position. He traded the fish man out of here. So I think Foster Monroe is somewhere lurking. Yeah, I know Foster Monroe is lurking somewhere about, for him to have that. And when Triplett kind of asked him the question, he kind of danced around it. So I think Foster Monroe is somewhere around here, which is, why they looking at it, why they was like, you know what, we don't need that fish man. Let's go ahead and trade him. And we know Foster doing. So we seen the report. I showed it earlier about him looking pretty decent. Matter of fact, we can put that on screen right here. About when I seen, I was like, man, how about that crap? You look at it, they saying, and this is reported by David Smith from the PFT NBC of the Peacock Network was saying that Monroe says his prognosis is good.
Yeah.
And the Saints did the second physical with him, so they didn't give us the results. So that's somewhere around in their inside. But anyway, let me get your thoughts on what other positions you think the Saints should go after. And if you let me know what other veteran players you think the Saints should add that fit.
I think we need to go after some more linebacker depth. I think that's one of the things we really need. because you know I like Pete Warner, but he does take things dinged up, and DeMario's getting a little up there in age. He's still a producer. Of course, with the tight end situation, and I'd like to see a little more depth with the O-line. For me, I think you can't go wrong with O-line regardless.
Absolutely, bro. You hitting on it, bro. That's you're building up the offensive line. You're building up the defensive line. You got Barisi interior force, and it's not just we wanted Mozzie Smith. I get that.
Yeah.
I wanted Mozzie Smith too. When Dallas, we had the team. I keep forgetting the team that drafted before Dallas. They stole the tight end that they wanted. They drafted the tight end, and Dallas went totally off script and grabbed
what we wanted.
Right, and that just screwed it up for us. And then we sat there and waited. And I was looking up there, and I was like, man. And I ain't say nothing at the time because I was watching. I was like, man, they're gonna get Barisi, and it happened to work. Now the big knock on him is because of the injury history, but my understanding is that he's healthy right now, and he'll be a part of the rotation. I don't think they plug him in over Nate Shepard. You know, he'll be a part of the rotation. And wherever Tanu Passanio fits is a big part of the scheme too, because Passanio means a lot. If he's not in the top 4 defensive ends, and more than likely he probably won't, then he should be in the top maybe 2 or 3, not 2 or 3, but the 3 and 4 of your interior defensive linemen.
The thing about him I like is the fact he can push Peyton Turner.
Yes.
Peyton Turner, he's street clothes in NFL. And we already got rid of one. So the eyes spotlight is on this cat. He's going to have to do something. And I think the hopeless young cat come in and push him. Because we can't rely on Cam to do everything on the line. He's do it all. And Breesy, when I've actually sat back and looked at it, he's real athletic. You can slide him in, slide him outside. So he can be a problem just where you scheme and use him. So if the injuries are a thing of a pass, we may have got a little something there.
Indeed. I appreciate you for chiming in, Brother Soulfingers. Much love to you, my friend. Thank you for popping in and dropping some game on us. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hey, one last thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, thank you for everything you're doing. Because I'm out here in sunny San Diego. So the Who Dat Nation is actually deep out here.
Okay.
Last time the Chargers played before they left, you might as well call that Who Dat West. Because San Diego was full of black, gold, and white jerseys. And you bring a lot to us out here. So you give us the real. So I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support, my man. Much love to you. Be safe out there, bro.
Be easy.
You too. All right, that's good call right there, brother. Soulfingers. Thank you, bro, for the love, man. Very positive, man, is going on in the Who Dat Nation right now, man. We got Big Sean chiming in, Brother Wallace, and we got Brother Byron. For the rest of the family members that's chiming in, please feel free to hit the link. The link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to get in and drop some science. We got 3 family members about to chime in, and then you can get in line right now. We're going to cover the undrafted area of the show, too, because we're getting ready to end this thing. I think they got about 4 more, 6 picks left in the NFL draft. The Giants, Niners, Packers, Broncos, Bears, and then the Rams close out. And that's the end of it. Then we hit the free agency period. We know a lot of people, they're making their working deals right now, and a lot of information is going to start leaking out right after the draft. So we're going to start seeing who our undrafted guys is. So anyway, let's keep moving this thing ahead. Let's bring in Big Sean. Shout out to Big Sean. How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, Q and the family?
Much love, bro.
Hey,
how you like you?
Great. Well, as far as the draft go, like I only saw film on the first four picks we made.
Mm-hmm.
In those four, the one that stand out to me most is the first one, Brian Breesy. The reason why he stand out to me is because like even though they play two different positions, he kind of remind me of JJ Watt. The way he built in his athleticism. I mean, he could get to the quarterback, the running back. I mean, he can extend his arms. I'm sure he can block some passes. So he the one that's hello. You still
Yeah, I'm here,
still
bro.
there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay. Because I'll get feedback from myself. But the other one is the running back out of TCU. Heck, his running style remind me of Camara. When I watched film on him, it's like I was like, dang, it looked like we gonna have like two Camaras on the field at the same time whenever Camara get off of suspension. And like our opponents ain't gonna know which one to stop.
Right.
And overall, as far as our draft, from what I see, because like I said, I ain't looked at all the other players, the film on them. It's between like a B and a B plus so far, but you know it's probably go up probably when I watch film on the rest of them, and when we finish going through the undrafted free agents. And I was kind of like hoping that we pick up another defensive tackle and especially a defensive end, because I want our boys to put the heat on anybody we play against. I ain't but no playing about that.
Yeah, it's interesting, bro. Because you do, and I was watching Brian Barisi highlights and film the other day. What was it? Early Saturday. I was watching footage of him, and what I was seeing about him is that while that's like that super, it's like he is it's strange. He got the athletic. He's 6'6", and that's the thing. You look at him.
Right.
He's a 6'6", 300-pound person, but he don't move like a 6'6", 300-pound person. He got a lot of athleticism and agility. He plays with a lot of heart, and he's real passionate. Like he gets a sack, he's celebrating, he's smacking his helmet, he's doing all this stuff. He also blocked a couple of kicks. So this, I don't know if now I'm thinking about Foskey on that, but for his agility and what he brings and how you can line up and move him, he does have a lot of really interesting traits to him. So if the Saints can get him in the lineup and help him out with the rest of, get him in there with Nate Shepard and Kalen Saunders and Tanu Pasio, that's going to be something awesome. But he's 6'6", 300 pounds, and then you got Pasio who's 6'7", 300 pounds. And imagine having both of those guys in the rotation in the interior. That to me is crazy.
Yes, sir. And like you stated earlier, our decent offensive line done got bigger and look like faster too. So like that's why, like I said before that, I have 100% trust in Dennis Allen on that side of the ball. So I shouldn't be so worried about us not picking up another defensive tackle and defensive end, because I know he's gonna make it work.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're not done by a long shot here. I think the Saints, when we do our thing and we pick up and we handle our business, man, I'm telling you, with that undrafted portion of it, because that's the first part is the actual 7-round draft. The second part is the undrafted aspect, to fill in whatever holes or depth issues we have. And that's big for the Saints, because we always seem to go hard and find these undrafted guys. And then we get the best ones because they're getting real opportunities here to move up and get an opportunity to start. So yeah, we get the best here, the best ones. And that's what I'm excited about. Every year is the same. We had Kirk Merritt and Lucas Krull last year and a few other guys. And now this year, we're going to get a good crop of people too.
Yeah, and Smoke Monday, I'm still waiting on him, because last year that was the dude I was looking at, man. Last year, and as far as our undrafted, like I was looking at Shaheed too, and he turned out to be way better than all of us expected. But Smoke was the one that I was looking at, though.
Right. Yeah, a lot of people want to see. It's going to be tough too, bro, to be honest with you, because a lot of people across the Who Dat Nation are sitting there and they're looking and saying, man, listen, Smoke Monday, but the room is crowded. That's a crowded room that the Saints are putting together. A lot of competition.
Yes, sir.
Being that safety room this year, man. It ain't making it easy for them at all.
But you just mentioned that we picked up a safety, man. That was a pretty smart move because if you think of the end of this last season, our DBs was playing lights out, shutting down everybody. Held Sam Darnold to 43 passing yards. I don't care how good or bad of a quarterback you is, you ain't gonna hold nobody to no 43 passing yards. And gave the great Tom Brady a goose egg that one time Dennis Allen took over head coaching duties for Sean Payton that game.
Right.
Nobody goose eggs Tom Brady, not even the Cowboys.
That's right.
Or girls. I gave that shout out to my wife. Yeah, the girls.
I know. That's what I'm about to tell. Like, man, she must not be nearby. They hear you.
Yeah, she on the road. She on the road, but she listening. Yep, that's right. Simply, Tasha, the girls.
All right, Shaw. Before you get some stuff started, bro. I'm gonna get on out of there before the stuff get to flying, bro. But anyway, listen, bro. Thank you for chiming in, brother. Always appreciate your commentary, man. Much love to you, bro. And Who Dat, my brother?
All right, Who Dat to you, and thanks for having me, man.
Thank you, sir. All right, that's my brother there, Big Sean, and shout out to Tasha out there. Yeah. She gonna pop up here. Oh, there she go. What? See, I had to get up out of there, man, before stuff get to flying, man. Stuff get to flying, man. I ain't gonna. My name is Bennett, and I ain't in it. My name is Jess, and I ain't in that mess. All right, so shout out, brother Wallace, man. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, sir?
What's up, Big Q? What's up, baby? Who that?
Who that?
Hey, man, I'm happy, bro. I give them a grade A. You dig? All what they did was good. Now to top it off, if we can get Quine or that boy Devin White, we're going to the Super Bowl, baby. We're going to the Super Bowl, baby. You can ask Rab that. You can let Rab say that. We're going to the Super Bowl, baby. But listen, Q, all this won't matter if Dennis Allen and Pete Carmichael don't handle their goddamn business.
Yes.
None of this shit ain't gonna happen, bro. We're gonna have that same year like last year. They got to put Pete Carmichael in some kind of school to come out with these right plays or get somebody over him, bro. You know, like assistants. You know what I'm saying? Because we got the offense and defense, bro. Sean Payton would have never drafted like this. Sean Payton would have got a center, would have got a kicker, would have got something we don't need, but we got what we needed, bro. That's one thing. I get it, Dennis Allen now, but he got to handle his business, big brother. And Q, you're doing a hell of a job, my brother. You're the best in this shit, man. I'm telling you, Q, you're going to be a millionaire doing this shit, big brother. God bless you, man. I'm going to sit back and listen, baby boy.
Thank you, brother Wallace. Much love to you, brother. You be safe out there, man, and we're going to holler, bro.
Yeah, you're right. Who that?
Who that? That's my brother Wallace. Appreciate the love, man. Die hard. Been riding with Tacoma for a while, man, for a long time now. We appreciate the love. A lot of positive thoughts from the Who Dat Nation early on. Saints family, you want to pop in, man, feel free. There's a link pinned to the top of the chat. Simply click the link. Listen to what it says. It'll probably check your mic and your camera, and you can always turn your camera off if you don't want to be on camera. Just as long as you sounds good, you're good with me. All right, so this is the reality, man. Saints doing pretty good. Let's keep it going. We got Brother Dave popping in. Brother Dave, how you doing, sir?
Hey, what's up, Big Q?
Good, bro. I'm doing good, my man. How you doing, sir? What you think about the Saints draft, bro?
I'm satisfied with it. I'm satisfied with it. I think
I sound a little apprehensive there, my brother.
yeah, you know, Q, you know, I'm more of I take that back. I like the picks that we got. I like the picks that we got. My concern is just similar to what the last caller just said. Saints defense was never the problem. It was more of the offensive plays, and Pete And in the beginning, before Sean left, I was one of the ones that said, hey, let Pete take the playbook. But then I started thinking, Q, what assistant offensive coordinator that stays under a head coach that long that doesn't want either a head coaching job someplace else? And then not only that, when Sean left, Pete was like leaving too, as if he didn't want to do it. It's like they had to call him and say, hey man, come in and call the plays. You would think he would want to jump to it. So for me, I felt like he's not confident enough in himself. That's how I look at it. And it showed in the play calling that we had on offense. Now, I do like the draft picks, but I'm just keeping my eye. I'm not going to hold you up, but I'm keeping my eye out on the Washington Commanders. And this is why. If Eric Bieniemy turned Washington offense around and we don't do well this year, then we need to go and make Eric Bieniemy our head coach. I'm just putting that out there.
Okay, well if Dennis Allen doesn't get it done, this year's going to be a lot of pressure on him because that's going to be 3 years straight of not having any playoffs. So the draft, and this was a very solid draft. He gets the Carr situation lined up, the quarterback situation, which is a positive. But this is the thing: when they signed Carr, I said, man, the spin's going to spin too. Give him time. Give Carr and the Saints an opportunity. Give them time. My thing is, you can get Carr all the time you want. It don't have to be Dennis Allen on top of the team. But the Saints are going to go toward what makes the most sense monetarily speaking. That's how they run their business.
Right.
If you're going to have an impact on football, you have to deny them the thing that they want the most, which is the money. And the support to make them understand, listen, we're not playing with you. We're an intelligent family base, and we're not going to have this BS you're talking about. You will handle the business, or are you going to suffer for it? So a lot of family members are getting into that, and the Saints are feeling that. They're like, yeah, man, these people are serious. We got to do. And you're right. We damn right we serious. We don't sit up here and waste our time watching no bull job, So it's positive. It's positive, but yes, you're absolutely right, bro.
Yeah, and another thing too is that, I look at the fact that the NFC right now is like really wide open. Besides, as far as like when you look at the Eagles, they seem to be like at the top on the paper. But if you look at it, all of the big quarterbacks, heavy quarterbacks, are over in the AFC. So there's no reason why the Saints couldn't like at least get into the playoffs this year. We don't really, you see what I'm saying? You got Aaron Rodgers going. You don't have to worry about playing against him in the NFC. All these other you got Russell Wilson going. You see what I'm saying, Vic Q?
Yeah.
We got the opportunity to not only come out of the South, but also try to make a run in the playoff. And I'm just, like I said, it just goes back to the offensive plays. I feel like we got the people on offense to get the job done, and even also on defense. And I understood the picks that we had because Cameron Jordan's getting older. And we got to, fill the position of defensive tackle. But yeah, man, I'm curious to see. I hope we have a good season and make the playoff. But if we don't, and like I said, if Eric Bieniemy does well in Washington, we need to bring him on home to New Orleans. And that's all I got, Big Q.
All right. Thank you, Brother Dave. Appreciate the commentary, brother. You be safe out there. And who that to you?
Who that?
Who that? All right. It's Brother Dave popping in. We got Brother Byron coming up next. All right, family. Shout out to the fam as the draft has officially ended. The last pickup was Deshaun Johnson, defensive end from Toledo. He was the last guy picked, and the Saints draft is complete. You can see the Saints have put together a pretty good draft here and handling the business. Brian Barisi, top pick, Isaiah Foskey in day 2, along with Kendre Miller. And it's just special. Barisi gives them a rotational defensive tackle that eventually you have Nate Shepard there with Colin Saunders, and then Barisi there, 6'6", 300 pounds, and big Nate Shepard, 6'5", 300. So I mean, The only size they're losing is you got Kalen Saunders is 6 feet tall, maybe 6'1", but he's super duper motivated. Like these guys, like this, the ones that let me get the Saints depth chart up here. What's really intriguing and interesting about their depth chart is just the fact that the defensive line in particular was something we're looking at. And Kalen Saunders, the guy, he's not very big. He's 6 feet tall, but he's 324 pounds. He gets where he wants when he wants. And he got an extremely high motor. He had 3.5 sacks last year for them, and he was a 3rd-round pick for KC. And when he left, they were very upset that they lost Kalen Saunders, they being the Kansas City faithful. And then Nate Shepard. Now, these are guys the Saints bringing in. Big Nate Shepard, 6'4". Thought he was 6'5", but 6'4", 315. You watch how he plays as another stout defensive tackle. That's hard. And these guys are big run stuffers, plus they provide a push, especially Colin Saunders. But Nate Shepard's another guy that gives you value. He's part of that really good interior defensive line situation happening for the Jets, so the Saints were able to get him here. And then you add that with Brian Barisi, 6'5", and they say 6'5", and some say 6'6", 300+ pound athletic defensive tackle in the rotation with the rest of the guys. It just gives a different look. And of course, you look at Tanu Pasio. At some point, you know Tanu's going to be a guy that's going to be help you in the interior. 6'7", 300 pounds. And he's at 28, so you know he's not going to be a guy they add there to the defensive edge that rush. You got Foskey and Granderson, and now you got Peyton Turner. All of those guys are going to try to get at you. So they have a lot of size there. I think probably the smaller one outside him is Malcolm Roach. They added in the phrase 6'3" as well, almost 300 pounds. So in the end, the Saints, how do you like the interior? This is a key area of concern, remember, for the Saints last year because – we allowed so much yardage last year from that mindset. So it's time to get back to stuffing the run and keep the pressure on the quarterback and also seal the deal with the mobile quarterback threats. We definitely got to do that. We got to make sure we stop that as well. So anyway, let's bring in Brother Byron to the stream. We'll hear what he got to say. Family, please feel free to hit the like button. We'll be looking out for some of the latest things that are going on in terms of the undrafted area of going on with the black and gold. We'll be keeping up update on the guys that are coming in. And right now, the Notre Dame, the first one I got for y'all is going to be this one. Hold on, let me share this with the family members. Give me a second. I just got the first one right here that just hit the notification right here. And this was from Aaron Wilson, as you can see right here. Let me put it up there. The Saints signing Notre Dame kicker Blake Grupe per league source. So that's the first one we got right here is the Saints. You can see one of these people put the comment, good, put some pressure on Lutz. So the Saints, remember the Saints also have another kicker, Alex Quevedo is there. So I don't know if they release him, but the first of the signings the Saints have, fam, is they added the kicker from Notre Dame. It's the Blake Grupe, according to league source from Aaron Wilson. So you can see some of this stuff is going to start happening fast. So anyway, let's bring in Brother Byron. Are you there, man? We're going to chime you in. Family members that want to pop in to give their thoughts on the draft. How do you like the draft? What needs you think the Saints have to go after next? If there's a player that you would like, add him, throw that into your commentary. Now's your time. We are 7 hours into this Day 3 stream. If you want to get on and voice your commentary, now is the time. Now is the time. Hit the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. It'll allow you to come in, and then you can spit your game. But this is the first one I got notification. Saints are getting that Notre Dame kicker Blake Grupe, because you know what time it is, man. Blake Gillikin last year really struggled. Like I said, here's Alex Quevedo, the other guy that they picked up. He was a future signing that they signed out of Central Oklahoma. So that's the other guy. And, of course, Will Lutz struggled last year. Will Lutz went from a guy that was an 82% or 80, something like that, was 82 or 84% accuracy kicking to 74%. And it was after the core injury, and Will Lutz is in his 7th year. He's only 28 years of age. But that's a dramatic drop in accuracy, to be honest with you, when you're the starting NFL kicker for the Saints. So to go from 74, I think it was, to 74.2 is what he had, but his numbers the year before, man, let me put it up here, matter of fact. Yeah, here it is. He was 82.1, and then he dropped to 74.2. He's never been below 82 at all. His lowest total was that 2020 year when he was 82%. Prior to that, it was 2016 when he first came in, it was 82.4. So he dropped all the way down there. That is big. Could it be the core? He just came off that really tough, that core surgery. What's going on there? We don't know. But time will tell, man. You gotta watch this stuff. So anyway, I don't know what Byron at, but I think we'll turn. All right, Byron, are you there, bro?
Yo.
All right, brother Byron, welcome to the stream, bro. How you feel about the draft, my friend?
Well, like I said, Q, like I was saying, earlier ago, man, I think the draft was so good. I mean, the Saints, they nailed it though, bro. They know exactly what they were doing. They handled their business. It was a smart way. They got everything on the board. They know the guy they want. They made the selection. They got the pick. We made a trade up. More we did, no trade in the first round. More we did in the second round. But I think it was outstanding perform. I think the Saints did a great job. They got everything, on top. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a solid draft selection of the players that we looked at. Like I said, you got Foskey, 20+ sacks, man, all-time greatest as a defensive end, man. That's what we had to address, behind Cam Jordan. Like I said, Cam getting up the age. And you got to understand, man, we know for a fact that when Davenport was supposed to be the guy alongside Cam, man, Davenport was just not doing anything, bro. I think Davenport, he was just out of sync. He was not the guy, he, not producing. He's not showing no the tools that he supposed to be, progressing like he supposed to be as an edge rusher. But man, now you got Foskey, man. This the guy I like, man. I saw his film, I saw his tape. I mean, he's outstanding. He got my eyes wide open, and I think this guy gonna go out there and dominate with Cam Jordan, man. Those two guys on the same side, and that's gonna be a force of unit right there, bro. And Brian Breesy, we got him late in the first round, more like an early second round. I think we had to address the interior defensive line. I think Brian Breesy is going to be the guy to come in to help the front seven to stop the run. And you got Saunders and Shepard right behind that. And I think that's going to add the defense of the scrimmage. And you got the quarterback that Derek Carr knows from Fresno State. Jake Haener, he's a Senior Bowl MVP. Solid guy. I saw he could do. He don't have the kind of arm, but he can move out the pocket. He could throw the ball. He's like a scramble, but he got good footwork. He say him and Derek Carr had a conversation that together he could mentor Derek Carr. Behind him, you got, like I said, he reminded of Drew Brees. He inspired him, wore his jersey, number 9. And that's the kind of guy you want as a leader in your locker room, though, bro. And I just think that, that the fact that, some players that, you see the Saints have successful in the draft, but they don't play around no one bit, though, bro. You got to understand the Saints know what they're doing, though, fair and square, bro. They don't cause anything as a fluke and then make things go worse. The Saints got everything organized, though, bro. They know they grade a guy from player to player. And they know they have everything based of, that they take things a little serious and take things responsibility. And we know for the fact that you can't take everything for granted. The Saints not doing things wrong. They're doing things right, though, bro. And I'm just proud of for Jeff Allen, Dennis Allen, you know what I'm saying, and Mick Luna. They did an outstanding job, bro. They know they got everything fair and square. They got everything settled. And I'm just think that we know the guys going to come out day one, and they're going to come out and make this team the way we need to be into the season.
Yeah, indeed, bro. A lot of good moves that's been happening with the black and gold, and I'm very happy too, man, to be honest with you. And let's keep this energy going into the season. We got a lot of talent, and the only undrafted call right now, we see Ali Gay, man, just to let family members know about Ali Gay. is going to the Texans. So for our LSU family members out there asking about Eligay, he's going to the Texans as an undrafted free agent and college free agent. And of course, we got other things that are going on here. But right now, the only move is the Saints picking up a kicker. So the first moves the Saints reporting is getting the Notre Dame kicker, Blake Garupe. So there you go.
Yeah, I know something about that kicker thing, man. That's why, you know, when Willows came back, man, he was not himself like he was when he had an injury 2 years ago. That's why we had to address that position, you know, the kicker, because Willows been struggling last year in the season, and he was not kicking like field goals because he'd be missing a lot. And that's why we returned from an injury, you know, with that core muscle, man. That's why he was not more 100% completely more he said he was. But he just been struggling. He's been not intense. It's been lacking for him since. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that he was not making all these kicks like we used to make extra points when we kick like we don't score a touchdown. But man, Will Luck's still a good kicker, but just that to understand that he's just not having a good career like he had in last season. But now you got this guy right here, man, from Notre Dame. You know, that's gonna be a competition right there into training camp. And I think that if Willis can't do what he cannot do, he might be in trouble though, bro. And he might lose his spot and lose his job. If this guy right here doing what he's doing right now, I'm looking at on the screen. But I think Willis, man, he got his handful cut up, bro. And I think the guy from TCU, Kendra Miller, man, I really want Spears though. But you gotta realize it though, man. Kendra Miller is a bro. I see this man. I be watching TCU games a lot though, Q. I be catching every game from TCU be playing, but Kendra Miller is something though, bro. He's something. I mean, I heard his interview. This man say everything he's saying loud and clear though, bro. He's remind me of like Pierre Thomas or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But man, Kendra Miller, man, he could run though. He can run between the tackles. He can catch out the backfield. He, like I said, he weighed 220 pounds. I mean, he got good feet, but I think Kendra Miller, I think he got something to do, bro. I think he's not explosive. He's fast, but he's not fast when you see him on the field though. But he got a lot of energy in himself though, bro. And I think that's when you add with Kamara and Jamal Williams. You got three monsters in that backfield that can carry the rock. You know what I'm saying? That's how you open up the offense. When you get the running game going, when you have three guys that run that ball at the same time. Kamara could put him in the slot like they use him. You got Jamal Williams, they use him in Detroit. Now you got Kendra Miller. All of a sudden, that's going to do things a little more similar. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is that these guys going to do everything they're going to do. But that's how you're going to open up and split this offense. When you have Derek Carr as under center as a quarterback for us, that's how you have more progressing. When you have progressing, that's how you get more danger anywhere, because that's how you can score points. This offense got to score because the offense been struggling ever since. That's why we can't have successful last year, but it's always the offense the problem that hold us back. It's not the defense, because the defense is going to keep you in the game. It's the offense been struggling every single time. Now, all of a sudden, you got weapons. You got A.T. Perry. They were trapped in the 6th round. Now you got Brian Edwards, Michael Thomas, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed. You got Taysom doing all these little gashes, switch arm and knife and everything. Juwan Johnson. And you got the other drafted guy, Lucas Kroll. So this has got to go right here down the middle, though. The offense they will score points, bro. You got to have balance, because I'm saying Pete Carmichael was so terrible, man. And as a play caller, he is not showing himself doing what he's supposed to do as OC. I hope he get things better though, and I hope Pete Carmichael realize he better get this thing fixed fair and quickly though, bro. Because like I say, like your boy just said, Eric Bieniemy from Commanders, if he has successful with the Commanders, if Pete Carmichael can tie himself up and do his job though, you're gonna see Eric Bieniemy come to the ones like he from the area. But I just think that Pete Carmichael gotta be better though, bro. I just sick and tired that Pete Carmichael always been lacking, and that's the problem with him though, bro. And that's what I'm saying is I'm not trying to say Pete Carmichael is a worse OC, but he gotta produce himself. But I hope he do it this season though, so we can score points. But that's the issue with the offense, because they can't run the football and they ain't move the ball down the field.
Yeah, Yeah, indeed, Byron. You make a lot of good points. They definitely have to improve, man. Ain't no doubt about it,
It's
man.
got to be a lot more improvement, though, Q. You can't have this like a meltdown and say, okay, here to go again. Deja vu. The Saints not doing it, say they're going to do. Well, they can't score this. They can't do this. Can't do that. They're not on the same page. They're not showing everything they say they're going to do as please, though, but you got to make them correct it anywhere it goes. They got to score points, Q. You cannot go out there kicking field goals and then all of a sudden you can't find a way to get yourself back anywhere it is, but they got to get this thing solved. They got to get it solved, Q, because I've been seeing this over and over, and I'm sick of it. My nerves get bad. And I tell my people, my family, though, man, they say the same thing. They say, oh, yeah, never say, Byron, man, what's going on with the Saints? I say, the same thing I tell my family in the chat. It's the offense.
Yeah, good points, bro. We're gonna see how it all shifts because it's a lot of answers that need to be
It's
answered.
It's a lot to feel, bro. It's a lot to feel, but you can't mess around and play like mine with though, bro. You got to get this thing straight, though, bro. And I hope the offense get this thing back on track into the season. But daily, man, you got all these weapons around Derek Carr now. You got to go out there and handle your business, though. Offense.
Gotta
That's
produce.
the bottom line. And I ain't got to say nothing about it. I'm keeping in my word as a faith.
All right. Thank you, brother Byron. Much love to brother Byron. Thank you for chiming in, brother. And who that to you?
Thank you, BQ. Anytime, bro. Who that? Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. All right, that's brother Byron, and you know, brother Byron gonna bring that he gonna bring the funk, bro. He gonna show you something. Shout out to the fam if y'all want to pop into the stream as we are seeing about some of the stuff that's going on. They're officially signing as the draft is officially over. We're into the undrafted area right now. Only thing we've done so far is sign the kicker. I showed some footage of him out of Notre Dame. And that's a very interesting first signing that the Saints would use to pick up the kicker. Now, and they already got another kicker on the roster, Alex Quevedo. So is this something new? Blake Garupe. So right now we're waiting to see the rest of the moves that's happening with the Black and Gold Nation and see if anything else. So a lot of people have been signed. We've seen Ali Gay go to the Texans. Anyway, let's bring in Brother Will Law. He's coming up next. If you want to pop in, feel free to chime in the chat. Feel free to hit the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. If you get your word in, how you feel about the draft. How do you guys think it went? Did you like the draft? What grade did you give the draft? Undrafted guys, positions yet to be filled that you think that needs to happen. Players in particular that fit such needs. Everything could be talked about. We in the post-draft commentary chime in. All right, Brother Will Law, welcome to the stream. How you doing, sir?
Yo, what's up, Q?
Chilling, bro. How you doing, man?
I'm blessed, man.
Yeah.
So I've been, like I said, I've been looking at the draft myself, and I'm gonna be honest. It's not like I'm not gonna say it's the best draft, but at the same time, I would say that it was reliable. It wasn't sexy. It was reliable. Like I say, like I really didn't like the first pick because I'm gonna be honest. The way I told my cousin it was gonna go, I was like, I think Stroud was actually gonna fall. But I actually like how the Texans played their hand because the Texans were supposed to take Levis. I mean, that was the consensus pick if I'm not mistaken, right? Q?
That's what I heard too, Will Law. I think
Right.
the word was they were supposed to. That was the rumor.
Right. So I was like, okay, well, they take Levis, and then I already know Richardson was going over to the Colts. So I'm like, if he go to the Colts, I'm like, Stout, he's gonna be there because nobody behind that really needed a quarterback. So I'm like, after that, he's gonna be there for us to get. Then I thought about Hooker. I said, well, if Hooker's there, we're gonna get Hooker. I knew we needed a defensive tackle, but I didn't see a defensive tackle on the board that was really worthy of like the number one pick. The one we got, I could say that we probably could have got him in maybe the second round, maybe third round, not that in the first round. Now, don't get me wrong, he got a lot of upsides. I do give you that, but I look at the injury history. I'm gonna agree with the last brother when he was talking about the running back. I believe we do have a three-headed monster at running back because of the fact that if you look back at the 2009 season when we had Pierre Thomas, Reggie Bush, and Mike Bell, I feel like we have like that same type of running back system that we have. I mean, that we had then. You got two basically that can house. Well, actually, all three of them got really house if you really think about it. So, I mean, like I said, if I had to give this draft a grade, I would probably say maybe I'd give it a solid B.
Okay. That's interesting, bro, because we look at it, and I'm the same way, bro. I gave it a B, and I said, okay, yeah, the greatest I give it a B plus because I thought linebacker could be an issue, and the Saints just reported that Saints have signed. They have the kicker we talked about, now Nick Anderson, which is the other linebacker that played
From
opposite.
Tulane, right? He was a bad boy.
Right. That played opposite of Dorian Williams, who went to Buffalo Bills and with a third round pick. So Tajay and him both went in the third round. But Nick Anderson, 113 tackles from him. He had 2 sacks and 62 solo tackles. He was phenomenal. Now he's 5'10", about 225 pounds, but he is a good guy. He's able to cover the field. And this is a good signing because we talked about Saints looking at in-state recruits and picking up guys. So the Saints pick up a linebacker that fits the need. And Nick
Exactly.
Anderson, so this is pretty good.
Exactly. I'm with you on that. I mean, like honestly, I really would have hoped that they would have got like another wide receiver. I mean, maybe we might pick one up in the undrafted free agent. But that in a tight end. Now another tight end I actually wanted. I wanted your boy from Georgia. I mean, like he was there for us, and I mean, we passed him. We passed him up.
Yeah.
I was disappointed when Pittsburgh took him.
Yeah, the tight end call kind of because the Saints went into that, and then later on they made the decision to get past Troutman. Now, if they had known that, then if that was then indeed the decision, because my indications were that they were happy with Troutman going into the season,
and they traded him.
They traded him right toward the back end of the draft. So if they had known that, or maybe that what Dennis Allen was saying, I don't think it felt like it was a knee-jerk reaction to a thing listening to him. But had they known that, then yeah, you did have guys that they could have plucked if that was indeed the case.
So I'm hoping that we could find one. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. This actually give your boy the one that we got last year, the one that came from. I think he came from Pitt, didn't he?
Yes, Lucas Crawl.
Yeah. So this actually gives him an opportunity to get on the field, and we could actually see what we have with him.
Yeah,
but now I heard you earlier talking about the quarterback that we got. Man, dude, I'm tired of these Drew Brees clone quarterbacks. I'm tired. He has his arm is not that good, but he's very accurate.
Yes.
Can we get a 6'3" quarterback that has a strong arm that we can groom?
Yes.
Like, is that too much to ask?
No. No, it's not. It's not at all. It's not. Will, you're not asking for a miracle, my brother, for them to do that, but it's about, I guess it's a character type that they like to look at. And it's the Drew Brees thing. It's like he's the best and worst of what happened to the Saints. It's like everything now is the prototype is going to Drew, and I agree with it to a degree. It's like you can find a Drew Brees if you really look for it, and they have these guys that come along, and they are smaller guys that have to prove themselves. So they might not have the big arm or the size, but you see they highly productive, they're accurate, and this is the thing. But also that lends itself to also Carr. Carr, the $150 million quarterback, promoted that to happen. He wanted this guy. And
right.
He told him, listen, make this happen, and the Saints going to do it. So, and it's not so much of a bad pick. They traded back into the 4th round. They secured him. Now you got the prospect of the future that's in harmony with your $150 million quarterback. Can't say nothing about that. Makes too much sense.
Right. But to me, he seems more like we had Ian Book last year. And like we basically got rid of Ian Book without even trying to develop him. So it's like, and then like who we had, like, didn't we have somebody before that was like Grayson? So it's like we keep looking at like these Drew Brees type quarterbacks. And don't get me wrong. At the end of the day, there's only one Drew Brees.
Yes.
Like Drew Brees, he didn't have like a cannon, but he had above average ability to throw downfield until he got older. These guys right here, like Ian Book, couldn't even throw the ball down the field.
Well, I
And
mean, go ahead, LeBron. I'm listening.
and the thing that like really gets me is the fact that I'm like, okay, so well hold on, man, I'm gonna scratch it for a second. So the guard that we got, or should I say the tackle, is it's time for Pete to go bye-bye. So we got Pete replacement now.
You do. You do. And see, a lot of people for many years I've been sitting up here talking about Pete, but the reality is that Andrews Pete, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. The Saints rework Andrews Pete's deal. They get the pick in the top of the fourth round. So you're right. The guy plays all these different positions, and it does feel like that. Yeah, Andrews Pete, he can't stay healthy and his body's breaking down. You're absolutely right. This is the time. And I've said it, man. Your best ability is availability. He hadn't been giving them that.
That part. Did we just sign somebody else?
Yes. For the family members, the Saints have signed 2 more undrafted guys. We got Shaq Davis and Anthony Orji. So we're gonna kind of Orji or something like that. Let me show you some of the statistics here. Shaq Davis from South Carolina State. He had let's see what wide receiver there. Shaq Davis. What is it? 100. Let me see. Where am I? 45 catches for almost 1,000 yards. He had 11 touchdowns, 21 yards per catch, 6'5", 217. Is that right? Is that right? So this Shaq Davis, man, 6'5" wide receiver from South Carolina State. He averaged, the catch averages, this dude averages 21 yards per catch at 11 touchdowns. So the Saints reached out and got him. He had the Shrine Bowl invite. His 40 time is 4.51. So the Saints add a wide receiver, and then also they get a safety. Mr. Anthony Orji, 6'1", 230. Damn. Now see, this is in another team or a different way. This guy would be a linebacker because that was linebacker size 6'1", 230, 240, something like that. 6'1", 230, big safety. Played senior. From Vanderbilt, from out of the SEC, 106 tackles from Vandy, 52 of solo, and 1 pick. Very interesting right here, man. So that's right, big dog got it down. So you got kicker Blake Grupe, Nick Anderson from Tulane. You got Shaq Davis and Oren, and then I'm gonna give you. They got the tight end Joel Wilson too. So a lot of that's going on right now. As we're gonna keep it going, fam. So yeah, yes indeed, man. It's rolling and moving, man. Saints doing that undrafted thing.
Now with that wide receiver, I'm just hoping that we're not drafting Brandon Coleman 2.0.
I'm with you on that, Will. I'm with you on that big time, brother. I sincerely hope that is not indeed the case, that we are not picking up any more players like Brandon Coleman, no doubt about it, brother. So we're gonna keep it going and keep it moving, man. So a lot of good moves happening with the Saints. All right, so that's cool. Okay, some people saying Ivan Pace. I haven't seen it right. Ivan Pace from Cincinnati is another move. This is another guy I mocked. I thought he'd be going somewhere in the draft. So a lot of undrafted stuff going on, bro. We're gonna keep it going. But brother, Will, go ahead.
I
Bro.
don't want to hold y'all and everything, but just want to say who that, and I'm gonna continue watching the live. Thank you, Q.
Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you. And we'll holler at you later. Much love, brother Will Law. Shout out to him, man. Thanks for the commentary. Yes. It's rolling, man. We are rolling. And the Saints. So a few moves have been made by the black and gold, man. We up in this thing. They're handling the business. Happy for the team doing this thing. Let me see if we got anybody else, because usually 1 or 2 guys are the ones that's breaking this scoop. As you can see, we talked about Anthony Orji. They call him a linebacker, but they list him as safety on the prospects list. So there's duality there. So this is Nick Underhill reporting. Shout out to Nick. Both Davis and Orji got $250,000 guaranteed. Biggest guarantee the Saints have gave out last year was to one Rashid Shaheed, who received $220,000. So the Saints giving out big guarantees to both of those guys we just showed, which is Shaq Davis, 6'5", 217, 45 catches, 934 receiving yards, 11 receiving touchdowns, and almost a 21 yard average on catches. That's phenomenal. And then, of course, here's Anthony Orji. They got him listed as a safety. They called him a linebacker. He can do both. 106 tackles from Vanderbilt with 52 of them solo. Pretty good for this young fella. And him and his purple hair is coming to the black and gold. So shout out to that brother. And good to see that happen as the Saints are filling the needs there. So also, and I think that's pretty much all of them that's reported. We talked about Shaq, with Davis. We talked about Nick Anderson. And according to Aaron Wilson, the Saints signed Tulane Nick Anderson for $25,000, 10 of which is guaranteed, 15,000 on signing bonus, and it's a good deal. Tom Pelissero is reporting that tight end Joel Wilson is being picked up by the Saints. So I'm gonna get a little information on Joel and keep these lists up to date here so the family members can kind of bounce around. So the undrafted stuff is going to happen pretty fast for the Black and Gold Nation as we moving forward, man. So very positive stuff shaking and baking going on right now. So let's bring in Brother Frederick and get his commentary. Brother Frederick, welcome to the stream. How you doing, brother?
Man, what's up, Big Q, man? It's been a long time, man. A long time.
Yes.
Hey, I'm happy that I get a chance to speak to the family, man. Out here in Arlington, Texas, man.
Shout out to you out in Arlington, Brother Frederick. What do you think about the draft, my friend?
I think the draft was good. You know, I'm gonna give him a solid 8. You know what I'm saying? I think everything was good. I mean, if we go down and look at it, you know, we drafted need. You know what I'm saying? And so I really liked it. The D tackle. I liked it. The boy from Notre Dame. I think he's gonna be a great player for us. I really liked it. That the running back from TCU. Kind of seen him up close a little bit, so I know what he can do. And I really liked it. I really liked it that pick from Old Dominion.
Yeah.
I think the guy from Old Dominion, though, a lot of people don't. I mean, I've been watching this for a long time. I've been a Saints fan all my life, and so last year I seen. I mean, even though we drafted Penning at with the first round,
right?
Man, I think this is just my take on it. He got bad feet. Q, his feet bad, and so I think they need to go ahead and they might swap him out with the guy from Old Dominion. Put him on the end put him at left tackle and put Penning in the middle so he can just because Penning is a mauler. And let him maul somebody, and then put Andrews Pete somewhere, let him go sit on a bench somewhere, or either try to trade him to somebody that need a left guard. That's just my opinion. But as all, I liked it the draft. I just hope we get us a tight end and a linebacker. I'm with that Deion Jones, and also that I wish we can get our boy back who played with New York last year.
Quan.
Yeah, Quan Alexander.
Yeah, well, bro, I think a couple of people probably would kind of disagree with you on Penning, but you know, at the end of the day, man, you know that they see him as a starting guy, and he's got some ferocity, a lot of athleticism there, and they see the Saints' offensive line is as up and coming. You still have Cesar Ruiz. There's questions about his fifth option, whether they'll take him. Andrews Pete is on his way out. Center, you know, our center McCoy is there, and Ryan Ramczyk needs to become more dominant.
True.
So we did get the good pick in the 4th round. We're picking up him, and it was just a solid, meticulous, very intelligent draft. I got to give it to him.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I actually, even though I can't stand the coach with a passion, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think, you know, I'm with you on that, Q. I've been saying that this man don't know what he's doing. He ain't did nothing when he was with the Raiders. I don't know why they hired him last year, so you know, but it is what it is. I say he's our coach, so be it. But I'm not happy with but it is what it is. Loving my Saints, just gonna keep rooting, you know. But I'm not too hot on the coach. Keeping it real.
Well, I ain't mad at you, bro. And that's all I can ask for you to do is to keep it real, bro. So if that's how you feel, that's how you feel, brother. Let me tell you, that's how it go. All right. So with that being said, bro, let me get your last thought on that, my brother, Freddie, before I move on to the next person.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to say, man, I think with that, like I said, I really think that we should draft. We should, pick up. I think I just heard you said Ivan, the kid from Cincinnati, Mr. Pace, and I'm liking the kid that we drafted from Tulane. I've seen him, so I'm hoping that we can get one of them tight ends. I seen a kid from Louisville. Have you checked him out, Q? The kid from Louisville, the tight end from Louisville. I don't think he got drafted.
I'm gonna have to look at it, bro. I'm not sure he got drafted either, bro.
Yeah, I seen. Yeah, he got a nice little catch radius on him. He catch with his hands, so that'll be a nice little pick for us. And I also looked at the guy from Texas, from right here in Austin, from Texas. So I don't know if he got drafted, but it's time for Lucas Crow to step up. I'm glad they got rid of Troutman.
Yeah. A lot of people are not shedding any tears for Troutman. That's most certainly the case, bro.
Go back to Sean Payton, and I'm with you on that. He could take a couple of more with him.
Yeah, I would have. Hey, bro, I would have packaged. Like I said, you want Troutman? I'd have gave him Zach Bourne and Traquan Smith. Here you go, take him. Here you go. But in the end, man, in the end, Troutman, really Peyton saved him because he believed him more than anything. The Saints gave extra picks to move up to go and get Troutman, and then just basically sell him out for what was it, a 6th-round pick?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty. That showed the Saints what they thought of the value of Adam Troutman at that point. Like I gave multiple picks to move up to get him in the 3rd round, and then give him away for 6th round for a 6th-round pick. So wow, man, that was interesting.
Well, you know who was really interested. I mean, interested. I was on 2 players, Q, and I know you liked it. The guy from West Virginia. I seen him. Boy run a 4.3, so I get it, and he tall. But this guy, man, from this AT Terry, man. Oh man, I ain't even lie to you. He's smooth, man. I mean, like he ain't got the best hands. You know what I'm saying? I mean, is he? He do catch with his hands, but I think if he work on his craft, man, that dude he gonna be a beast for us, man. I don't want. Like I heard a previous caller. I don't want that guy that we had. I don't want go please Brandon Cole. You can leave him where he at, but yeah, that Terry good. Terry dude, I think he'll be great though for us. I think because we need some size, and we don't know what's gonna happen with Thomas. I don't know. I'm just we ain't seen him in 3 years, man. I mean, he checked out.
Yeah, 4 years, man. 3 years, and you've seen like a few games, and he's 30 years old now. So if he don't get it done this year, and really the thing about it is the Saints are not like looking at Michael Thomas like he's a force. Like he's a force when he's there, but the team is kind of moving away to the stars. Like instead of just pinpointing one guy, let's build this unit. Let's add these talented players in the wide receiver room, the tight end room, the running back room. Let's move these guys around because we have all these weapons: Taysom Hill and Elvin Kamara, Rashid Shaheed, and Michael's there. He's good. And then you have Jamal Williams. You add to it, and then you just keep the thing moving. And in the end, man, we'll see what they got going on. But the biggest key to it all is also Derek Carr's ability to get the ball down the field, which creates space for our running backs, and it just creates a whole new harmony that we simply didn't have last year because we didn't have leadership in the quarterback room. We didn't have the team actually buying in and believing in a quarterback leader. So that dynamic is totally changed. There's a leader there, a guy that can accurately throw the deep ball, opens up everything, creates space everywhere. Should be a better free-flowing offense that we see. Just keep adding weapons around Carr. Give him all the stuff that you could possibly need, and then not pinpoint a certain player, but also let it be on a mindset that where we get the ball to the open guys. So a lot of great movements by the Saints offensively and defensively. I got to give it to them. So we're gonna see how it go, bro. You still there, Fred?
I like. I totally agree with you. I like Derek Carr. I ain't like how they did Jameis last year, but That a lot of people don't believe it, but I know what the deal is. But yeah, I'm glad Jameis is still on the team, man. I mean, that was messed up last year with him. But I like the kid from Fresno is actually good, real good, man. I ain't even lie to you. So he might be our future. You know what I'm saying? He is good. So I'm happy that I was kind of ecstatic when I seen that pick. I'm like, damn, they're okay. But I know he had the connection with Drew Brees and Derek Carr too. So it worked out. But
it did do.
Yeah. So, but hey man, I'm gonna keep hope alive. Who that all the way, man. To Saints family, I love y'all. I'm gonna be in the chat. I just want y'all to know that this our year, man. We got to do it. If the only obstacle in the way that we won't succeed is Dennis Allen and Pete Carmichael, man. And I'm just keeping it real. If they the only obstacle, man, that's it. Because if they let this thing, I think everything will be right, man.
I'm with you every step of the way, bro. Thank you, brother Fred, for chiming in. Great commentary, man. Thank you, bro.
You're welcome, Q.
All right. Who that to my brother? Appreciate the family members chiming in here. So Saints making some moves. They keeping the signing train going, and we kind of keep refreshing to make sure we got everything twisting and turning as we keep it going, man. And a lot of reports coming out with the Saints signing people. We see other people from Louisiana getting picked up too as well. So a lot of moves being made right here. Louisiana Tech offensive tackle John Moat is invited to rookie minicamp, so they're getting some invitations. It's happening here, and the Saints just keep signing people. So for right now, for what we have based on what we're getting, and I'm trying to monitor them to the best of my ability. For those who want to chime in, man, we had a lot of good callers so far. It's still time, fam. Let's get it. You can hit the link, chime in, tell me what you think. Some of the moves being made right now for the Black and Gold organization. They signed Joel Wilson, undrafted free agent so far, the tight end, 6'3", 242 out of the University of Central Michigan, and add him to the fray. He's a priority free agent, so they called that off top. Overview: doesn't have the play strength or technique of a wide tight end and might not have the speed to threaten the seam as a pass catching option, but it is still easy to like his game. He's clever at route running, shows the ability to create separation with decent success underneath, but he must become even more competitive on contested catches. Wilson's blocking needs work, but he's willing and will have potential in that area if he can get stronger. So there you go. This is some of his overview on his scouting report. Creative route runner with good tempo variance. Get in and out of the breaks with subtle stutter steps. Makes instant transition from catch to run for additional yardage. Handle pass protection and blitz pickups. Weaknesses: below average body control, fitting into and moving blocks. Doesn't have the core strength to sustain blocks. Needs to fight harder for position and on contested catches. Gets delayed by pressure on release. Average catch radius and jump ball talent. So that's some of the scouting report on Joel Wilson, the Saints tight end that they picked up. Also, Shaq Davis is added to the team. Wide receiver, 6'5", 217 out of South Carolina State. His statistics are 45 catches last year for 934 yards, 11 touchdowns with almost a 21-yard catch average. So 6'5", 217, huge wide receiver. Anthony Orji, they call him a safety on here, but he's also they give him linebacker. 106 total tackles from this kid, 52 of solo with a pick from Mr. Anthony from the University of Vanderbilt. So that is a positive. Also, Mark Evans II, an offensive lineman from Arkansas Pine Bluff, played some senior minutes out of the University of Houston. He's a guy that the Saints are adding to as well. I'm going to see if I can pull up some more scouting reports on some of these guys to let the family members know. So not bad at all. And then, of course, we got Tulane's linebacker, Nick Anderson, that played opposite of Dorian Williams. And this kid had 113 tackles with 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 62 solo tackles for Tulane last year. He's 5'10", 225. But the Saints made it a point to get this man and sign him and bring him on to the team as an undrafted guy. So he can push. Nick Anderson can push the linebacker room. He'll add speed and competitiveness. Him and Dorian Williams were phenomenal for Tulane's defense last year. Tulane had a very special team last year. Very special team. So, but that's some of the people right now, and I'm going to span back and see if we got anybody else that's been added to the team. Y'all know Ali Gay signed with the Texans. We covered that a few minutes ago. As there, as you can see, these some of the calls being made. Ronald, running back, Ronald Watt with the Niners, and they got all this other stuff going on, and people are picking off some of the talent that gets real competitive. Ivan Pace Jr., the Cincinnati Bearcat, is off the board to the Vikings. He gets picked up to the Vikings, grab him. A lot of people wanted to see him end up in the Saint uniform. It won't happen. All right, so there's still a lot of movement going on in the undrafted ranks currently as the Saints look to fill needs that way. And this is like one of my favorite portions of the after the draft, right immediately after the draft, is the Saints get real rugged as well. So anyway, here's the source, right? Tom Pelissero talking about Arkansas Pine Bluffs, Mark Evans II, which remember you had another guy that came out of Arkansas Pine Bluff. You remember him? Had good luck with him, but he was a 4th round selection, Mr. Teron Armstead. So that's a positive. And of course, we got another source here. As the Saints sign a running back, it is Sharadrick Thompson. Sharadrick Thompson, that's from Tom Pelissero. He dropping the scoop right there for them as well. So not bad. Center Alex Filstrom is another, as Nick Underhill's is dropping the science on him. So we're going to pull him up. And like I said, the Saints actively getting funky. It'll be interesting to see, as we've seen a linebacker being picked up there. So let me give you some game on Sharadrick Thompson, running back in the camp. Here's Sharadrick Thompson, 6 feet tall, 207 pounds, from Texas Tech. He was a senior there. He runs a 4.67 in the 40, but he rushed for almost 700 yards. He averaged almost 5 yards per carry, had 7 rush touchdowns, 23 catches, and 119 receiving yards. So there you go. Sharadrick Thompson, new running back, and you got to watch the Saints picking of running backs, because it's a special breed that the Saints always seem to get. So that's one of them. Let me see if I can get the other one right here that Nick was talking about, the center here. And let me see, it's the main Alex Filstrom. So the Saints making some moves here as we continue to add these guys. So if you got, and just for the family members that want to pop in, a family, if y'all want to get in on the stream, the lines of communication is still open as long as we are here. So feel free to hit the link pinned to the top of the chat, and you can be able to pop in and kind of talk your game about what you think about what's going on with the black and gold Saints, man, because in the end, it's some real positive stuff going on in the Who Dat Nation. So if you want to be a part and you spit your game, and I appreciate all the family members that chimed in, man, because we had a lot of great commentary, man, that popped in, and I'm looking to hear for some more family members. So if you got people in the chat that want to pop in, now is the time to do it, fam. Now is the time. I'm live. I'm here. I'm waiting on you. Hit the damn link. Let's go. All right. So anyway, I'm trying to find something on Filstrom right here. And give me just a second. I think I might have something. I'm not familiar with this site here. They're talking about Filstrom, but this is what we got. Some of these guys, you're not going to see much on them, But this is Filstrom right here, University of Illinois, offensive lineman, 6'5", 302. And it says, what made you decide to want to play football, that kind of stuff. I'm trying to see what his statistics are, but this is like a straight up interview from him as center position for the team. So I'm going to see, this is from Draft Diamonds on Filstrom. So this is the guy right here. Here's a picture of him right here as we keep going. So what do you guys think about some of the moves the Saints are making? They're doing a few things, trying to get it right. I like the Nick Anderson signing. That's pretty good. And you got to be careful of who you look at when you talk about when the Saints pick up linebackers, and not like necessarily in the running backs are pretty interesting. So a 6'5" wide receiver is actually pretty good for the team. So anyway, that's some of the movements right there for the team. I'm gonna keep monitoring them. But as far as you guys are concerned, for those who want to chime in, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, as we are now almost 8 hours into the broadcast. So we done went through the draft. The draft is over with. We're in the undrafted area Approaching 8 hours of draft coverage today, family. We are deep in this thing with the draft coverage. So hit the damn like button, hit the subscribe button if you ain't subscribed, and feel free to share the show on your social media feed. 8 hours, we up in this thing. Shout out to your brother Jerome and the rest of the family members, King Chosen One, JT. Shout out to you. Says, remember Q Devery Henderson dropped a lot of, I remember, yeah. I used to make me upset. Ted Ginn Jr. dropped a lot of stuff too after his second year. All right, so yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so big ups to the fam. All right, King Chosen One said, I watched the film on A.T. Perry, dude lazy off the ball, route running, needs work. Yeah, he's a 6th round draft pick, so if he was better than that stuff, he would have went a lot higher with that size, so I understand where you're coming from. That's why they picked him up there. You make it to, if you're a 5th and 6th round person, you got developmental stuff that you need to work on. You're a good player, but you still got to work on some stuff. And I think that's a part of the game when it comes down, when you start talking about guys like A.T. Perry or the young safety we picked up from Minnesota. So pretty good. Anyway, that's some of the guys right now, man, that we got going on for the family members. So let me get the family members to feel free to chime in right now. Chime in if you want to. Daniel says, Big Q, I would, but man, I don't know what to say. It's from some of their statistics of the drafted players. They seem like good picks. Some of the faults are kind of concerning, but hopefully those, I get you, fam, could be fixed. Yes, yes. But that's the mentality. Like if you're the coach, you kind of looking at everything and you're saying to yourself, hey man, we can work with this guy. We could be able to do this, that, and the third, and and move forward. So you look at it like that. But at the end of the day, that's just a part of the game. Like you got to span out and you got to be able to see with this guy, if this guy could do something for me. Like he's sketchy right here, but we could do something with him. We like his speed. We recognize that he has the ability, because that's the biggest thing to me is like, do you know what you're looking at? Like, because anticipation is a part of it. Anticipating, looking at something, recognizing it, anticipating it, and then not only that, but once you recognize it, being able to get to where whatever the spot you need to be on the field to make the play, whether it's a tackle, a pick, or a deflection. If you're a defensive player, recognizing it. And then the young safety we picked up, I was watching footage on him, literally watching plays develop and seeing where guys going and just shooting to that area of the field. Now he did have some stuff where he was not in there, but he showed the ability to recognize things happen and get to that area of field and make plays and all of that. But you've seen him make several interception plays, going up and anticipating and going and get the ball. Like we would watch secondary players from the past, those guys would just drop passes, or you see them be in the contention for the ball and they don't get it. But you seen this guy go and get it. And that's something I like. Okay, we got another guy, family, that's going to the black and gold. We got a wide receiver. His name is Cy Barnett. Cy Barnett is a new guy the Saints are adding to the undrafted side of things, man. So as we keep this going, let me see if I can pull up something for Cy Barnett from the Bulldogs, man. All right, so let me see if do I got anything on him, man? Let me see. A lot of these guys, so most of these guys, man, they ain't got nothing on them. It's like a picture. It's like a generic picture or whatever. But anyway, Cy Barnett is the latest dude to sign on with the team. Let me see if I can get Cy Barnett and see if I can get some statistics from the man. All right, here's Cy Barnett, family. It's the latest addition here to the team, and it's a wide receiver. His name is Cy Barnett right here, and he's kicking the ball. So he has some versatility there. So wide receiver / kicker prospect. How about that? That's different. All right, so anyway, let's see what statistics we can see if we can drum up on this guy and see what he got here. All right, let's see. He got kicking stats, man. Let's look at his kicking stats. He's a kicker. That's different. All right, so let me see. Kickoffs. Oh, he's just punting. He punts too. Is he punting? He doesn't kick any field goals. I see that. Yeah, there's no field goals that he's kicking, but they use him for kickoffs. Kickoffs, I see. Yeah. Okay, kickoffs. All right. I see. he doesn't make any. He don't attempt field goals. He's used to kick the ball off. So he got a strong leg. So that's interesting. That's something that Taysom Hill can't do. And from an offensive statistics standpoint, he had 54 catches for 694 yards with 4 touchdowns. So that's intriguing right there. So you got a wide receiver kicker, a wide receiver kickoff player for you that can help you out. So there you go, man. Very interesting, man. A very unique guy here. He got a couple of puntings. He had 19 punting attempts, average 42 yards per average. So how about that? Yeah, so there you go. So he did have a couple of punting. You know, he did. They're saying he had 2 attempts. Okay, so he don't really kick the ball. He just punts the ball or he kicks off for you. So I got that. So anyway, his statistics from last year. So this is a very interesting guy. 53 catches, 694 yards, and 4 scores, 4 touchdowns for Cy Barnett. So the interesting player we picking up here. So you can't fault the Saints for looking for very interesting players that can come along and kind of help us out here. So not bad at all. All right. So that's another addition right there, Cy, as we keep it building. So right now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We up to 8 right now, my count. And of course, I'm gonna see if anybody else is still out there, but I'm up to 8 my count in terms of what the Saints, the undrafted guys so far, fam. I'm up to 8, unless I miss somebody, and I've been checking. So, all right. So anyway, fam, hit the like button for me. Feel free to hit the subscribe button and the share button, and also know that the link is pinned to the top of the chat as we are moving this thing along. Undrafted area, 8 hours into the day. Yeah, Doc, he a receiver. He's a receiver. He just does kickoff duty for him and occasionally punts for him. So that's a very unique player. That's something that Taysom Hill didn't do. All right, he says Cy Barnett 430, 430. You got to be kidding. Is that how fast? I tried to look up something on him. I guess hey, that's something else if it is. All right, Gregory says, Q, I really like the linebacker we picked up from Vandy. Yes, bro. Yeah, I do too, bro. Very productive, solid move for the team. All right, Jason says, all right. Y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna learn. Tight end Jamal Turner invited the Saints in Chiefs camp. Jamal Turner. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Mike. Let me see if I can pull some of that up. Jamal Turner, because that's, I'm trying to maintain, try to follow as much as I can here. Let's see, usually he got a Twitter or some sort. All right. All right. Just give me just a second, fam. Let me see if I can find something for him. He from Toledo. Okay. All right. Let's see if that's indeed the case here. It's one of them. I'm going to have to see if I can. Yeah, there he is right there. Yep. That's right there. Top of the list. Aaron Wilson. Showing that he invited. So the Saints just won't take a look at him. So this is another guy the Saints are looking to kind of invite right there. Hold on. Where's the tweet at? Yeah, here it is. Jamal Turner. And let me see where, I got the scouting report on him. Hold on here. Where is it? Okay. Hold on, fam. Give me a second. Let me kind of see if I can find it again. All right. So anyway. Let's see if I can find it again. Okay, here it is right here, fam. Okay, here we go. All right, Jamal Turner, this is his profile right here. All right, just a second, fam. All right, Jamal Turner. Let's see. Several Toledo Rockets to enjoy 2 MAC championship runs over his college career. Let's see what his numbers are. Was a seldom utilized tight end from the majority of his time at Toledo, but his production instantly skyrocketed in his 6th year with the program. 6 years. Wow. After corralling total of 17 catches for 199 yards and 1 touchdown from 2018 to 21, turned him more than double those stats in his final campaign, snagged 29 catches for 378 and 8 touchdowns last fall, making says ranking second on the team in touchdowns and fourth in the other aforementioned categories. All right. Often turned to Turner in the red zone and short yardage situation. He logged touchdowns in 5 consecutive games, a stretch where he jolted Toledo's offense with a stagnant start. Didn't land on any of the All-MAC teams. He earned an invite to the Hula Bowl in Orlando. He caught 1 pass, no gain for East Carolina quarterback Alton Ehlers in the exhibition, and he exhibited his speed and strength at Toledo's pro day back in March. His size is he measured at 6'5", 244, and his strength was his best attribute of his display with 20 bench reps of 225 pounds. So there you go. Some information on this tight end. So this is a guy that they're adding or bringing in. The Saints have issued an invitation for. Let me see if there he is. Okay, well, I think that's kind of working kind of slow. And there it is. Is that the play? And there he is right there running up the field. And so the Saints will kind of take a look at him and see what he can do. So anyway, that's some of these guys if we keep it going. All right, so it's starting to add up. So that's just an invitation anyway, to come on in so they could take a look at them. But anyway, a lot going on here, man. A lot. So anyway, let's keep it going, man. I'm gonna just keep checking out, making sure we up in this thing and we getting all the correct updates. So we see Cy there. And there go Nick. He put together the list. Thank you, Nick, for that. This is who the Saints signed so far, man. Right now, Said Roderick Thompson, running back from Texas Tech. Alex Filstrom from Illinois, offensive lineman. And then Joel Wilson, we just talked about, from Central Michigan. I showed his stuff. Mark Evans from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Lou Henry, who's a punter from Miami. Let me see if I can pull his stuff up. Anthony Johnson, a defensive back from Virginia. So let me see if I can add him there too. Bring him up in there. All right, just a second, fam. Let me see if I can. Some of these guys, it's hard to find any of them, man. All right, so that's what makes Jeff Ireland so good. Anthony Johnson, defensive back from Virginia. Anthony Orji from Vanderbilt. Shaq Davis from South Carolina State, wide receiver. Blake Grupe is the kicker from Notre Dame. Nick Anderson, linebacker from Tulane, and Cy Barnett, wide receiver from Davenport. So there's a couple of guys that's on that list. Let me see if I can pull up something on Henry, the punter from Miami. See if I can pull up something on him, so you can just put eyes on him. So some of the picks being made. All right. So anyway, that's some of them. We're gonna, no doubt about it, we'll return tomorrow, and we'll cover more of it, and then we'll go over more of a full list, because the list will be complete by tonight about who some of the guys are, and so we'll know. But let me see. I'm trying to look to see if I can find something on from him. Lou Henry, and then Anthony Johnson. I have a scouting report, and I'd be able to actually take a look at some of these people. So, all right, hold on here. Yeah. Okay, hold on here. Is that the same cat? No, that's not him. Nah, that's somebody else. So anyway, yeah, some of these players is going to require us to take a look at them. But anyway, yeah, it's getting close to the end. Listen, fam, I want to thank you guys for chiming in on this thing, man. And we doing some stuff, man. So the Saints picked up a few guys. So let me make another check before I depart. But it's been 8 hours of great commentary today, man. A lot of positive things are happening. The Saints get through the draft. They have a very solid draft, man. Very solid draft for the black and gold. Let me get my list up there. A very solid draft. There you go. By the black and gold today to make it happen. Very good as well. So it's very awesome draft for the Saints. Finish out the day. 3 days draft coverage. Barisi, Foskey, Miller. They get Nick Saldiveri from Old Dominion, Jake Haener, Jordan Howden, and A.T. Perry. They help also a very balanced draft for the Saints, giving help to the interior defensive line, to the edge side, a running back that form the three. They have 3 good running backs there. Nick Saldiveri helps out wherever you want him, whether it's guard, tackle, even played a little center, very versatile. Jake Haener is your 3rd developmental quarterback. He's there. And then Jordan Howden is a guy you could plug in into the defense. He'll help out a loaded secondary room. Competition would be fierce. And then you add another big wide receiver. You added Brian Edwards there, and then you add A.T. Perry there. So the Saints have done a damn good job of addressing needs in this draft, and I got to give them the respect in the world because they did a phenomenal job in bringing in some talent here. So they also, one of the things is they got Troutman out of here and made the move there. So the Saints, we looking at to see other moves, and we see some of the moves that they made up to this part, as you can see right here, as Nick Underhill laced most of them out. As you can see, the running back from Texas, Thompson, Philstrom, the offensive lineman from Illinois, Joel Wilson, the tight end from Central Michigan, Mark Evans from Arkansas Pine Bluff is an offensive lineman. They got a punter to give some kind of help there, some competition to Will Lutz, Anthony Johnson, another DB from Virginia, Anthony Orgy, the linebacker, safety prospect from Vanderbilt, Shaq Davis, the big wide receiver, 6'5" from South Carolina State, Blake Grupe, the kicker from Notre Dame, to kind of push Will Lutz. What time it is, man, you got to find out. Nick Anderson, linebacker from Tulane. Really, that's probably my most happiest signing if it's undrafted, to get Nick Anderson. And then Cy Barnett, very versatile Cy Barnett from wide receiver from Davenport. So that's some of the stuff that we got so far. An 8-hour of actual coverage for big time all the way through. I hope you guys have enjoyed this coverage. It's been a while since we did streams this long, and usually the longer streams are draft streams, like when they're on and we go all the way to the draft end, all the way past the draft reaction from you guys, and just sitting up here not fall asleep and doing it. Now, energy still consistent, still engaged, still 200 something odd people in the building. Yeah, you did, KT. KT, I know KT probably happy about this. I don't know where Bryce Ford Wheaton went, bro. Let me take a look at that, bro. Give me a second. Let me see where Bryce Ford Wheaton went, man. Let me see where he went, bro. Because I was looking, I was like, man, because he didn't get drafted. Give me a second. Let me find out what Bryce, because he didn't get drafted, bro. Hold on here. Let me figure that out. Because you're right. He did not get drafted. Bryce Ford Wheaton, as crazy as that sound, did not get drafted. Let me see where, if I can get some information on where he landed at. Somebody know, put it in the chat for me, bro. If y'all seen where Bryce Ford Wheaton landed at. That's crazy that he didn't. That is something else that he, hold on. I know what it looks. Let's see. I don't think he went anywhere yet. Y'all let me know in the chat, man. I don't think he went anywhere yet. He's still out there. Yeah, fam, he's still out there. I don't think he went anywhere yet. Bryce Ford Wheaton's still out there. I can't believe he went undrafted. Yeah, he's still out there, man. You talking about a guy that he ain't gonna last. Somebody gonna pick him up. He just tweeted 23 minutes ago, we're all good over here. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Excited for the next chapter. Let's go. And it's nothing. He hasn't signed with anybody, and he's still actually out there. So I don't know. What's going on with that? I don't. He gonna get picked up some kind of way because I don't know if he dealing with injuries or whatever's going on, but I don't know. Yeah, he nobody picked him up. He's still out there. Damn, that's something else. Wow, I thought that's big, but hopefully maybe that could be another one the Saints pick up because we got 2 wide receivers so far. That could be another additional one, man. Yeah, man, that's gonna be cool to watch that. So anyway, with that, thank you, Kelvin. Wall-to-wall coverage, man. Yeah, we in this thing, man. Thank you, fam. Appreciate you. And look, thanks to all the family members in here. Thank y'all guys for being with me for 8 hours and 13 minutes of the show. It's been fun. It's been cool. Thank you. And listen, I'd like to thank my sons for not, for giving me some time because I was supposed to be cooking a little later on. So thank them for being patient with me as well. It's been a lot of time because I've been here since 11 o'clock and it's after 7, 12 minutes after 7. So shout out to my children for being patient and let their daddy work. So yeah, Jerry says, are you surprised with the draft? We drafted a QB. No, not at all. I kind of anticipated the Saints would grab a QB at some point. So I'm not really surprised by that. So thank them. Thank you guys for chiming in. And also feel free, family, if you don't mind, to hit the like button. If you hadn't already hit it, please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and feel free to share the show on your social media feed. And also feel free to check out our sponsors of the platform. Outlaw products, personal products are available. If you're a person that is or an organic or natural person and you don't like body products or beauty products or personal products for your body, the deodorant and powder, all this kind of stuff with chemicals in it, check out our sponsor. You check them out, they give you 20% off on the purchase, and that helps out the stream as well. Also, feel free to check out ExpressVPN. If you're not surfing and you don't have protection, you don't have a VPN board, people can follow you all kind of ways. So get you a VPN from Express, man, and you can get 3 months free with the link attached to the platform. All that's in the description section below. So with that being said, I'm gonna get out on that. You can check out the merch, the link's down there, the link tree's down there, everything is down there. It helps out the platform. So with that being said, I'm gonna get out on that. Appreciate all y'all. Thank y'all for all the great commentary y'all do. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to the family members. I had fun. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll recap the signing guys. We'll have the scouting reports and thought processes on that. I'll open up the phone lines again. It won't be a long show, maybe a couple hours. But listen, very positive. So very positive, very positive. That's the spiel right now. Very positive, very good moves by the Saints organization through the draft. Very smart, meticulous process. So I got nothing but praise for them, and hopefully we can keep carrying this forward and in from the off to the end season and keep this stuff twisting and turning. You know what I mean? So with that, I'm out of here. Much love to y'all. Thank y'all. Who Dat, and I'm out.
Yeah. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Long as I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, yeah, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. I'm a Who Dat. Sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Somebody please better help. Running this thing like Elf. I thank God every day I'm not a felt. Go to YouTube Live with Big Q and the guys. If you ain't ride or die, the bandwagon get flipped. Been marching in, that was way for the ring. I was yelling out your shade for the championship. Bucking on Tampa, duck down. Falcons, pluck, get shut down. Panthers ain't much touchdown. The vision really belong to us now. So much hate on the Saints, you could probably tell. Ever since Bounty Gate hit the NFL, when things seem fishy and you probably smell the crooked referees or Roger Goodell. Funny like this and I'm a Who Dat. Every day I'm living, I'm a Who Dat. Lose or winning, I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that. Where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that, where we do that. Boogie like Benson, I'm a Who Dat. It's the sports coma, this is where we do that.
You're listening to the Sports Coma with Big Q and the guys on the PRO Media Network.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Sending data over an encrypted internet connection is like sending a postcard that everybody can see. When you're connected to an unencrypted network, whether that's your phone, your computer, your tablet, your TV, etc., you're sending countless of pieces of really precious data that can be seen or intercepted by all sort of parties before it reaches its intended destination. But a VPN or a virtual private network creates a secure tunnel between your device and the internet. In other words, it puts an envelope around your postcard so they can't sneak a peek at your private correspondence. The ExpressVPN protects you from spies who use your data for their own nefarious purposes. ExpressVPN prevents your ISP from seeing your private browsing activity. It also stops governments and large corporations and websites that constantly surveil you and harvest your data for their own agendas. ExpressVPN gives you unrestricted access to all parts of the internet, so you can watch shows in other countries and even get certain discounts. So to get ExpressVPN, just click the link below. When you use the Pelican Postgame Report, you get 3 months free of ExpressVPN. Hit the link now and get connected.
The WhoDatDaily.com. That's right, the WhoDatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing. So if you're a Who Dat and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, the WhoDatDaily.com is your site. The WhoDatDaily.com for the sport Who Dat in all of us. Check out the Pro Shop. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform